Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, ahead of this County Division 1 match, County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. You've just heard the bell in the background, which means we are 5 minutes away from the start of play. I can tell you that Worcestershire have won the toss. They are going to bat first. It is 7th against 10th in Division 1 here. Hampshire sits 7th, and poor old Worcestershire at the moment, they sit bottom of the pile. But I'm sure Dave Bradley, who's next to me, will put on a very positive spin on that one. Yes, I'm Kevin James. Dave Bradley next to me. I'll introduce you in a moment. But we've got a cast of a few today. A little later, you'll hear from former Hampshire and England batter Michael Carberry. He's with us all day today. Amelia Clark from BBC Radio Sun. She's with us all day today. And we'll also hear from the analyst, Simon Hughes. He's here until the close of play. Brothers, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I thought your opening sentence was quite polite when you said Worcestershire were 10th, but then you said they were bottom, so you just ruined it all, mate.
Well, initially I was polite, you're right, but yeah. There's no getting away from the fact, really, is there?
Struggled.
I mean, how do you sort of... Well, I suppose 10th, yeah, that is putting a positive spin on it, isn't it?
Yes. As long as people don't know there's only 10 teams, right. They might think there's 12 because it changes every week in County Championship cricket. Good to be here on a nice cool morning. This is great, and it can stay like this all day. Jamie, you're the local man. Come on.
No, it won't. No, a bit later on, the clouds will part, and the sun will. It will come in here very hard, as you know from the past.
I do. This time last year, it was September, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And the sun was just about over the trees at the back there. Oh, lordy.
Yes.
Even I lost a couple of pounds one day.
Well,
I did manage to retain it later in the day, but pitch looks a bit green to me. Jay, what do you think?
One side of it looks a bit green, doesn't it? The other side looks a little bit less of grass, but it's on the whole, it's a little bit green. I don't think we mind too much because this Kookaburra ball probably needs a bit of help from the bowlers, so we'll wait and see. I'm told that this pitch was last used against Lancashire 2022 when Hampshire went into the last day needing a few Lancashire wickets to win, but unfortunately the rain was with us for, if not all, certainly a large part of the day, and it was called off in the afternoon. Should we give out the two teams?
Why not?
You go first because you're our guest.
Well, I think Worcestershire have rearranged their batting order, but they are. This is in numerical order really in shirt order, but they are Jake Libby, Matthew Waite, Gareth Roderick, Tom Taylor, Callum Parkinson on loan, Kashif Ali, Adam Hose, Adam Finch, Ben Allison, Ethan Brooks, and Henry Nichols. And I suspect that it might be Henry Nichols and Jake Libby opening the batting.
No, Roderick. He normally opens the batting.
Yeah, I think he's going to bat further down. He's just not got many runs, basically. I think that's about right.
Okay, well, Hampshire made two changes from the side that drew with Essex last week. There's no Felix Organ and there's no Eddie Jack. Eddie Jack is being rested for this game, and in comes 19-year-old all-rounder Dom Kelly, playing his championship or first championship game for Hampshire. He has played a first-class game before. That was against the Sri Lankan Development 11 here back in May 2022. And Scott Curry is into the side, playing only his third championship match for Hampshire, and his last one was back in April 2021. So Hampshire are Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Tilak Varma. Look out for him, brothers. He's seriously
a great start, isn't he?
100 last week on his debut. Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, Tom Prest, Dom Kelly, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Scott Curry. Those are your two teams for today. I suggest that it probably is going to last 4 days with the Kookaburra ball. There was only one result last week,
which was at New Road.
Yeah, against you guys.
Which was not a great pitch and a good bowling attack, which normally leads to a bit of a disaster.
So Worcestershire come into this game having won just once in their 8 games, lost 5, drawn 2. Hampshire have won 2, drawn 4 and lost 2. So it's going to be Kyle Abbott to get things underway, and he will be bowling to the left-hander, the Kiwi Nichols, who's pushing forward to a good length ball, pushes that up to mid-on, and there is no run. We are underway.
Pretty short boundary on what is the offside to the right-handers here, when the bowling is from the pavilion end, if that makes sense.
Yes, perfect sense. So there are 4 slips, and they are Varma, who seems to have found himself into the slips. He's nipped in there, and he was there virtually the whole game against Essex. His first slip is Abbott is round the wicket, and that comes back a little at Nichols. Taken low down to his right by Ben Brown. Number 2 is Scott Curry. Number 3 is Tom Preston. Number 4 is James Fuller. You can pick us up by various ways and channels today. We're on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on most smart speakers. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire against Worcestershire. We're also on the live picture feed, which is going out on the Hampshire Cricket website and also being beamed to the Worcestershire Cricket website. Abbott bowls, forward is Nichols, plays that out towards extra cover, and we're also around the ground on commentary as well. So, bit difficult to keep away from us.
We are hard to avoid, I would have thought.
Exactly.
I'm always slightly amused when matches are played on one side of a square. Like we're on the one side of this square. As we look down the ground towards the pavilion, we're way to the right. There's always people who sit in the back row of seats, the furthest you can get from play. Now, okay, you have your favourite seat, but I think I might wander around that way and get a better view.
Well, most people have. Nichols is forward, plays that up towards mid-on. Obviously, most people have that are here. But you're right. But if you have your favourite seat, I'm sure at New Road you've got your favourite seat, haven't you?
Yeah, but if they were playing way over the other side of the ground, I think I might forego my favourite seat and go and watch see what's going on. I mean, if I was sat over there, I'd need a telescope to find out what was going on.
But what if you then went to a new seat and you looked over the far side and saw somebody sitting in your favourite seat? How would you then feel?
It's getting a bit deep, this is, Jamin.
Here's Abbott. Bowls. And he's forward there. It's off the outside half of the bat as it goes out to point, fielded by Fletcher Middleton.
I don't think I'd worry too much, mate.
Would you not?
No. He's had a struggle, Henry Nichols, with a bat. Just looking at his figures for Worcestershire. Top score of 42. So they have been playing on the pitches at New Road, which I've been doing a bit, which is probably an understatement, but I think he would be disappointed that he's not got more runs.
Abbott in again. Former Worcestershire player, Kyle Abbott. Let's come back a fraction, but a little wide. And that is a maiden over to get us underway.
Do you know how many wickets he took in first-class cricket for Worcestershire, Kyle Abbott?
Yes.
You do know? How many?
He took precisely 1.
He did, yes. Well done.
From 2 first-class matches.
Yes.
And you're going to tell us his average that 1 wicket cost him.
No, I'm not. Mainly because I have a life.
Well, yeah, but you've got these very brightly coloured statistics in
I
a
know,
brightly
but I
coloured
don't.
folder, and you haven't even got that.
What are averages? I'm not, I'm not a great lover of averages.
Well, since you knew it was 1 wicket in 2 first-class games, and this was back in 2016.
Yes.
Have a guess at how many runs that cost him, that 1 wicket.
96.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I had a guess.
It's higher.
Oh, okay. Is this that game they used to have on the telly?
Yes.
You go higher and lower.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think he was actually fully fit when he was at Worcestershire. He looks at a vastly different bowler in this game. Here's James Fuller bowling from. Are we calling this the golf course end, or what end are we calling this?
If you want to, but it's normally the hotel end.
Okay, from the hotel end. Pushed out into the covers, and there is no run.
So it's higher than 90.
Okay. Well, 96 was higher than 90. So.
Correct. Oh, sorry, 96, yeah. That's much higher.
Okay. 127.
Higher.
Oh, God. 200.
Higher.
Really? My word. Here's Fuller in bowls, and this is Libby flicking the ball off the pads down to fine leg. Pick up a single. First runs of the innings. Worcestershire won without loss. I don't know. You'll have to tell us.
249.
Dear me. 1 for 249.
Yeah. Over 2 first-class matches. Wow. Considering he takes them at about 19 apiece for us.
I was going to say. Yeah.
Do you think it was a personal thing?
What, for playing at Worcester? Now, I didn't think of it. I mean, he may well argue, but I didn't think he was 100% fit when he was at at Worcestershire. Henry Nicholls taking guard, 3 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Now there is a disparity, that's a good word for me on a Sunday morning, between the two teams here already. Fuller in bowls and Nicholls is back cutting, but gets it straight to the backward point. A couple of metres either side, might have gone away for 4. That disparity is in the kit, because you might believe that cricketers play in whites when they play county championship cricket, but the Hampshire kit is a very white, whereas the Worcestershire kit is more of a cream colour. Outfield looking very lush here, compared to last week when we were at New Road, when it looked very dry and starting to go a bit yellow as Fuller's in bowls wide of the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. But I had a wander around this morning, early doors, and I see there was the nursery ground, which is away to our left. The covers were on, and there was water all over the covers. I thought, ooh, that's a bit weird. Hasn't rained overnight, but they just sprinkled, watered all the outfield, put the sprinklers on, which obviously helps. And they put something on they spray something, don't they, to retain the moisture on the outfield, to keep it sort of bouncy. So the groundsman told me on.
Right.
Very little knowledge of that, really. Fuller in bowls, on leg stump, turned away on the leg side, but won't get a run there. Dom Kelly's the fielder at mid-wicket. Nice solid shot from Nicholls. But as with earlier in the over, picked out the fielder. Not a massive crowd in this morning. There's this argument about county championship should be played more at weekends, but I'm not sure. As Fuller races away, Nicholls lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper Brown quickly throws it to the slips and starts to jog to the other end, all without loss. Worcestershire after 2 overs. In that, I think crowds are bigger for a Friday start.
Agreed. Friday's a good crowd.
Yeah, because. And I think if you're retired, it doesn't really matter. But if you're at work, you can sort of get a Friday off, can't you? And you know you're going to see some cricket on a Friday. If you take Monday off to watch cricket, you're never sure that the game's still going to be going on. So,
with the Kookaburra ball, I think you can be sure. I think you're fairly safe over these next 3 weeks, or 3 rounds. Excuse me. Right, 4 slips wait as Abbott comes in, this time to Jake Libby, who's forward to a good length delivery and plays it back to the bowler. But yeah, it's all right. It's a bit early, I suppose, isn't it, really? But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We're not used to having the wicket that far over to the right. I did say to Simon the groundsman that had he packed his bags to get to the wicket, because it's that far over,
yeah,
he wouldn't have travelled that far normally. Now, there are new way that you can get in touch with us. I know Bradders has his own ways that Worcestershire fans will want to get in touch. But here at Hampshire, as Abbott comes in, bowls outside the off stump and it's left alone. We have a new email which we introduced last week at Essex, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That is the new email. If you want to get in touch with us, all of us, Michael Carberry's here, as I say, Amelia Clark's here, Simon Hughes, the analyst, is here as well. Nick Kempley emailed just before the start of play, literally as the bell was ringing. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Remember that one for future use. He says, last week, you, meaning me, here's Abbott, comes in and bowls. Libby drives into the gap in the covers. Short boundary side. Should get picked up by Gubbins, it does. And Worcestershire off the mark with 2 without loss. Last week that you commented that Kyle Abbott has taken more wickets than any other bowler in Division 1 of the Championship. Well, that's right, it's fact. After the match, I checked the statistics on a certain website. I'm not going to give the website a plug. Kyle is the only bowler in Division 1 to feature in the top 10 on all metrics. That's most wickets, best bowling, best average, best economy, and dot ball percentage. Wow. That's a bit like your folder, Bradders. All those stats. And he works that away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The list appears to have no qualifying minimum overs since Ben Slater is top of the dot ball percentages with 100%. Well, that's right, he's probably only bowled an over, so we don't worry about those sort of things. It may also be of interest to note, says Nick, that Ben Brown, Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton have very similar aggregates of 405, 404, 404 respectively. I guess that's runs, I haven't checked. Though Brown's average is over 50 compared to 31 from the other two by virtue of 4 not outs. Thanks very much, yes. Keep up the excellent commentary, says Nick. As Abbott switches the field around, he's got Fuller at short mid-wicket now, out of the slips. Libby leaves alone, a little closer to the off-stump. Those commentaries at away games where you are not present, or not invited, always invited. Not invited.
Where have you not been invited?
Are always less interested. It's very nice. We're always invited. No, I think sometimes it depends where you've got separate commentaries.
Oh, I see.
BBC,
Yeah.
I guess that's what he means.
Yeah.
But here we're all joined up. Very much all joined up here. Now, you were talking about favourite seats, Mr. Bradley.
I was.
I've had an email about that. Oh, he's playing the missing outside the off stump. Lovely delivery from Kyle Abbott to finish off his second over. Worcestershire are 3 without loss. It's Joe, who's sitting over there, one of those few people that are sitting
Way over there.
Yeah.
Well,
Way
hi, Joe.
over there. Yeah. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good morning, KJ and Dave. That favourite seat chat describes me to a T. I would be devastated to see someone sat in my seat. We even managed to secure them for all the internationals now too. With very warm temperatures forecast, I froze a bottle of sparkling water and it exploded in the car on my journey.
Here's James Fuller starting the 4th over of the game. Right arm over to the left-handed Nichols, who just raises the bat and allows that one to go through. Goes through fairly low to wicket-keeper Ben Brown. Pretty straightforward field still. 3 slips, couple of point extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and down in the distance in the vast savannah is a fine leg who will, if he wants to talk to somebody, will have to shout quite loudly. Although I suppose if you were a deep mid-wicket, you'd be further away from humanity than anybody else. Fuller leaps in, bowls, and gone, caught behind. Loose drive there. Nice ball just outside the off stump. Tempted Nichols into the drive, straight into the gloves of Ben Brown. Henry Nichols' poor season continues for Worcestershire. He's gone. The first wicket goes down, and Worcestershire are 3 for 1.
Yeah, he's just pushing away from his body there a little bit. Henry Nichols, that ball hasn't really slanted in. If anything, it's just angling across him, a natural angle, and he's just playing away from himself a bit too much. And yeah, he'll be disappointed with that dismissal, I think. There's not too much movement on that.
Just angling across the left-hander.
Which is a typical ball, really, for left-handers. It's not something that he wouldn't have faced many, many times before. Michael Carberry's just reenacting his shot. He's on in a minute. He'll be able to show us and tell us. But if you're watching the live picture feed, you're getting another angle of that as well. He's really pushing it that hard. Probably not ideal first 13 minutes of a 4-day game.
Is that a shot of a batsman who's not in form?
Yeah.
You know, thinks it's
so.
a half volley, eyes light up.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you're a bit out of nick, some balls that you think are in certain areas are not quite in those areas.
Yeah. Looks like Kashi Valley entering the fray for Worcestershire. They have struggled with the bat this season. Only 2 players have scored centuries. And here we are, end of June, so kind of sums up Worcestershire's season, I think.
He's averaging just 20 this year.
Yeah.
It's tough, isn't it? I mean, you're saying that, you know, your pitchers at home at the moment are doing quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's not easy, is it?
When you're struggling, you find ways to get out, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, you play shots that you wouldn't normally play. I mean, would Nichols have played that shot start of the season? I'm not sure he would. Anyway, it's Kashi Valley. I'll finish this over off and then I'll go and make the tea. Make myself useful. Fuller to Kashi Valley in the first ball. He's forward solidly, plays it back down the pitch. Fuller on his follow through sticks out his right hand and stops the ball. My mistake. I thought the field was moving, but they're just going having a chat. So I got the distinct impression that Fletcher Middleton was being moved from backward point, but merely involved in the conversation. Is Fuller's next delivery, and this time Kashif is initially back but comes forward as he plays the shot, pushes it out to mid-off. Umpires today are Jack Chantry and Ian Blackwell. What shall we call them? Gentlemen of varying outlook, shall we say. I've got to be very, very, very careful how I do this. Yeah. Jack's tall and slim and black as this, let's put it that way.
Former Worcestershire bowler.
Former Worcestershire bowler, yeah. Myself and Carves were talking about him earlier. I'm sure he'll have something to say about him in a bit. Here's Fuller in and bowls, and Kashif drives away through the offside. He's only going to get a couple. Didn't really get a lot of power into it. More a push, I suppose, than a drive. But he picks up 2. Worcestershire go to 5 without loss. It's very overcast and it's not cool, but a lot cooler than it has been, and a lot cooler than it will be if the forecast is correct.
It's pleasant now, actually.
It's lovely. It's really nice.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, I had a wander around about 7ish this morning. It was just right. Fuller bowls Kashif Ali nicely off the back foot. Gets this one away. 2 towards the longest boundary on the ground, but the ball is going to win the race. And the first boundary of the Worcestershire innings goes to Kashif Ali. He has 6, and Worcestershire, scoreboard catches up, should be 9, I think. 9-4-1. I'm going to move out. Michael Carberry's going to move in.
Thanks very much, Bradders. 20th wicket of the season for James Fuller there. Picking up the wicket of Henry Nichols. Michael Carberry, welcome back.
Good morning, JMO. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah.
Nice to be back.
Yes, it was all too short last time you were here.
It was. Hopefully I'll bring better luck this time.
Yes, the game was all over. The Sussex game was all over before lunch on day 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Here's Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end then, comes in right arm over. Forward is Libby. It goes out to point. Yeah, what did you make of that dismissal?
Yeah, I think you guys nailed the head. Well, nailed the point really. Just a bit loose for third or fourth over of a championship game. A guy who's obviously short of confidence, short of runs. Wasn't really in a great position there. You should be trying to leave those early on because we know here notoriously if you get through that first hour, it is a good place to bat.
Yeah. Here's Abbott again from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls. Libby is forward. Another good probing delivery there from Abbott. Score remains on 9-1. Yeah, it's not the sort of shot we would have seen you play, I don't think, that early.
Perhaps in the early career when I was a bit young and raw, and then you get your fingers burnt a few times and you learn to tighten up. But yeah, I mean it can happen. I mean it's never a great time when you're short of runs, but he's a good player. He's got a good record at international level.
That's for sure. Here's Abbott in again then. Bowls. Libby is forward again. It's a nice accurate delivery there from Kyle Abbott. And 5 wickets in the first innings at Essex last week. Wicketless in the second innings, but still bowled well in both. But this Kookaburra ball. Did you play? You played with Kookaburra obviously abroad, but not over here, didn't you?
No, I missed the boat there massively, didn't I?
Think what your average would have been like over here.
Oh, mate. I would have been licking my lips and just the thought of that they offer out 3-week contracts now for just a Kookaburra ball.
Here's Abbott again, short. That's a good bouncer as well. Good carry through to Ben Brown. Abbott just proving that he's still got a bit of pace, even though he's recently turned 38 years of age. Just watching this
youngster,
again.
mate. Youngster,
There we are. That's a good bouncer, actually, isn't it? Really.
Very good bowler. Just dials in, isn't he? He's just one of those bowlers you can just set him on autopilot and off he goes. He's 2 and over.
Yeah, it's we probably won't see his irregular nip backers with his Kookaburra ball. Might see it in the first few overs, but it'll very quickly get soft as that's pushed forward again by Libby. Was so used to, especially on a wicket this sort of colour, you would see that ball ducking quite a bit from him. But these Kookaburras with no seam, you won't see so much of that.
No, if they do anything, it tends to be in the first maybe 10 overs. They say more off the deck, and then it tend to get really, really soft. They don't swing very much either. So it's, say if you're a top order bat, if you can get through that first, say, half an hour to an hour, it's quite a nice place to bat.
That's for sure. 9 for 1 then, Worcestershire. Into the 5th over here as Abbott brings Libby forward once more. Libby's faced 15 deliveries for his 3. And, sorry, 14 deliveries. 9 for 1, Kashaf is 6, and Abbott has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for none.
Yeah, and as a bowler, JMO, I mean, when you face with a ball like this, I mean, is a key just pegging the length back? You being a swing bowler in your time, you would love to go up there on the, entice the batters to drive. Is it sort of a scenario where you have to think more about lengths and that kind of
Definitely
stuff?
with a kookaburra, because I mean, not at your level abroad, but obviously I played with a kookaburra abroad as well, and yeah, it's you do a bit. I mean, it's quite hard. I don't think I thought about a kookaburra ball as much as people think about it now.
Yeah. As Fuller's back into bowl to Kashif Ali, short of a length and lovely shot off the back foot there, but he'd be stopped in the covers.
I think also the pace I bowled Carbs, I had to get it all full anyway. To be honest, there was no, I'll just bowl it a foot shorter here. Otherwise it would just stood up and waiting to be hit. So unless if it swung, I was all right. If it didn't swing, Carbs, I was.
Yeah, it's amazing nowadays, all the stats and analysis that goes into, modern day cricket. All the plans you have to think about now as a bowler, where you not want to get hit, all these things. Yeah, it's Fuller begins his run into bowl, lovely rhythmical run up. Again, short length delivery, and Ali's just behind it, nicely off the back foot.
But I didn't find a problem swinging the kookaburra early on, obviously. I mean, that seems to be a gimme, although it's not a big swinging ground, this one anyway, so not expecting too much either way. But yeah, you do find yourself with a kookaburra once it's into sort of 20 overs, 30 and 40, you think, oh gosh.
Thanks, Gibbs.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the key, I think, for Hampshire here is really to try and shut down the scoreboard this first hour as Fuller begins his run again into the stumps. So nice delivery on off stump, a little bit fuller than the previous ball. Just getting Ali sort of half forward. Played it nicely to Dawson at mid-off, who I'm accustomed to seeing in the slips.
Yes.
But he seems to be at mid-off these days, patrolling mid-off.
Yeah, there's been a couple of occasions where he's just had a break from the slips, and they seem to be getting longer each time. I don't think he's been in there at all this year, not off the top of my head. But you'll suddenly see him go in there for 2 or 3 games, but not at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. Fuller begins his run again into batter Ali. Nicely forward again. It was a great timing as well. I mean, that rocketed off the middle of the bat. Dawson did well to scamper around there. Because I feel if he didn't get a hand on it, that would have been runs. Looks good so far.
It does,
Kashif
yeah.
Ali.
It does. So I mean, like when you knew the kookaburra ball was in play, and obviously when you played tests abroad and that sort of stuff, did you always think, as long as I stick around here for a while, it's going to get a lot easier and a lot better than when we played with Dukes?
To be honest, mate, I think my general approach to batting was always pretty similar. I think especially when you're an opening bat, as Fuller begins his run in again to Ali, nicely into line and just nudges that into mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, I think my general approach to batting probably different to slightly modern day, where they like to get after the bowling a lot sooner, was to not try and give the bowler anything that first half an hour, particularly against the Dukes ball, but obviously in Test cricket you have to wait for that bad ball a lot longer. So I always thought in the back of my head that it will, batting will always get easier the longer you're there. The ball loses air, loses shape, loses zip, and then you can slowly start to dominate as Fuller begins his run into Libby. Nicely off the back foot. I think James Fuller just could do with being maybe a touch fuller on this pitch. I think just utilising that green tinge on the wicket there.
Yeah.
Allow these batters to sit back. But yeah, that was just sort of my general approach to batting, full stop, mate. And even in, surprisingly enough, even in white ball cricket, which a lot of fans remember, I was quite an aggressive white ball player, but there were certain times where, particularly as the 2020 tournament wore on and the squares were getting more tired and more to pace, I always felt, to just try and give myself at least perhaps 5 to 10 balls, and then you can always catch up your those scores, especially in tight scoring games. You know, I think it's just keeping skin in the game really that way.
Sure. Right, 10 for 1 then, Worcestershire, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Kyle Abbott just getting ready to bowl over number 4 for him, over number 7 in today's play. We've had 25 minutes of the first day. As Abbott comes in, just the 1 wicket, Henry Nichols. As forward is Kashif, goes up towards mid-on. Email here from Stephen Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good morning on County Cricket Day. I don't know if he's just made that up or it's official. I don't know. The Shane Warne Wrinklies are here in place at the top of the stand, which is our preferred place from which to watch. That's right, they're always up there in the corner. Neil is missing today. We presume he's still sunning himself in Spain. Very nice. We will continue to watch in peace. Wow, obviously talks a lot. My prediction, says Steve, for this game, as Abbott comes in and bowls and Ali is forward and that goes up towards mid-off. A Kookaburra draw at 4:50 on Wednesday, as will be 95% of the games in this round. Well, there was a fairly high percentage in the last round, wasn't there? But it is something that we have to suffer for the greater good, to ensure that those playing for England get the experience of the ball that they will use overseas while playing home tests with the Dukes. Rant off, he says. Thoroughly enjoying the commentary as always. Have a great day, says Stephen. Yes, there's been lots of talking points about the Kookaburra board, and if you've seen a lot of the comments as well from some of the coaches. As forward is Kashif, that goes into the covers. He'll pick up a quick single, 11 for 1. I think I saw Anthony McGrath, the Yorkshire head coach, saying that it seemed a bit silly where the people that are probably going to use the Kookaburra ball are playing in the test match and they're playing with the Dukes.
Something to be said about that.
Well, that's quite a good line, if I'm honest. Ben Brown, speaking to me after the game at Essex, said that he finds it hard work because it slows the game down. Just over 4 days, the whole game goes forward much slower. As Abbott comes in and just comes back a fraction at Libby as he works it out square on the leg side, fielded by Ali Orr. Interesting, I spoke to Simon the groundsman actually just before the start of play, and we were talking about it, and he said he thinks actually that second team cricket should be, or lower level cricket should be Kookaburra balls, because that's when you learn, that's when you're young.
Yeah.
And then by the time you sort of move up, then you know you're either going to be an England bowler or you're not, or whatever. But asking 28-year-olds or 29, 30-year-olds to suddenly use Kookaburras as forward is Libby. I don't know. What do you think to all that?
Well, I think for me it's why you'd only do it for a 2-3 week period, because you can't learn a great deal in 2-3 weeks in the across your the bigger picture of your career, picking up those skills. I'm sure James Anderson, who didn't play county championship cricket with the Kookaburra ball, was still an effective bowler.
Yeah.
Predominantly only really using it in test matches. So I think if you can bowl, you can bowl. I think
definitely. As Abbott comes in, and it's a slightly fuller, but it's worked up to mid-off by Libby off the front foot, and at the end of that over, Worcestershire 11 for 1.
I mean, I suppose the easy way around it is just to make everybody around the world in terms of test cricket use the Kookaburra ball. Then I suppose it's even across the board, isn't it? Because I think you're going to get enough if you play the international calendar. You're going to get enough exposure playing with it. But to only do it for my worry is to only do it for 2-3 weeks. I can't see what you can really achieve in that time. I mean, it's great for batters. I was making a joke off here. I retired at the wrong time.
You did. You were the wrong era.
Yeah, wrong era, mate. I keep saying it all the time. That's Curry's into bowl start of a new spell. Behave, J-Mo. And Ali's nicely behind it.
They would have never got you out.
Oh, no.
What was that stand you put on here with Neil Mackenzie, wasn't it?
Could you actually imagine if we were using a Kookaburra ball on that? I mean, just to put some context to this, ladies and gents, that was a Duke's ball that didn't pass. I think it passed the edge probably 4 times across 4 days. So you imagine what the Kookaburra would do. We would have got about 800. It's Curry into bowl again and down the leg side. Well taken by Ben Brown.
What did you guys put on that day? Was it as a stand?
523. came in at 20 for 2. So we came in. I came in. I was batting at 3. I think in those days. I think I come back from a long illness, and I came in at I think 20. So we got together at 23 for 2. I think it was, and we sort of filled our boots for the next 2 and a bit days. And then Jimmy decided to declare on me on 300. Thanks, Jim. Curry into bowl again. Ali nicely on the back foot.
That was, I remember the game because I didn't actually do that game. I was away for a very rare time that I was away during a Hampshire game. And I remember looking at the scorecard and in the nicest possible way, I thought, thank God I didn't commentate on that game.
You'd been asleep under the table.
I mean, not because obviously, what you did was brilliant, of course it was, but, to see us stand that long and you two bat that long, it is. But I mean, great, obviously great.
So it was great fun.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. So Curry's in again, just short of a length. Nicely punched into the back foot.
I'll just quickly do this email because I'm off at the end of this over. Michael's staying on. This is from Pete Fincham, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Greetings once again from the middle of the Mediterranean. Back tomorrow, regrettably. Oh dear. But whilst I've got some time on my hands, he says, that Fuller wicket, 20 balls into the first innings, was the first in the country after 13 minutes across 9 fixtures. Okay. All playing Kookaburras, of course.
Fuller, just... sorry, beg pardon. Curry.
Sorry, you're so engrossed in the email.
I am so engrossed, yeah.
Derbyshire picked up 3 balls and 2 minutes later. This is fascinating stats. Given the dismal final day tedium of the Essex feature last week and far too many draws across the leagues, have you any thoughts on whether this whole Kookaburra experiment will last? Well, we've just been talking about it, so hopefully you've still been listening and caught up on all that, Pete.
Yep. So Curry wheels away again into bowl to Ali, and again short of a length. Seems to like that sort of zone, doesn't he, Ali? Very strong off the back foot, very strong bottom hand grip. Nicely fielded by Dawson. It's the end of the over, and the score is 11 for 1. So Hampshire doing a great job so far, and sort of just keeping the Worcester batters contained.
So Michael Carberry is going to stay on, and next to him, from BBC Radio Sun, Amelia Clark.
Yes. Good start from Hampshire so far. I say the key is really just utilising this Kookaburra ball. It doesn't tend to do very much for very long, so if you can keep the batters contained, it will set you well through the day as Amelia joins us. Welcome.
Hello, thank
Morning.
you.
Morning.
It's been a good start so far. Still cloudy here at the Utilita Bowl. Kevin James promising us some sunshine later. I'm sceptical, but we'll see.
Well, you come dressed for the occasion.
I had a hoodie in my bag, and it had to go on. I was so cold this morning. I was like, no, I'm too chilly.
Apparently, we're expecting temperatures in the 30s.
Goodness me.
Yeah, so
It's going to be warm.
Scorchio.
Yeah, well, it's a bit sort of humid now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abbott, there's a bit of a delay at the moment, getting the short leg in. So obviously, this could be a ploy from Abbott just to try and keep Jake Libby, the batter, hemmed in that crease, keep those feet in the crease while he tries to wheel away on off stump, get the odd ball to sort of shake back. He begins his run into the crease. Oh, almost worked, didn't it?
Yeah.
Little inside edge down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the positivity in the Hampshire field today. It feels like they've come out with real intent, which is nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's not been, probably by their own standards, it's not been their best season. They're obviously missing a few pieces to the key to their puzzle in terms of the bowl in front, which. As Abbott begins his run in again to Cassie Valley, drives nicely up to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it's obviously been a difficult season. It's not often in the last couple of years you've seen Hampshire sort of languishing sort of at the bottom half of the table. But I guess for them it's just trying to put that complete performance together, isn't it? It's trying to start well with the ball. You know, they've got sort of some young players floating in and out of the team at the moment, which I suppose can be a bit disconcerting at times. Few injuries knocking around as Abbott begins his running again. Kashif Ali goes forward, and that's a lovely shot. Lovely punch up the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. Don't stop those here at the Utilita Bowl.
No, not at all. It's one of the fastest outer fields, but it's very nice. It sort of, you know, really found a gap and went for it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've liked how he's played so far, Kashif Ali. He's you know, generally just sat on that bad ball, as he's been patient. You know, he's got in some solid positions. Sounds like a good bat he's using as well. Rocket,
it does,
really.
yeah.
It wasn't more than a little punch. Yeah, and I think, yeah, just get back to Hampshire. I think I think like most teams this year, it's just finding runs, isn't it? Just finding enough runs. I mean, you know, you're always relying on that lower to middle order to get your runs. You know, not much coming from the top. You know, it can be a tough season as Abbott comes in again to Ali and strikes him on the pad. A bit of an appeal, but I think that's comfortably going over the top.
That was mainly from the slips.
Of course. They're awake. Nice to see. And yeah, just finding, you know, some runs from the top order, you know, likes of Orr and Middleton's. You know, I think these young players, you know, you want them to sort of start to really sort of put their mark on the game if you have that breakthrough season, which will help the likes of Liam Dawson. You can't count on him every game. I think that's the key, really. So Abbott comes in again, a busting run up into Ali. Again, short of length. God, that sounds a good bat, doesn't it?
It does. It sounds lovely.
Yeah. He just hasn't missed the middle of the bat since he's been in, really. That one again, shot to extra cover. And that can be a tough place to field as well with those footholds, isn't it? You only need one to sort of doink over the top of the wrist.
Change ever so slightly. Oh, God.
I used to hate extra cover as well. Oh, it's just, yeah, anywhere else but extra cover. So Abbott wheels away again into Ali bowls. Again, lovely positions in it. So still, so balanced.
Calm, I think, as well, is the overriding sort of feeling I'm getting from him, is that he doesn't seem fazed by anything. Abbott's trying all kinds of different sort of tactics and elements, and, you know, changing the direction slightly, and he just seems to taking it all in his stride. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, this is the key to, you know, batting in the top order in this country, isn't it? I mean, you have to have that bigger picture view that, you know, it will get easier the longer you're there. You might have to grind it out for maybe that first hour, even 2 hours. I always felt, you know, if I could somehow scrape and fight my way through to lunch, you know, that it'll get easier if you're just patient at times, and then by 4 o'clock you're licking your lips here. You know, how many do you want after that?
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, you've got to do the heavy lifting that first session or two.
So we've got Scott Curry coming in from the hotel end. He's going to have right arm over. Bowls, and this is played well. Oh, good. Yeah, well fielded there. And they run through for 1. Libby just adds to his total, just 5 off 20 deliveries. Kashif is 12 off 23. Doing well.
I suppose from a Worcester point of view, is, you know, these are the games, you know, it's always been tough batting at home for them this season. You know, these are the sort of pitches now you come to, you know, a test ground, international ground, you want to try and cash in.
Absolutely.
Kookaburra ball.
Curry in again. Good stretch, Libby, that's gone straight past covers, and that will run away for 4. Yep, and has done now. Yeah, that just split the fielder's head, didn't it?
That was a gorgeous shot off the back foot, wasn't it? Again, that strong bottom, a bit of unusual grip, sort of very, very sort of underhand grip, but, you know, he clearly works.
Working.
Defensive. That was beautiful. I mean, that's a tough shot to play. You know, back foot through extra cover on the up. I think just, you know, something the Hampshire bowlers, I think, have got to look at in terms of the length. I was just talking to you know, Kevin about that. You know, as a bowler, you know, with this Kookaburra ball now, does that sort of change your outlook on, you know, the lengths you can get away with the Dukes versus the Dukes ball?
Curry in once more. Shorter length delivery, but is played defensively. Cover will pick up.
Because there is case in point as a, you know, Hampshire bowler, really, you know, bowling that pretty length, what we used to call, you know, it looks nice. It, you know, Curry's a tall sort of hit the deck bowler. Probably his natural length is always that little bit more shorter of a length. But, you know, sometimes in these situations where you've got to utilise that new ball, you know, it can be a little bit of a pretty length. You know, batters are kind of happy to sit on the crease.
Curry once more in, past the umpire and bowls, right arm. Better length, and this is clipped down to third man. They'll go through for one. Yeah, that was a little bit better of a length.
Yeah, I think it's a case in point to be a little bit braver in your lengths. You know, try and go that little bit fuller, entice the drive. You know, accept that you're going to get driven a little bit, particularly if you're not great pace. You know, Curry's not great. You know, he's not an out-and-out pace bowler. You know, he's probably top end of medium pace at best. So you've got to. I think you just got to bring those stumps into play a little bit more. That front pad, outside edge. You know, if you allow batsmen to sit back on this pitch, it can be quite a tough place as a bowler.
Worcestershire 24 for 1 as Curry comes in again. This time played out square of the wicket, and that's gone for 4, all the way out. Yeah, that was a great shot again.
Yeah, just getting the line wrong. I think the length was pretty good. You know, he made the adjustment there, but you bowl middle and leg stump to anybody at this level, you're going to get taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have taken 2 slips out of the cordon. There's only 2 now.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that really. I mean, I think that's a little bit on the defensive too early. I think you just accept that was a poor delivery. I think you still got to give your bowlers a chance.
Curry wants more, a bit more of a bouncer. This is just pushed square of the wicket. And they'll go through for 1. Yeah, I agree. It was kind of like with the 4 in the cordon, it was an aggressive tactic. It was, you make a mistake, we're going to be here, we're going to get you. Absolutely. And now it's, okay, well, we need, you've been playing too well, we need to put some more in the field.
Yeah.
It feels.
Yeah, it's more what it signifies. I wouldn't mind if they took out the slip, the gully even, and say put him on the drive, extra cover. You know, I still feel there's that aggressive intent. We're still trying to get you out.
Curry once more. But a delivery, and this is defended. And there will be no run. 29 for 1 Worcestershire.
Yeah, good finish there.
Yes, we'll see what they decide to do now, as Libby is going to be on strike for this next over. See if they'll put any more slips back in the cordon.
I'd imagine so, probably with Abbott. He's obviously, you know, he's probably the only one of the bowlers so far that's, you know, sort of really locked in on that line of length without, you know, getting a wicket. But I think that's going to be the key really, is just being cleverer with your fields, and you know, you still got to think about how you're going to get people out versus just happy to sit back and wait for batsmen to almost make the mistake. I think that's probably not a place Hampshire certainly can afford to be, especially you know, being at 7th. I think they've got to start getting on the front foot, have that plan of how they're going to try and win games, I guess.
Absolutely.
That was Abbott into bowl. Nice again. Nice shot from Libby on the front foot. I think that's the sort of length we're talking about, isn't it? You know, just encouraging the batsman to play off the front foot. Say Abbott's of lesser pace than probably Curry these days. You know, he's getting into that twilight of his career. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying, but still a fine bowler.
He's got that accuracy, hasn't he, that you were just talking about, that he can pinpoint exactly where he wants it, and that's his big skill.
Absolutely. As he runs in again to Libby, tries a short ball and just helped around the corner for 1. Fine leg. Yeah, I mean, he's always been, played a lot with Kyle over the years, and you know, even in training, he's one of those, if the net wickets were a little bit sporty, he was the last bowler you really wanted to get in there, because he wouldn't give you very much. You just sort of nibble it around him, sort of himself and Dimitri Mascarenas, so, you know, similar kind of bowlers.
Yeah.
They always hitting you on the front knee or something like that. But,
it's a long day when they come in.
as Abbott comes in again to Kasif Ali, bowls a short ball, and that's well put away. Front of square this time. You can say we talked about the ease of the easy pace of the pitch, and this Kookaburra ball not doing very much, but that was well put away. Yeah,
diving Ali Orr just couldn't really do a lot there. He tried, but yeah, that was going way too fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was good height for the short ball, wasn't it? But it was almost like Ali knew it was coming. He was setting himself again with that looks a strong play off the back foot generally. You know, pulls cuts very well, back foot punches very well. I think, yeah, it's just got to be I suppose from a Hampshire bowler's point of view, just got to be, just got to revisit this plan a little bit and just try and sit in a little bit. I think they're just getting a little bit impatient as Abbott runs in again. and tries another short ball, and this is top edged, and it's gone for
And
another
gone.
boundary.
It seemed to hang in the air for so long.
There was a cry of catch it from
Yeah.
the slips, but it was way too wide for. Sure, it was down there. It was Dom Kelly was posted down there at fine leg, and he couldn't get there. But again, it was a good line, wasn't it? It was a good attempt from Abbott. He got the height probably a little bit better, a little bit harder, just above the shoulder height. A little bit tougher to control there, but Ali got away with it. What's he going to try now? Is he going to try the third one in a row? As he runs in again. Abbott into the crease, past the umpire, into Bolt.
Yes, he is.
Well fielded. Right, Ali Orr.
Yeah.
I fear if he didn't get a hand on that, that would have been the third boundary in a row. It's an interesting ploy from Abbott, isn't it? Suddenly decides to go to the short ball. It's not a ploy that you would feel synonymous with a guy Abbott. And, you know, for someone who was just dialed in, as we said, dialed in for 2 and over. It's very strange.
He's obviously seen something that he's trying to expose, but we haven't seen it yet, as there's been a few 2 boundaries in this over.
Abbott's in again, another short ball.
Yeah.
And tapping that one on the head again for 1. Or the fielder throwing it back in. And that's the end of the over. That's 41 for 1 off 11.
And I think we're going to have a change in the commentary team.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Michael. So Worcestershire are 41 for 1. Kasif is on 28. And Libby's on 11. And I'm joined by Bradders. Hello.
Hello. How are we all?
Good. How are you?
I'm absolutely wonderful on a day like this.
Good.
20's plenty for me. Once that temperature gets
Yes.
above 20, it's not good for us big lads. Not good at all. I think Worcestershire have been quite positive considering they lost that early wicket. And, Jake Libby's played a couple of hook shots that I'm not sure he would normally have played those. And Kashif, well, he normally goes about it with a positive attitude anyway, but he's played a couple of nice shots. He had a couple of loose deliveries to play them too. But,
Curry in once more. Right arm over the wicket and bowls. Good length this time. Just clip down leg side, and that's going to run away for 4. And it has done. Well, that was a quick start off the mark for Kasif.
it's just straight onto nice length, but he's just straight onto leg stump, and then Kashif, he likes that shot through there, as you can see, and he can play it. So yeah, he's gone very rapidly to 32. He's going to run a ball at the minute.
He is indeed.
As I say, maybe Worcestershire, because they've struggled with the bat, have come out in the back of their minds. Let's be positive.
Curry once more in and bowls. Wider delivery, and that's going to be punished through the offside, square of the wicket, and that has gone for 4. Yeah, that was too wide from Curry there. Just outside of off.
He's not got that pressure. The pressure's gone off. Abbott and Fuller got the pressure on, but he's now bowled 14 balls to 21 runs. So it's just not kept that. They've lost the slip because he's had to go out sweeping on the boundary, and it's I think he might get a pat on the back at the end of this over. So go and have a rest.
As in he comes again, still right on over the wicket. Kasif waits, and this time played behind, but good stop there.
Yeah,
No run.
it's good to watch Kashif. I like watching him. As I say, he's always pretty positive. Plays shots all around the wicket, really. He's like the rest of the Worcestershire batting. He's not had a great season, but put the curse of death on him. He's looking pretty good today.
And that's stopped by Curry. He's done his own fielding. Worcestershire still on 49 for 1.
I'm looking at the wrong set of statistics here. What's he done? He's averaging 20.85, which he's got a couple of 50s, but that's, like I say, nobody in the Worcestershire batting line has had a great season. So.
And that one's played very nicely down through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4. And
just about.
Just trickles over the boundary. I think that's Liam Dawson gone chasing after, but to no avail. Yeah, as you say, there's just no pressure. Kasif seems to have all the time in the world.
Yeah. It's see the other slips come out now, so just strengthening the offside field, and really still in the first hour of the game, you shouldn't be down to one slip. So
There has been the 50 partnership come up for these two, so they've done that very quickly.
they have, yeah. Good spot.
Curry stands at the top of his mark. Slight field adjustment as he comes in and bowls. And this time again punished through the covers. He's got 4 on that offside, and yeah, he still managed to find the gap, did Kasif. Moves on to 44. 57 for 1 at Worcestershire. They've, after an early wicket, they've got off to a good start.
Yeah. Well, Curry's bowled 3 overs for 29, and we're talking 4-day cricket here, so I think his skipper will be patting him on the back. And
Yeah.
Can have a wander down there and have a think about it.
Yeah.
And who are we bowling here? Oh, it's still, yeah, sorry. James Fuller on from the pavilion end. See, there's a junior tournament taking place over on the nursery away to our left. Children's quick cricket. As my friend keeps telling me, kids are little goats. Children's, juniors. Quick cricket going on over there. Good to see.
Indeed.
Great to see you. So many youngsters playing cricket. Wonderful.
There's also normally some kids on sort of the right and left areas where the scoreboards are.
Yeah.
Some
Playing their own little games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuller pavilion end bowls to Libby, who's on 11, and Libby will go to 12, just turning the ball. He might go to 13. He will pick up 2, just easing the ball backward a square on the leg side. Dom Kelly has a run round to pick that one. Worcestershire are 59 for 1. I'm just checking here. Libby does indeed go to 13. I don't know why. I naturally look to the right to the scoreboard, which is partly obscured. So why don't I look to the left? It's
Well, you could look at the screen here.
I could, yeah, yeah. That'd be far too easy. Well, that's not a challenge, though, is it? You know. Fuller to Libby, who gets wrapped on the.
No, I think it skimmed
She's
through.
skimmed through.
And
yeah,
they were just talking about maybe
I
an
lost
edge.
that altogether.
Yeah, but I think that was only really in the slips that were excited.
Let's get a look at the replay. I'll be 100% honest and say I'm quite sure where that one went.
Yeah.
But Fuller is in bowls, and
it was close.
it just goes past the outside edge of the bat into the wicket-keeper's glove. So well bowled, bit of movement.
Yeah,
Libby
that was close.
waits again, and this time forward defensively plays the ball to just in front of square.
Yeah, it
on
was
the
nice
leg
to
side.
see Fuller on that previous delivery, just starting to get the stumps in play, actually. You know, really actually just giving Libby something to think about. Unlike Curry, who just wasn't putting the pressure on. I think both the batsmen will have now just dialed in just another degree.
Yeah. So we got 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket. Let's see, about 10, 12, maybe 15 paces away from the batsman. They're the close grabbers. Fuller bowls, Libby drives, and it's half stopped at backward point, and they'll will come through for a single.
Does look like Fletcher Middleton's on the floor. He looks a little in pain. He's getting up though.
I think he got it on the end of the finger.
I think he did. He's clutching his hand now.
Yeah. He'll be alright. Just rub it. He'll be alright.
Or you can see it stinging now.
Yeah,
He's trying to walk it off.
Just hope the ball don't come in your direction
Yeah.
for a couple of minutes. Jake Libby picked up a single off that one, so Worcestershire go to 60 for 1. Libby goes to 14. Kashi Valley on a rapid 44. And this time he's caught in front, he's gone. Fingers up. Just sort of stumbled across his stumps there. I see a replay, I'm not quite sure. I think he just got very tangled up in himself, if that makes sense. Let's just watch the replay of this. And yeah, foolish length, came forward, did a little bit, but it'd be very disappointed. Well, you're always disappointed when you're out, aren't you? Kashif LBW to Fuller, who picks up his second wicket of the game. They do whip it off the board rather quickly here. 44, I think he got.
He did, yes. 44 off 38. Worcestershire now are 60 for 2. And that would be the one that they were, Hampshire, delighted to get. As you said, Kashif seemed to be moving at quite a clip in his scoring rate. So
yeah, I think partly was that because he
had been allowed to almost.
Curried and bowled well to him, had he? A nice round of applause here for Adam Hose, formerly of this parish, Isle of Wight lad. Obviously formerly of Warwickshire as well. Moved down to Worcestershire 2 years ago, so yeah, nice to see they recognise the locals.
Do you know, this game was the one I was slightly worried about because I really struggle to say Worcestershire.
Do you?
And I don't know why I get tongue-tied whenever I say it. I always want to say Worcester because I'm dyslexic, so I read it Worcester. So whenever I say Worcestershire, it's always a bit like just stop for a minute. I'm like,
yeah.
But it's actually quite good because I'm having to say it loads and loads and loads. It's reaffirming the correct pronunciation in my head.
The Americans struggle with it.
Yes.
I remember being in Boston and somebody said,
Worcester.
"Do you have any Worcestershire sauce?" Excuse me, Worcestershire sauce, if you don't know. Worcestershire. One ball left. The Fuller's over. Worcestershire are 60 for 2. Fuller has 2 for 11. This the last ball of his 4th over. Adam Hose takes guard, goes for a bit of a walk round. Exactly the same field, and Fuller's first ball sees Hose come forward very solidly, puts out to Dawson it off. That is the end of the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire are 60 for 2, and we're coming up towards the end of the first hour. This is interesting. Liam Dawson is going to bowl in the first hour.
Yeah, they've obviously decided to have a little change. Dawson's going to bowl from the hotel end. Had 13 overs so far today. 2 wickets have already fallen at the hands of Fuller.
Generally does well against Worcestershire. Generally does well against most teams, I think, Liam Dawson. But yeah. The groundsman won't be happy with him though, because he's just measured his run up, which is about 4 paces, and scuffed his foot across the ground rather than the bowler's marker, which is several yards away. So the groundsman will be muttering at him. They don't like that, the groundsman.
No, I can imagine. If I was a groundsman, that would annoy me. You spend all that time and then someone just comes and scuffs it. It's like mowing a perfect lawn and then someone just digging up a little hole.
My groundsmen are funny people anyway. They don't like you playing on their pitches all the time.
Dawson in, left arm around the wicket, and this is just tapped down to short mid wicket. They'll go through for 1, 61 for 2.
Yeah, they also get with batsmen taking guard these days. You should just take guard and tap it down. Now there's a great big scar down the pitch.
Yeah.
Dig a hole, and wicket keepers even taking a mark as well. Which, that really.
I can imagine.
That really winds them up.
The only people they like, I imagine, are the umpires.
Yeah.
Dawson in once more. Oh, and that was clever. It was just sort of clipped up to Fletcher Middleton at short leg, and he threw that straight back at Ben Brown just in case there was a run out. Dawson wastes no time. He's already at the top of his mark. He's ready to come in. He's waiting for Hose. Bowls, good length delivery, and this is played all the way down to mid-on. Third ball of the over. So far only 1 off of this is Dawson. Already at the top of his mark, behind the umpire, and he comes in. Left arm over the wicket. And that's again tapped up to Fletcher Middleton. Ball already going back to Dawson.
We'll get through
Dorsey, we do. Yep. Wastes no time, likes to keep the pressure on, give the batsman less time to think about it. Round the wicket comes Dawson again. Half shout from Ben Brown for LBW, but no interest there. Got one more ball left of this over. And Dawson stands at the top of his mark, waiting for Hose. Libby starts wandering up the ground. And he's in and bowls, and this is well defended. That's the end of the over, 61 for 2, and I think there's going to be a change in the commentary team. I believe you will be... I think Simon might be coming on.
I think that's the cunning plan. Live cricket coming to you from the Utilita Bowl here in... well, we're not in Southampton, we're in Hedge End, on the outskirts of Southampton. Brought to you, of course, by the BBC, and also on the live stream for those of you who are watching. Trust you're enjoying the coverage. If you're not, don't contact us. Fullerton continues, taking the 2 wickets to fall so far this morning. Right arm over, pavilion end. Bowling to the right-handed Libby, who's forward defensively, pushes away on the offside. Fletcher Middleton at backward point, apparently recovered from that knock on the hand that he got earlier. Simon Hughes, how are you?
Morning.
You all right?
Afternoon, isn't
It's
it?
just about, mate, just about.
Yeah.
An interesting first hour.
It was. Yeah. It's lively.
Yeah.
Like England, isn't it? Wickets, runs. Lots of runs. Surprising the amount, really. Some clean hitting, clean stroke play by Kashivali.
Fuller to Libby, who is beaten by this one. Nice little fade away through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Oh, well this morning, James Fuller.
Yeah. I always thought he had something about him, actually, and probably getting the new ball is a nice fillip, isn't it?
Yeah.
He hasn't always had the chance of bowling with the new ball, and sometimes plays that role as the battering ram in the middle of the innings. But I think when he goes back to his sort of conventional style, he's good.
Extra slip brought in there. Tom Prest going in at third slip. Fuller bowls, and Libby gets this one away down towards third man. It's going to roll away. There's no chance of cutting that off. The outfield is fairly quick, and the boundary is fairly short down there. So just a little jab, really, from Jake Libby.
I just hope that the pitch, keeps this sort of bounce and life, because sometimes these pitches get very flat. I noticed they've left a bit of grass on it, so hopefully that life that is there at the moment will carry on, because it will make much more interesting cricket.
It looks a little bit two-toned, doesn't it?
It does,
So
yeah.
one
The
side
middle
looks a
bit is
yeah.
quite dry looking, and then there's green bits, green stripes down the sides, yeah.
Here's Fuller. Next ball to Libby, who lets this one go by outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown. You were in Worcester for the Cricket Society last winter.
Yes, my great friend is Tim Curtis,
Yeah.
of course, who played for Worcester for a long time. And he invited me, him and Frank Watson, who I was at uni with. So
You've aged better, I've got to say.
oh, that's a bit mean. Frank, lovely man, of course, and it was a nice evening. I mean, it's good support down there.
Yeah, yeah.
I also did Joe Leach's benefit dinner at Lord's.
Oh,
actually.
that's right. Yeah. Here's Fuller's next ball, and this time played defensively out on the offside by Jake Libby. They're very special, those events.
They
at
are,
Lord's,
yeah.
aren't
And I mean, they're specially designed for a player like Joe, aren't they? Because he's given so much to Worcester. Probably they still miss him, do they? It looks as if they may.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably
Yeah,
could do his wickets and
I
his
think it's-
nous and so on.
The bowling's not been too bad. It's the batting that's let Worcestershire
Yes,
down
yeah,
this season.
yeah.
But
But you used to get decent runs.
oh yeah,
Handy runs down the order as well,
well,
didn't
began as a batsman and then
he? Yeah.
developed as a bowler. Here's Fuller to complete his fifth over, and this time Libby lets the ball go by through into the gloves of wicketkeeper Brown. At the end of the over, Worcestershire 65 for 2. Batsman out. Nichols caught Brown, bowled Fuller without scoring when the take was on 3, and then Kashif Ali just gone. LBW to Fuller for 44. Libby has 19. Hose yet to get off the mark. Yeah, I think the first one I went to at Lord's was because they do lunches as well. Was a dinner in the evening, and they turn the lights off, and it's just the candles reflecting off
lovely.
the mirrors. It's
Yeah.
just.
I mean, they
special.
light up Lords as well for events in the evenings. They put the sort of purple lights on the media centre, and the scoreboard has the big screen has whoever benefit match it is or event it is. So they do it really nicely, actually. This is me now. Isn't it? Yes. So it's Dawson bowling, familiar sight. Liam Dawson bowling from the Hilton Hotel End. He bowls, and it's actually nicely played there, cut away by Hose to find a space on the offside. Actually, it's like half misfield there by, it was Ali Orr fumbled that, and they get through to a couple of runs.
Could we read too much into Dawson bowling at the end of the first hour?
Well, I think it's partly because Scott Curry went for quite a few runs, so they thought, well, get Dawson in early, sort of wrest back control potentially, I suppose. Bowls again. I don't think it's going to turn too much, but if you look at the footholds, at the far end, there's already marks where Fuller and Kyle Abbott have been bowling, and that suggests that it might not crumble, but they might break up a bit. There's a bit of sort of debris to aim at. Dawson bowls again and played off the back foot by Hose, even though that was quite short. He steered it into the offside. I mean, Dawson's so good he's got a dual role, really, hasn't he? Being able to bring control back if necessary and also take wickets.
Yeah.
Very accurate. Bowls again, and Hose defence. I mean, I think he should be playing for England.
Oh, he
personally.
should have played a lot more international
I mean, I
cricket.
know they'll say his low delivery arm is the main reason he doesn't get bounce. But if you've got the sort of control and the dual role that he can play, and he can bat as well, of course, driven into the offside this time, fielded extra cover. He's such a kind of all-round cricketer in so many ways. Well, they seem to know what they're doing, England, but I think he's been unlucky. He bowls again, and Hose defends into the offside. I mean, I think it's there's probably a little bit there of his reaction to not being selected, or being asked if he was available, and kind of opting for the franchise dollar. I think that's slightly held against him, maybe, in the higher echelons.
Yeah.
67 for 2 is the Worcester score.
But if you go on statistics and on figures, he should be playing.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the day, when funnily enough, he was one of the people who said this, the days of finger spinners who only bat at number 11 or number 10 are numbered. Finger spinners have to be able to bat because they're a luxury.
Yeah.
In first class cricket.
Fuller is the bowler, Libby is the batsman, pushed away on the offside. No run.
I mean, Nathan Lyon, I suppose, is probably an exception to that. Even Maharaj from South Africa, they don't produce too many runs, but they are high-class bowlers. But if you're not absolutely top-notch as the bowler, you've got to be able to bat.
Yeah.
And I like Jack Carson from Sussex, off spinner. James Coles, actually, but left arm spinner. But they both score runs.
3 slips are crouching as Fuller comes in and bowls, and Libby this time lets the ball go by inside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown. We were talking about this the other day, and probably when you played, wicket keepers didn't have to bat as much as they did now. There were wicket keepers who batted at 9.
Bob Taylor, someone like that.
Yeah.
From Derbyshire. Yeah. There were plenty around, actually. I mean, Lancashire had a keeper who I can't remember his name now. Actually,
Warren Hegg.
Well, Warren Hegg was a good. Warren Hegg could bat.
bat.
I mean, he was a decent player. But before him, there was Neil Smith from Essex. I think was one who batted at 11, and there were quite a few others.
Libby waits, Fuller bowls, and driven into the offside, but straight to Nick Gubbins, who is in that extra cover position. 67 for 2, Worcestershire.
Bob Stevenson, is
Bob
that
Stevenson,
JMO?
Yes.
Is that he was a Hampshire player, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bob Stevenson. He was a keeper.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really bat. He was obviously, we're talking 1970s now, 50 years ago, but there were plenty then who batted 10 or 11.
He was also one of the football cricketers that there were at the time. He was very good, very useful footballer. None of those around now because of the length of both seasons, I suppose. Fuller to Libby, and Libby gets a ball leg stump, pushes it out to mid-on. Again, no run. Good tight over from Fuller, who was taken 2 for 15. He's in his 6th over.
I mean, actually, it's interesting, going back to the wicketkeeper subject, it's interesting that, 50 years ago, quite a lot of keepers didn't bat. Well, now you're getting, it's more the other way around. It's batters keeping wickets.
Yeah.
And a lot of very good batters who are keepers as well. I mean, I did an interview with John Simpson the other day from Sussex, who's second leading run scorer in the country, keeper batsman.
Fuller's last ball pulled away, too short, and Libby onto it quickly, pulls it away through mid-wicket for 4. And Worcestershire go on to 67 for 2, 71 for 2. Sorry, I beat the board. Libby goes to 23. Well, I mean, Surrey, they got 3. Rory Burns kept at New Road last week.
I mean, Pope keeps wicket, doesn't he? Ollie Pope is a wicket keeper. What was kept for England?
Yeah, and are good. That sort of stopgap keepers. They're proper job.
That's right. Can't bowl short here, can you, today? It's in that last ball pulled away with ease by Jake Libby. I mean, sat up, unless you really mean it. Kyle Abbott bowled a couple of quite good bouncers, but if you just drop it a bit short, it gets the treatment.
Last ball of the over, Libby raises the bat, lets it go through to wicketkeeper Brown. 4 runs off the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 71 for 2, Nichols out without scoring, and Kashif Ali out for 44.
Funnily enough, I was trying to find out from John Simpson, and I've talked to other keepers as well, why is it that keepers are such good batters now? And one of the theories, of course, is that not only are they very good hand-eye coordination and all that, but also it's the concentration involved in keeping is similar to batting. You take the ball, throw it around the field, take a few seconds to sort of relax, kind of switch off if you like. Then as the bowler runs in, you're switching on again, and that's very much like batting, and you have to concentrate all day as a keeper. Whereas a bowler, you don't, obviously. You concentrate when you're bowling, and then you disappear into the field and drift off sometimes. So it is a different sort of mentality being a batter or a keeper compared to being a bowler. So you can see how keeping and batting do go together.
Yeah. Is it tougher though? Well, looks if Tom Kelly's on here.
Yeah.
Is it tougher being a captain? Ben Brown is today. Rory Burns was last.
I think it
captain
must
and
be
wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I think one of the reasons why, and I think this is Dom Kelly's first bowl for Hampshire, isn't it? He's only played one previous first-class game from my records, anyway. So this could be his. I think this is his first championship delivery, and he defends. In fact, they think about a quick single, but Hose, in the end, the batter decided against it. So he was right on the spot. First ball. That's his first ball in championship cricket. 19 years old. Dominic Kelly. And that was a good delivery, actually. He's played for England under 19s. But it looked good. It skidded onto the bat.
Yeah.
He's not that tall. He's quite slim for a fast bowler, but obviously young. He'll fill out. That's down the leg side. Good pace, though. Taken by Brown. Going down the leg side, decent length, but the line wasn't quite right. So I don't know. I mean, anyway, we were talking about kind of keepers and batters, weren't we? And the kind of concentration involved. And so that sort of mentality is something that I suppose fits both roles really. So it's Kelly who sort of has a meticulous start to his run-up. Then jogs in, then gets some momentum going. A little inside edge that time. Gets a single down to fine leg for Adam Hose is on to 3.
Nice smooth.
Yeah,
delivery.
nice movement into the crease actually. Yeah, good full length. First 3 deliveries. Traditionally, when you're first starting out as a county player, you march back to your mark quite smartly. I know what we were talking about. Keepers also being captain. The problem they have is now. So you might want to talk to the bowler if you're the keeper and captain, but he's 50 yards away.
Yeah.
So Carl Abbott came and had a word with him, in fact, from mid-on. Kelly bowls again. That's hit a batter on the pad, and they go through for a leg by. Jake Libby trying to work that away on the leg side, just hit on the pad. So I think it was one of the problems I think Jos Buttler had when he was captain of the England one-day side, is that, you know, say the last over of a T20 or a 50 over, and you want to talk to the bowler almost every ball, and he had to keep running about 50 yards to go and speak to whoever it was bowling the last over, and I think that is a problem.
Yeah.
But you know, he's got an able lieutenant, Ben Brown, in Carl Abbott there, who's just again having a quiet word to the young bowler, who bowls again. That's a half volley actually, and he was probably a little bit lucky to get away with that. There's a pad down to fine leg for another leg by. So the Worcestershire score 73 for 2. This is Dominic Kelly's first over in first class cricket, well, in county championship cricket anyway. He's got 2 slips and an extra cover, backward point, halfway back, 3/4 of the way back, couple on the leg side, saving a single. So here he comes again and bowls, and that's on the leg stump, clipped away to deep square leg for a single. So yeah, a decent over. Nothing too threatening about that so far, but something to work with anyway. 75 for 2 is the Worcester score.
And good news and bad news, dear listener.
Go
Bad
on.
news is Kevin James is coming in. The good news is I'm leaving.
So there we are. Dave Bradley on his way for a bit, but he'll be back shortly. 75 for 2. Jake Libby on 10 and Adam Hose on 3. The men out, Henry Nichols and Kashi Valley, who made a fairly rapid 40, Kev, didn't he? And
Looked good out
40
there,
odd.
didn't he?
Yeah. Product of the South Asian Cricket Academy, Saka. Somebody who perhaps wouldn't have got a chance to play county cricket but for the intervention of Saka. You want to do this over?
Or yours, this one.
Okay, right. Full of bowls, and it's tucked into the leg side. Quick single, not the, maybe the, well, I was going to say slightly risky single, but actually they made it comfortably in the end. The shy from backward point missed anyway, but I think they were home. 76 for 2. Libby 25, Hose on 3. Fuller, who started out opening the bowling at the Hilton Hotel End, has now switched to the members' end. Do you call it the members' end?
This end.
The far end.
Pavilion end.
Pavilion end, yeah. Pavilion end.
Pretty basic.
Yeah. So it's Fuller again who bowls. That's a bit short, but easily defended by Hose, pushed into the offside. Fuller hasn't opened the bowling that much for Hampshire, has he?
No. I think this is the first time actually this season, and
2 for.
yeah, he's bowled well. 20th and 21st wickets this season. He's 2 wickets this morning.
What's happened to Sonny Baker? Where's he?
Sonny Baker's coming back from injury.
Oh, he's had another
I
injury,
think
has
he had a little ankle problem,
Right.
but I'm told that he's not far away.
Okay.
He's very close.
And John Turner's not
John
featured
Turner's
in
got a back
first class?
injury.
Again?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they're a little worried about that.
Oh dear. Sorry to hear. Fuller bowls, driven firmly straight to the bowler. Bowler gets one hand out and parries it to mid-off.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a stop-start season, John Turner. Went out on loan to Lancashire,
Yes,
which you probably
yeah.
know, because he probably wasn't quite bowling at his best, and they say up there that he was improving game by game, and he came back to us and bowled okay, actually, but I think he still felt that something wasn't quite right. And yeah, it looks like he's got a bit of a back problem. So quite how bad or what it is, but I don't know. But backs are never very good, as you know.
I was lucky actually. I never had anything.
you not?
Never had any back injuries. Fuller bowls again and defended into the offside by by hose. No, I had knees and things like that, but no, never. Did you? Did you have back injuries?
Yeah, I had a back operation early 90s. Yeah.
Right. Did you? Okay.
Yeah, I was out for virtually the whole season. Yeah. Apparently, it was a bit of floating bone off my spine.
And from bowling?
Yeah. Well, I presume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? But yeah, I missed virtually the whole of 1990. I think it was.
Wow. Okay.
Played the first 2 games of the season, and that was my back. I could tell the back was a nightmare.
Where did it hurt? Base?
Right at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally couldn't get out of bed.
Nasty. That's nasty.
Horrible things like that.
And it's been okay ever since.
Oh gosh, yeah. Once they literally, they weren't sure what it was, and they literally did an operation in September in the end because they couldn't work out what the problem was. They were going to put a screw in and all that stuff, but they found this bit of floating bone.
Full of bowls again. Square cut to backward point, fielded by, that's Fletcher Middleton, a backward point straight to him. Would have been 4 otherwise. Short boundary actually to the offside, but straight to the man. 76 for 2.
Yeah, you're very lucky to have gone through a whole career.
Yeah. Well,
not
I mean,
had that.
but I suppose all bowlers get something, and I think all bowlers have a weak point of somewhere, and mine tended to be my knees rather than back or shoulders or anything. It's where I suppose where you get your pace from. You know, your legs actually generate a lot of your pace in some bowlers' cases. Here's Fuller, who's got a good body action actually, a sort of double whirl, and that's defended back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 76 for 2. So, Kev, I just want to say I'm sad today, very sad about the passing of Wayne Larkins, a man from our vintage. I mean, a bit older than us, but. We played, well, you played against him, I played with him, and I mean, I'm very sad because he was only 71 and passed away yesterday, and what a player he was, what an amazing player. He just made batting look so easy and so enjoyable, actually. I mean, I think he had the best timing of any batter I ever played, or certainly with anyway. I mean, he played those shots. He hit Malcolm Marshall back over extra cover, first ball of a game once, for 6.
Is that right?
Yeah. This is your over, by the way.
It is, right. Kelly comes in, it's turned away towards mid-wicket by Libby, and there's no run.
But Mark Nicholas tells a story, actually, about setting, it was the first ball of the second innings. Hampshire set Northants something like 250 to win in 40 overs or something like that, and I don't think the Hampshire players were all that happy about the declaration. And they were certainly a lot less happy when Wayne Larkins hit the first ball from Malcolm Marshall of the run chase over extra for 6. And they won. Actually, I think they won by 1 wicket, Hampshire, in the end.
Kelly's in. And that's a length ball, which Libby plays again to mid-wicket.
Sorry, the Northants won by 1 wicket in that run chase. But it epitomised that innings. I don't know how many he made that day, but it epitomised Wayne Larkins's amazing timing and sort of almost a bravado. I mean, the faster you bowled, the further he could hit it, and he would take you on from the first ball of a game.
He would.
And he was just, pure entertainment as a batter.
Kelly runs away from us and bowls. A little bit of bounce as Libby again is behind that one. He plays it out towards extra cover. He, because well, you were a teammate with him for a while.
I played for Durham with him.
Durham,
yeah. In fact, there's a nice picture on social media today of him and Beefy Botham walking out to bat for Durham's first ever game as the 18th county. It was a one-day game at the racecourse in Durham.
In comes Kelly again, off the back foot, stroked out to extra cover this time.
Packed out, racecourse ground in Durham City. Lancashire were the visitors, and it was a one-day game. Botham and Larkins opening the batting, a hell of a pair, and we won that game. So it was just a wonderful day, actually. But Larkins he encapsulated the joy of batting, I think.
100%. I remember the first time I came across him as Kelly comes in and bowls. Again, it's a good length ball. Watchfully played. Was actually one of my few games for Middlesex. I don't know if you played in it at Wantage Road, and he opened the batting.
Yeah.
And Middlesex batted first, and I remember he batted late on the first day. Can't remember who he opened with, doesn't really matter. And Wayne Daniel was bowling and what have you, and this was only a few overs before the end of the day, and he was still taking everybody on.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't like, oh, I'll make sure I'm there till the morning, you know, that sort of thing. He just played every shot in the book. First 2 or 3 overs, so it's pushed out to extra cover. End of the over. So maiden for young Dom Kelly, and he gets a warm round of applause from this appreciative crowd. And he's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2, and the score is 76 for 2. I remember thinking, wow, you know, this guy plays, you know, proper shots, but quite carefree, wasn't he? He didn't really care about, you know, getting his head down and things like that, did he? I just looked, he played 13 tests and 25 one-day internationals.
And he hit the winning runs in England's first defeat of the West Indies in the 1990 series in the West Indies. The first time England had won in the Caribbean for about 15 years. He hit the winning runs. And I mean, he should have played more Test cricket. He wasn't, I have to say, the most disciplined person, which is what made him fun. Actually, he wasn't a sort of great practicer, and you know, he wasn't someone who would meticulously hit hundreds of balls before taking the field or anything. He was very carefree, as you said, a sort of carefree character who turned up and just loved cricket and always chuckled at jokes, and he was a great man to have in the dressing room. Carl Abbott has returned at the far end against instead of James Fuller, bowls and it's defended into the offside, and he just had this sort of joie de vivre as a cricketer that was immensely rewarding to be with and be part of, actually.
Didn't he? He got back into the England side quite late in his career, didn't he?
He did.
And I remember he was in the Caribbean, and I think we had a pre-season tour of Barbados, Hampshire, and we went to a day or two of the Test match, and he was batting.
Yeah.
And and he looked great then.
Abbott bowls defended by Hose into the mid-on area.
He seemed to like quick bowlers, didn't he?
He loved quick bowlers. I mean, he, you know, the faster you bowled it, the further he hit it, and he just hit it with a beautiful flow of the bat. He wasn't a sort of bludgeoner of the ball. You know, he was strong, but it was timing as much as anything, and the kind of slightly outrageous sort of style. You know, on the up. I'll tell you a funny story actually during this over. It's my over, isn't it? So it was Abbott bowling and defended again. Thinking about a single doesn't take it. I had the misfortune of being night watchman for Durham a couple of times, and we were playing Leicester at Grace Road, and it rained in the morning, so we didn't get started until 4:30. Late start, and it was green as anything because of the rain and hard underneath, green on top, and absolute lethal. So of course Leicester put Durham into bat, and they had a quick bowler at the time, you'll remember well. Abbott bowls and driven nicely up to mid-on. There's no run for Adam Hose. A nice looking shot. David Milnes,
yes,
who was quick actually,
he
could be quick
down the hill at Leicester.
Yes, exactly. Became an umpire afterwards, and he was quick, and he absolutely got stuck in, and took a couple of early wickets, and I had to go in as night watchman with sort of 3 or 4 overs to go, and it was the last over of the day. I was non-striker. Abbott bowls. Oh, good delivery that. Sort of trapped between bat and pad, I think, by Hose that time, but only a strangled appeal. So it's 76 for 2. Have a look here. Did he get a little inside edge onto that as he bowled? Possibly, yeah, as a strangled appeal. Nip back, yeah, well, that's what Abbott tends to do, doesn't it? Anyway, so I'm at the non-striker end. I'm thinking, well, presumably Larkins is going to get a single, and I'm going to have to face the rest of this over as a night watchman. Last over of the day, Milnes charging in down the hill from the far end at Grace Road on this sort of green flyer of the pitch. This is Abbott, wide of the crease that time, angled in, driven powerfully for 4. That is a good shot, just over pitch to touch, and driven slightly inside out, actually, past mid off for a boundary. Good shot, 80 for 2 is the Worcester score. So just to finish the story, so I'm thinking, right, I'm going to have to be on strike here. I've got all the protection on, and the first 2 balls that Milnes bowls go straight past Wayne Larkins' nose, flies through to the keeper, taken above his head by Phil Whittercase or someone like that. And I'm thinking, I'm trembling at the non-striker's end, going, oh my God, you know. Third ball, Milnes goes for the slightly fuller one, and Larkins just drills it, absolute, like Ravi Shastri would say, like a tracer bullet to the boundary 4. It ricochets back off the boundary balls halfway into outfield again. I think, oh, blimey, this is the last over of the day. So I'm standing there again thinking, well, he's probably going to get a single now. Better actually do some commentary on this.
Yeah, here's Kelly with his medium pace. It's bounced twice down the leg side through to Benborough.
So fourth ball, another bounce like this goes flying past his nose as he tries to hook or something, taken by the keeper miles back. So I'm thinking, well, he's obviously not too worried about getting a single. And then the last two balls, again Mills goes for the pitched up delivery, and Larkins smashes it on the up through the offside, last two balls of the day, and it goes to through extra cover, ricochets off the boundary boards.
Kelly bowls, that's tucked away into the gap just in front of square on the leg side by Libby, moves on to 26, 81 for 2.
And there's one ball left in the over, and as he hits this third boundary through extra, we just meet in the middle, and Ned, I mean, I'm like shaking like a leaf at the non-striker's end with the pace of the bowling and this powerful batting, and Ned just prods the pitch, Ned Wayne Larkins just prods the pitch and just goes, piece of fish, and walks away. And I mean, he loved that kind of contest.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant player.
Ideal man for the Caribbean, wasn't he? Here comes Kelly bowls, and that's worked by Hose up towards mid-on. I'm coming off at the minute, and Michael Carberry will come back on. Just read this email out very quickly from Ralph Brooker. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the email to get in touch. He says, enjoying the commentary, watching the live stream in 38 degrees in France. It's hot, isn't it, in France at the moment? Far too hot for me, he says. Hampshire fan and love James Fuller. I thought the LBW was going down a bit, though, he says. A bit surprised. That was Kashif Ali.
Yeah, I thought it might have been.
Did
yeah.
you? That's interesting. Oh, that's tucked away fine, and that's going for 4. Past a diving Ben Brown. And Kelly's bowled a little bit leg stumpish on that one. Hose moves on to 11, and it's 85 for 2 now. Worcestershire having won the toss and elected to bat first. And very quickly before I come off, Ant Weeks emailed just a little earlier, missed this one. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I was wondering if you have any record of who are the leading wicket takers in the county championship history. There is a list somewhere.
Whatever.
Well, yeah, I presume.
Well, that would be Wilfred Rhodes, wouldn't it?
I don't know. You know better, but that's a lovely shot wide of mid-on.
Wickets.
Is that right?
Yeah.
There is a list somewhere. That's a lovely shot. Over pitch there from Kelly, and that's driven wide of Abbott at mid-on. 4 runs, 89 for 2.
Well, I know the leading 2 wicket takers of all time. Yeah. Wilfred Rhodes, 4,100, something like that. And Titch Freeman was Kent, 3,800 or something like that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, Titch Freeman, Carbs is listening to this. Titch Freeman took, I think, 180 wickets one season, and he was sacked because he got 304 wickets in one season.
Kelly bowls. Let's play quietly out on the offside. Yeah, Abbott is way behind that, by the way. I'll have a look in a minute on that one.
Abbott is way behind. Well, I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, he's way behind. I mean, those guys used to play about 86 3-day games a season.
I mean, Titch Freeman was amazing. I read his autobiography, actually. He was a tiny man, about 5'3". His wife was about 5 inches taller. And he used to take sort of 8 for with stumpings and all sorts. And then his wife would come. He wanted to go and have a beer afterwards. And his wife said, no, you're coming home with me now. And take him home. But I think he got something like 160 wickets in about 1938. And that was the least he got for like 10 years. And he was sacked. There we are. Hi,
Tough school, that.
Good to see you, Carbs. I'll do this over. You do the next one then. James Fuller, Carl Abbott rather, it bowls, and that goes through to the keeper. Did you play against? No, you wouldn't have played against Wayne Larkins, would you?
I did.
You did?
I did. Yeah, I was a very young pup. I was about 17. I was playing for Surrey Board back in the NatWest
really?
Trophy. You remember that?
So he was playing for minor
Bedford.
counties.
He was playing minor counties,
Right.
so he'd retired.
Right.
Very good player though, still. Yeah, whacked us everywhere.
Did he?
Yeah, and a nice chat with him after the game about batting, being
Did
an
you?
opener. Yeah, very nice man. Yeah,
Oh,
it was very sad to hear the
interesting.
news yesterday for a friend. Yeah.
Yes. This is Abbott who bowls and it's turned into the leg side. I mean, he well, I mean, it's funny actually because he he used to turn up to the game, and I sort of said he's got his 3 requirements. He's got his bat, of course, Stuart Surridge.
Yeah.
He's got his bottle of shampoo because he had very curly ringlets, and he loved He loved a shampoo, and, well, sad to say, 20 bends and hedges. Those were his 3, and obviously other cigarettes are available. Those were his 3 basic requirements for life. Abbott Bowles, defended into the leg side by Jake Libby. I mean, just an absolute bundle of energy and absolute character. Yeah, fantastic. Loved talking about the game and just enthusiastic, encouraged everyone. I mean, no one could bat like him, but he was always very enthusiastic.
Yeah, you looked at his record last night.
Did you?
And you think 60 hundreds, but against the attacks he would have played against in that era as well. I mean, it would be triple the runs that are scored now.
Yes. Here's Abbott. Bowles defended into the leg side again by Jake Libby. He was someone actually, because of his talent, a bit like you, because of his talent against fast bowling, he gave you confidence as a teammate, because you knew that whoever they had in the opposition, whether it was Marshall, whether it was Sylvester Clark, whether it was Hadley, Richard Allen Donald, whoever, you'd sort of think, this guy can handle it. And it gave you that sort of reassurance. In fact, not only handle it, this guy could take these guys on.
He took them on, I remember watching him as a 10-year-old in the Caribbean when Scott, it was first...
yes, the first time they won there, yes. And that's nicely dabbed into the offside, but it's fielded a backward point.
Yeah, walking out there with Graham Gooch, opening the batting, and he had Bishop and Ambrose, Walsh, Marshall was still there, Patterson. So, you imagine that coming all day long,
Yeah, and he never wore a visor really. He just wore the side pieces, and I don't think he ever got hit actually. I mean, because he had incredible reactions, and he took it on. Yeah, he took it on absolutely. Amazing player. The pickup actually over square leg was his shot. Abbott Bowles driven to pushed fairly firmly into the leg side, but no run. That's the end of a good accurate over by Kyle Abbott. Maiden over, 89 for 2 is the score. 8 over 3 maidens, number 24 Abbott.
Yeah, he's gone back to the Kyle Abbott of old. He's gone away from that short ball ploy that he tried just towards the end of his first spell. Seemed to have just again got back to just bringing those stumps back into play, making it tough for these Worcester batters. I like what he was trying to build there. He's got those fielders up and off the boundaries, trying to set, cute catches on that offside, leg side, and just trying to, again, just forcing those batters to just play around one, try and bring those stumps into play.
Yeah, so it starves them of runs, doesn't he, and really targets off stump, and he's not so bothered about trying to get the edge, is he? He's more looking LBW, bold, etc.
Absolutely. As Don Kelly begins another over, runs in to bowl to Hose and off the back foot. I think this is something that young Don Kelly is in his first game. He can sort of learn from the other end, isn't he? I think he can just he's a much taller man, and his natural length is probably that short of a length. But on this pitch with this ball, is that an effective delivery? We call it in our era it was the pretty length, wasn't it? It looks nice, but it's not really effective. I think you've got to try and get that ball a tad fuller.
Of course, they're playing with the Kookaburra here, aren't they? And the Kookaburras are a bit more to them. I mean, talking to a couple of bowlers, they say that Kookaburras this year and the last sort of 18 months, a bit harder, slightly better seam, obviously enhance it a bit. Does go soft, but a little bit more to work with than Kookaburras of old.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's around this phase of an innings now. 20 into the 24th over, where you'd imagine now the ball would start to get soft, and if you are pounding it into the short of a length, it will get softer as Kelly comes in. And that's the length we're talking about there, isn't it? That sort of bring them forward.
Yeah.
Try and induce an edge.
Do you think that bowling methods have changed a bit since you stopped playing, in that to right-handers especially they're less interested in moving the ball away and getting the edge and more interested in nipping it back and hitting the pads or the stumps?
I think the noticeable thing, I'll answer that in a minute, as Kelly runs in again to bowl to Hose, and that's a nice shot. He's pushing for one straight to Abbott, who's a little bit on his heels there.
He was, wasn't he?
Shouldn't really been a one.
He'd have been annoyed if that had been him bowling, wouldn't he? He'd have been staring daggers at the fielder there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the noticeable thing is there's less great swing bowlers around. I think that's the thing. Even when I started my professional career out, there was still you know, that older generation, Peter Hartley, you know, someone who faced a lot of here for Hampshire, who's a great swing bowler. Kelly comes in again. You know, he would happily pitch the ball up. Philip de Freitas was still around, who could move the ball. Martin Bicknell. So there were a lot of great swing bowlers around county cricket. I think maybe as 2020 and one-day cricket became more the thing, it became more sort of.
Ryan Sidebottom, would you class him as one?
Great swing bowler. Yeah,
Matthew Hoggard,
Darren Goff. You know, there were guys around who could really swing the ball. And then it became less and less, you know, more back of a length, hit the deck sort of bowlers as Kelly comes in again.
I wonder if that is sorry, that was a single there, wasn't it? I mean, I wonder if it's if that was the advent of one-day cricket, because I mean, I was a swing bowler really, and I found if I bowled swing in one-day cricket and it swung away outside, I just got smashed to the boundary or sliced or whatever, and you had to kind of almost cut out your swing to make sure you bowl reasonably straight. I wonder if, and perhaps, you know, bring your length back a bit. I wonder if that's why bowling has changed slightly.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Kelly runs in again to Hose, who's nicely forward. Yeah, I guess so. And probably you would have seen the pitch has got a bit flatter for one-day cricket because they wanted to try and encourage more runs and entertain the crowd. But I think, just talking with Amelia off air, you know, the psychology of bowling as well, I think has changed massively. I think you're not thinking so much wickets, you're thinking about contain, you know, sort of damage limitation almost. And, you know, look at the field settings, you know, very quick to put men out of cover. And I always worry about that. You know, I was thinking as a batter, what would I want as I'm in against someone? If I see cover back and he bowls me a good ball and it just dribbles out to cover, I was thinking, how does that work for the psychology of a bowler? You know, it's a hard enough job as it is to try and get 6 balls in a good area. You want to feel like some reward rather than me just being able to.
Yeah, and it also it stops you from building up pressure on a batter, doesn't it, as well, and bowling a few balls at the same player. There's Abbott bowling, who's very good at keeping a batter on strike. That one's just defended up to mid-off. I mean, you're right. I actually, not only dropping it on the offside, as you were indicating there, but also you might push at one, get an inside edge, and it goes to square leg, and the square leg's back, so that's an easy single.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yet you have actually, as the bowler, you've slightly defeated the batter there. He's got an inside edge. He was trying to hit it with the middle of the bat. The inside edge has gone off to square leg, and he's got a single. So you've let him off strike rather than keeping him on strike.
Yeah,
Abbott bowls again, defended by Jake Libby.
Because as you know, it's level. It's all about psychology, isn't it? You've got to take those moral. You want to try and take as many of those moral victories as possible. You know, let the batter know that you're going to cage him in. But as I said, as a batsman myself, if you bowl me a nip backer and I manage to sort of stab my bat on it and it dribbles out to square leg, I mean, the best place I want to be at is at the other end, isn't it? If I don't want to be you facing you for 2 and 3 overs at a time. You know, I don't want to feel hemmed in.
Yeah. Abbott bowls again, and Libby defends. I mean, he's definitely targeting the stumps here, bowling about middle and leg, middle and off, and batsmen have to be very wary. They can't take any liberties.
Yeah, I like what Kyler Boot is cooking here.
Yeah,
you know, I really like this field. You know, he's got his 2 catches in. Look, it's a slow pitch, and he hasn't got maybe the zip of years before, but you feel there's enough of a threat. He's got the catcher just on the strip there on the leg side, sort of straight mid wicket, you'd sort of call him. So, you know, Jake he's almost leaving that enticing gap open to try and work across the ball, isn't he?
But again, from the far end bowls, that's clipped into the leg side this time. He just straight onto the pads. Libby probably slightly in the air just for a moment there, but wide of the short mid-on fielder, so they pick up 2.
That's what we were just talking about there, isn't it? You as a bowler, you know, sometimes it isn't always your conventional 3 and 1 because the ball hasn't got enough or the pitch hasn't got the zip, but you still got to be thinking how you're going to get. So
he's actually moving another fielder now into exactly where that shot went. So he's taken out. In fact, he's taking all his slips out now. He's going to have 3 men in a line between short mid on and short mid wicket.
Interesting.
That's very unusual. Yeah. It's almost like a sort of off spinner's field. No slip at all. 3 fielders. He's also got 6-3 leg side field as well. 3 men only on the leg side. So he's going to bowl very straight here. He bowls and Libby defends. Good delivery. So he's trying to induce, I suppose, Libby to try and just hit one slightly uppishly wide of mid-wicket. And he's got 3 catches. I bet Tilak Varma's never seen a field like this, but mind you, they're changing it again now. They're putting Curry back to slip again. So he's just got 2 men catching now. Who's captaining this side then? Because it looks like Dawson's doing quite a lot of the field settings. Or maybe Tom Prest as well in that short mid-on position. Ben Brown, the official captain at keeper, of course. This time left alone by Libby. Goes through to Ben Brown, the keeper. End of the over, 93 for 2.
Yeah, it was good finish the over from Abbott. I have to say, personally, I didn't like the no slip.
No.
Because I feel Abbott is such a skillful bowler. You know, if you get one just to hold
Yes.
and take the edge, I still think you got to think about your best ball. You know, and as we know, straight in the game is trying to target off stump to hit off stump is, and trying to target middle stump. So you always feel if Abbott can get one to just hold and leave the right hander and take the edge. If Ben Brown can't get there, it's annoying again. You know, those edges go past the keeper for boundaries. But I like what he's building there. You know, just starting to build those dot ball pressures on the Worcester batters as Amelia joins us again.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, Worcestershire have made a nice little partnership here. 93 for 2. It was 60 for 2 when I last left, so they've put a nice bit of runs on the board.
Yeah, just getting in. Pitch is getting a little bit flatter as Dawson comes in again. It's high run up. And, pushed into the leg side by Hose. A little bit of a odd fielding position there for Dawson at this stage. I mean, Kyle Abbott, you wouldn't really say he's saving anything there. It's quite deep. What do you call that? This sort of halfway house, really.
Yeah.
It's almost giving Hose an easy one there, which I'm not really sure about.
What was it, like the last over with the 4 in a line? That was an interesting one.
Dawson again into Libby, pushes forward, no run. So not much turn on offer just yet. Looks, say, quite dry at the ends, this pitch. So imagine there'd be a little bit of grip. Nothing as of yet. Dawson begins that slow jog into the crease. Another nice delivery, playing forward.
Yeah, Dawson doesn't waste any time on these these overs. He's in and done, ready for lunch.
Economical with
Yes,
Dawson, isn't it?
economical. Yes.
Economy of movement. Say lovely rhythmical bounce. Maybe pushes forward again. It's like, just seeing how Dawson started. You know, he's building, just trying to build into a spell. Really, you know, wouldn't be surprised maybe after lunch if he starts to try and give the ball a little bit more air. But you know, it's quite a common way he likes to build into a spell, bowl a little bit quicker, flatter, build some confidence. Getting into Libby, who pushes forward. But the line is good, isn't it?
Yes.
Bringing those stumps into play. If he gets the odd ball just to kind of slide onto that front pad, you can see what he's trying to build.
Yeah, I think he's been able to find his length really quickly in this match.
Comes in again. Maybe pushes forward. End of a containing over. I think that's going to be his role today, isn't it? You know, just to wheel away, try and dry up the scoreboard, while the likes of Abbott and Co from the other end try and blast away, try and get an opening. So I think, try and use these young seamers in short bursts, try and create something.
Indeed. So we've had 26 overs so far this morning. Worcestershire are on 94 for 2. Looks as though we're going to have a slight change of bowling at the pavilion end. And it's going to be Scott Curry. He's going to come in and have another little go. He didn't quite find his line and length this morning earlier on, but he's had some time maybe to just go and have a little think about it and come back. Maybe, and also he's coming from the different end, so maybe just trying that, just seeing how he gets on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this. We talk about having that senior bowler on the pitch. You know, Hampshire have had, unfortunately, due to a few circumstances, have had a few missing pieces this year in their bowling ranks. But you know, the importance of, you know, the likes of Kyle Abbott, his role in this team. You know, these young players coming in. You know, that's the template of how to bowl in any form of cricket, but certainly in the championship. You know, just being metronomic on the length.
In comes Curry, right arm over the wicket, and that's just defended nicely. Square the wicket. There is one slip in place. It's 20. I think that's pressed in there.
Yeah, I like this field better. As I say, they've got the slip in Tilak Varma. That first slip, but you know, again, you're trying to give yourself every chance. If you do get that ball to hold off the seam towards the slips, it gives you a chance to get a catch there.
Curry in once more. The line, and this is very wide outside of off, but it was well stopped at cover. It was driving down. It was going to go for 4, but Nick Gubbins managed to get a diving stop on that.
Absolutely, a bit of desperation, which is what's needed.
Yeah.
They've got the 2 catching mid wickets. They're quite close together. I'm not entirely sure about that formation. I feel one of them can afford to just give themselves a little bit of room there, maybe stagger it a little bit.
Curry once more. Again, popped up and defended. It's down to cover.
And we're shaking hands there, aren't they?
Yeah.
As close as me and you are in
They
here.
are literally standing shoulder to shoulder.
It's important. I think when you're going for those formations, it's important you get it right. Really, I think, you know, because ultimately, if you place it well enough, I mean, you're not really doing too much there. I think.
No. Oh, Curry starts his run up and then decides against it. Wasn't quite happy. Goes to the top of his mark again.
They've gone leg slip now. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. Hose is in place. Hampshire definitely trying some different tactics this morning. That was a good delivery there, but that's gone running away through point, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Just slightly too wide, I think, there from Curry. That was like an earlier delivery that he did. The first few in this over have been a lot better. They've been a lot sort of more attacking to the stumps, but that was just a little bit too wide, a little bit too short.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just offering a bit of width. I mean, the length was fine. I mean, it was a terrific shot in the end. Really, Adam Hose, tall man, standing on top of the bounce, using those good hands that he's got.
Curry once more. Good delivery there. That's just played leg side.
I think that just looking at, you know, Scott Curry's approach to the wicket, I think that's always going to be his challenge. Really, he doesn't sort of use his height really a lot very well. That he sort of falls away a little bit if he doesn't quite come out right. You always feel he can offer up that sort of wide ball outside off stump from time to time.
Collects the ball from fielder and again starts his run up, but again sort of slams the brakes. That was the perfect noise to go with that. Honestly, that was exactly what happened.
Yeah.
No. As he comes in again, this time happy with his run up. Who's standing on, and that's just played out to cover, and there will be no run there. Worcestershire still on 98 for 2. O's on 21. Libby on strike at 29. End of the over.
Not a bad end. It's where, you know, Scott Curry's got to live really for the day, isn't he? He's got to set a stall out just to, you know, just be nice and boring, nice and dry through the day. You know, it's not going to be easy. This ball isn't doing a hell of a lot in terms of through the air and off the pitch. So, you know, they will have to get creative with field placings at times to try and see where they can get an opening. I think Dawson's role is going to be an important one here. I think even for him, he's got to still think about wickets. I mean, make sure he gets his men set in the right place. Don't just give away those easy tick over balls. As he approaches the wicket again, nice high action. Through to Libyan. Attempted sort of cut shot from not that wide. It was well fielded at backward point for no run. So you can hear encouragement from the cordon there. As Dawson begins his approach again, bounces in. Ball just slides down the leg side, well taken by Brown. There's always those sneaky ones from Dawson, isn't it? The old leg side stumping attempt.
You could see from his position as soon as he stopped, he really thought, this is my chance here.
So annoying when you fall over one, get out that way, isn't it?
Oh God, it's the worst feeling.
There's quite a little bit of noise from the Hampshire corner there. They feel Dawson is building a bit of pressure on Libby. Can they take one in to lunch with them? Will be the chat around the field. Dawson in again. Nicely on the back foot. Plays it out to a short extra cover.
Yeah, he's really containing Worcestershire in this over, and I think, as you said, exactly that. He's just causing that frustration. He's not giving them absolutely anything to work with.
Dawson in again. So short length delivery. Not much turn on offer. It's just quite easy pace for the batters, really, isn't it? Just to get back on that back foot and roll the ball off. Maybe Dawson can afford to be a little bit fuller. Try and bring that front pad in, which he does. Oh, and that was close.
That was close. There was an audible ooh through the crowd there. Maiden over from Dawson.
I just think, with Dawson's role today, I think he can afford to, should be those fingers should be nice and warm now. I think you've got to try and still try and spin the ball, bring those stumps front pad into play, get these batters coming forward. I think it's such an easy pace pitch to be able to sit back, as we see with the seamers. We talked about it before. Batsmen now are happier, sat on the back foot, looking for the cuts and the pulls, less happy coming forward. You see that percentage of LBWs and bowled now has gone up, through the roof.
Absolutely.
In the last couple of years. And I think you've still got to think that way as a bowler, accept that you might get driven.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's a chance of a wicket.
Scott Curry in again from the pavilion end. Bowls right on over the wicket. And this is driven down to cover. They'll run for one, but it's well stopped. They won't get any more. Worcestershire move to 99 for 2.
Again, they've gone with that leg slip position, if you call it a leg slip. It's quite close.
Yeah.
It's sort of almost in front of the keeper. I'm not
Ben Brown has dived to his left and we knocking into that leg slip. Scott Curry comes in once more. Libby waits on strike, and this is again played out to cover, but square of the wicket. No run this time.
No, I'm not really sure about that position, really. 'Cause, as a keeper, you sort of pride yourself on getting something down that line.
Yeah.
But he's quite straight, isn't he? He's quite close.
Yeah.
You kind of think, well, what's the point of having a keeper?
Quite, yeah. Scott Curry once more. A big bouncer there, and it's well left. I think the only thing that I can say is that Ben Brown is the wicketkeeper and captain, so he's put him there for a reason. At least he can't be annoyed at anyone for being like, well, who's put this? Oh, it was me.
I mean, there's a strong case. I mean, I don't know. Is there a strong case to bring up the deep square leg, perhaps, that they've got posted out there? Sort of a 3/4 position. Can you build the wall, bring him up on the one, and therefore you can still keep your slip in?
Curry in once more, and this is lofted over the head of Point. And they'll run through for 2. That position there that you were just talking about, he could have probably moved a bit faster. Square of the wicket. I don't think he quite knew where it was going, but that does bring up the Worcestershire 100 runs for 2 wickets they've had this morning.
Yeah, I just think with the easy pace of the wicket, if he wanted to use this short ball, I mean, Ali Orr's base, that fine leg can go a lot squarer. You can bring your square leg up on the one. It still allows you to attack those stumps. He's not taking a hell of a lot of deliveries away from the bat, but you always feel if you just get that one, isn't it? That's what you're planning for. If you get that one on off stump that just holds, or something seems just away, and it takes the edge, you want someone there. For your best ball, rather than thinking about getting hit necessarily. I think just maybe that's something they can talk about at the break.
Absolutely. Well, that was a dot ball from Curry, and he's coming in again. Libby's waiting on strike, right arm over the wicket, and that was well left alone. As that skids through to Ben Brown, and that will be the end of the over. Are we going to get another one in before lunch?
Let's see. Dawson's not exactly sprinting to get to the crease.
Umpires look like, yes, we will.
Might get one more in.
101 for 2 are Worcestershire. We've had 29 overs. Host is on 22 off 43 deliveries, and Libby's on 31 off 82. So a slow working rate, but sort of what Worcestershire need right now.
Absolutely, I think they've played overall pretty well. You know, from a sticky start, losing Henry Nichols in the second over, actually played pretty well. As Dawson comes in again to hose, he's nicely forward. Yeah, I mean it's probably synonymous. You know, the sun's now just sort of breaking through. You know, it's just drying whatever moisture was on the pitch early on. And now becoming a nice strip to bat. As Dawson comes in again, and again hosing nicely forward, using that reach, and that height. Big man.
He's
about
very
6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, absolutely. Because Ben Brown's not a small man, and he is towering over.
Oh, Brownie be pleased you said that. Dawson comes in again. Years of keeping, you get your shrink.
By the time you retire, you're the height of the wicket.
Yeah. I was 6'5" when I started. Yeah, I like this from Dawson. Trying a different approach. He's now brought Middleton into a silly point position, hoping to get one to jump off that glove front pad. Comes in again. And Hose clever to the idea, wasn't he? He knew what was coming.
Absolutely, used his feet.
Not today, Dawes. Very much looking forward to a bat after lunch on this pitch. Dawson uses that slow approach into bowl past the keeper. Hose driving to mid-on, picked up by Orr for no run. This should be the last one before lunchtime. What's Dawes going to be cooking here now? Is he going to come up with something? Bit of brilliance.
Well, you've got to think he might.
Into bolt. Hose nicely forward.
Yeah.
And that should be the end of session. And,
That was also maiden over from Dawson.
yeah.
Second one of the day. But yeah, as you say, end of the first session.
Honours even, you'd say. You know,
Yeah.
I think Hampshire maybe would have liked one more wicket to really claim it their session, but overall, and Worcester, I think from a sticky start would be happy with that. 101 for 2. You know, with 2 set batters in. I think Libby's played nicely, and Hose has come in. He's been busy.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a little break over lunch, and we will be back again after the break. Join us then.
That strange noise has gone.
Well, Utilita Bowl. No, it hasn't. It's still there.
It's your headset, Mr. James, I'm afraid. If that makes sense. And he was trapped for 44, and since then, Jake Libby still there, open on the 31, and Adam Hose, a lad of this parish originally, well, of the Isle of Wight, is on 22 not out. So, you all right now?
Well, you're sounding loudish and clear.
Oh,
Hopefully,
well, there's still a strange noise, but I think that's your voice.
Well, that's, yes. I've had to put up with it for a long time.
Yeah.
You've only got to worry about it for 4 days.
I always have great sympathy for Mrs. James, who probably doesn't listen to it anyway.
No, she doesn't.
As I said to my wife the other day, it doesn't even go in one ear. No, never mind out the other. Anyway, let's get on with the cricket. Good morning's cricket, I thought.
Yes.
Plenty going on. It looks as if it's a pretty flattish wicket. And as we know, the Kookaburra ball itself goes pretty flat pretty early. So, but we're going to get James Fuller.
We are.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 wickets for him this morning.
From the pavilion end, bowling to Jake Libby, right arm over to the right-handed Libby, who's forward, pushing into the offside. Nick Gubbins, the fielder, at extra cover. And no run. It's beginning to warm up here. It was lovely about 7 o'clock this morning. Beautiful, cool breeze. But now, 20's plenty for me. Once you get above 20, I'm heading for the swimming pool.
Have you got one in your hotel?
No. Here's Fuller in... and Libby forward plays the ball away on the onside. Nothing to be had there. Tom Press, the fielder, at mid-wicket. So just one slip. We've got 2 shortish mid-wickets and a square leg. They're all about an equal distance from the one mid-wicket is probably, 10 strides from the bat. Then the next mid-wicket is probably 15, 18 strides away. And square leg about the same distance as Libby, bat held high, waits, pushes the ball back down the ground, and he'll get a single. Just avoids the stumps at the non-striker's end. One more to Jake Libby, who goes to 31, and Worcestershire goes to 32. 102 for 2.
How's Jake Libby been doing this year?
Well, as I say, all the Worcestershire batsmen have struggled. He just loves playing against Sussex, Jake Libby. I think he averages 70 odd against Sussex in county cricket. He scored double hundreds. He just, every time he goes to Hove, the ball seems to come off the middle of his bat. But this season, apart from that big innings of 167 down at Hove, averages 28. Got one other 50 apart from that innings down at Hove. Funny, isn't it? Certain players do well against certain teams. Who did you do well against?
I might have to think about that one.
Oh, okay. You're not missing any cricket because Adam Hose has been taking guard, and there's been various conversations amongst fielders, skipper, etc. And Hose gets a ball of full length, sort of angling in towards leg stump, plays it up on the onside, and there is no run. 102 for 2.
So I only asked you about the stats there because I wanted to see you get your super duper.
You like to see my... Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Hey?
Orange.
The amazing colour. I might have to take a picture of that and send it to people because It is. It's entirely inaccurate, but it looks nice. I actually lapsed on it recently. As Fuller is in bowls, Libby gets a ball which he flicks off his pads down to fine leg for 4. Nice little leg glance, no chance of fine leg ever getting round to that one. Or wicketkeeper Brown getting across to it. 4 more to Adam Hose, who goes to 26. And Worcestershire 106 for 2. Yeah, I lapsed a bit during the T20, so I had to catch up this last week and sat for about 2 hours trying to work out who did what, why, when and where. Got there in the end. Now, in my little bit of research, Mr. James,
Yes.
I have found out, as Fuller is in bowls and Hose just pushes at this and dabs it down to third man for 4. Not sure he got the whole of the bat on that. I think he was looking to play it down there. A little bit of edge into it. Rolls over the boundary rope for 4, which is greeted by complete silence. Oh, no, there's a ripple of applause there. 50-run partnership between these two. The total has gone on to... It'll come up in a minute. Dean Park, 1992. Last game on that ground that
Yes.
Hampshire played. You played in it?
Against Worcestershire?
No.
No.
I think it was against Middlesex.
Oh, right, okay.
The last time Worcestershire played at Dean Park, I think you got a pair, mate. I wasn't going to bring it up, but
I think it was about a 3-ball pair.
yeah, Graham Dilly got you.
Yeah,
And Stewie Lampett?
No, it was Joseph. No, not Joseph. I remember Graham Dilly picking me up. Right, here's Dom Kelly playing his first championship game for Hampshire, and immediately he's clipped off his toes by Jake Libby. It's the short boundary side. That's a great bit of fielding down there by Ali Orr, right on the boundary's edge. Gets a warm round of applause from the crowd around that area. And the Worcestershire total moves on to 110 for 2. That's right, yes. Now, who's the guy that came from Surrey? Quick bowler. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, it was about a 3-ball pair, wasn't it? But thank you for bringing it up.
No, that was the last time against Worcestershire. So you played in the last ever game there.
It's driven to 1 or 2 short mid wickets. Shall I look it up just for
If you...
ease? Well, I don't mind. You know me. I'm easy. Just before I do, Ralph Brooker emailed literally on the stroke of lunch. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and we were talking about Wayne Larkins, who sadly passed away yesterday.
Yeah.
And he said, Ralph says, very sad as Kelly comes in, runs away from us. A length ball which is turned square into the gap by Libby. 35 he moves on to 113 for 2. He says, especially from Michael Carberry's perspective, who played against Ned after his retirement to minor counties. I remember Wayne as this utterly fearless batter who should have played more for England. Yeah, I think you're right. Ned in his heyday was a seriously good player. Right, so I'm now going to look up.
He was called Ned Larkins after a character in The Archers, wasn't he?
Oh,
A character in The Archers was called Ned Larkins, yeah. And I think maybe a lot more people listened to The Archers in those days.
Yes.
That's why he got the nickname Ned, I believe.
Okay. Kelly's in, and that's pushed hard to, again, to short mid-wicket by Hose this time. Right. So I'm now going to look up.
1992.
Was it 92?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go straight to that year then. Thanks for bringing
no, hang on, sorry, Matt. I'll give you, that was the last game at Dean Park.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
The last Worcestershire game at Dean Park was in 1989.
I think I played in that one. That's turned away down to fine leg, and Ali Orr's not going to get there, and that's 4 more. Hose moves on to 34, and Worcestershire on to 117 for 2 now. Worcestershire. I can't even spell Worcestershire. How do you spell Worcestershire?
W-U-Z. Worcester. Yeah.
You know when you're having a moment, I'm just having a moment.
Yeah.
I typed in Worcestershire before the start of this game several times. Here we are. I've got it. Kelly's in. Forward is Hose. And that's the end of Kelly's over. He has 5 overs, none for 20. Worcestershire 117 for 2.
Interesting, there was a 4th slip for that last delivery, which I think says a little bit about the way the pitch is playing and a little bit about the way Hampshire think this Kookaburra ball is going to go. We're going to continue with James Fuller from the pavilion end. Blue streaky sky. Well, the sky's blue, but the clouds are a bit streaky now. A little bit of breeze around the ground, but it looks like it's going up into the 30s, which is what, mid-80s in old money. Fuller.
I found the game.
You have. Right arm over to the right-handed Libby, and Libby is letting this ball go by. Outside the off stump, through to wicketkeeper Brown, who has a lone slip for company. Still got those three relatively close on the onside. Mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover and a fine leg.
I know why you also brought the game up, because Worcestershire won by an innings in 91.
No, well, that actually wasn't the reason. I was just.
Right. It was August 1989. Dean Park.
Is Fuller in bowls to Libby. Libby gets a short ball, pulls it away through mid-wicket. Too short, just sits up invitingly for Jake Libby, who accepted the invitation and cracked it away between the two men in, relatively close on the leg side.
So Worcestershire in their first innings, 325 all out. Phil Neal.
98.
Yes, well,
there you go, I remember that.
Richard Illingworth, 71. KD James, 15 overs, 2 for 38.
That wasn't bad.
So who did I get there? Oh, I got Graham Hick out.
Did you?
Oh, hello.
My Jove.
Colt Smith bowled James for 44.
Deep square leg?
Probably.
Fuller to Libby, who has a little fence at this one. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. The noise comes mostly from first slip with Scott Curry, but nobody else joins in the appeal.
My other wicket was Stewie Lampett, caught and bowled for 3. There you go.
Oh.
There's a guy playing there that is not immediately recognisable to me. Paul Bent.
Paul Bent, yeah, opened the batting for quite a while, late 80s, early 90s, mainly when people like Tim Curtis wasn't available.
Okay.
Went on to be a fireman in Kidderminster last I knew of him. Here's Fuller with the slight change in the field as this is pushed by Libby out towards the cover boundary. In fact, a little finer than that. I lost trail of the ball there. Went down more towards third man. Change of the field was in the square leg, who was just in front of the umpires, now down back on the fence. So who else got you out then?
Right, so I backed at 3.
Yeah.
And nobody else number of balls face is recorded other than mine. KD James, LBW bowled Dilly for 0. There we are. We were all out for 137.
Right.
5 wickets for Stewie Lampett. 5 for 38. Oh no, I got a king pair. That's right, it was a king pair. I was out first ball in the second innings as well.
Hose faces Fuller. Short. Pushed away on the offside. No run. Gubbins from extra cover comes round to field. So who got your out second innings?
Stephen McEwen.
Steve McEwen, yeah. He was all right. Good lad, local boy. Went up and played for Durham when Durham first started in the championship.
One.
Yeah.
He got 4 for 32.
Yeah, he was all right. Good. Yeah.
We were bowled out for 97 in our second innings, so that was a good game. There you are, 1989.
It was a very good year. Fuller to Hose. Hose forward, pushing out on the offside. He's only going to get a single. The sweeper fielder from the cover boundary comes in to do the fielding. That concludes James Fuller's over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 101, 2-3 for 2. Hose on 35 and Libby on 40.
Thank you, Ian Payne. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, because there is one or two little technical issues going on around us. He said my mic was a little quiet earlier because I'm changed mics, and I've just noticed that it probably is a bit quieter than it should be, so thank you very much for that. But he's saying the sound is still a bit iffy. Yeah, there was a couple of plug changes a little earlier, which I thought made the background sound a little different, so to send the emails in just to keep checking, because we are twiddling about with one or two things. Here's Kelly again. Forward is Hose. Plays it back to the 19-year-old. Yeah, quite obviously got everything working in sync at the moment, which is a little bit annoying. I can definitely hear a bit of a hum in my back.
There is a bit of a hummy noise, but we can live with that.
Well,
I'm sure our dear listener.
I'm sure we can.
Yeah.
Here's Kelly again, driving on the up his Hose, out towards extra cover, fielded by Gubbins. I did very quickly look up, this is something I probably should have done before the game, but Adam Hose did play one first-class match for Hampshire back in 2014. Played against Cardiff MCCU, Cardiff University, on the nursery ground. And talking about the nursery ground, there is a game going on right now. It's a disability game between Hampshire and Essex. There's Kelly Bowles. Oh, just came back a little bit at Hose. Just played a fraction late. The ball goes out towards back of the square leg on the leg side, and he picks up a single, moves on to 36. 124 for 2. Yeah, Hampshire are batting in that game over away to our left. It's a disability D40 match. Hampshire Essex.
Well, we had in fact, this one today at Worcester as well. Disability, the England mixed disability team against India on Friday. I was privileged to watch that.
You enjoyed that one, didn't you?
I did.
Kelly Bowles wraps Libby on the thigh pad. There'll be another single out behind square on the leg side, and the total moves on to 125 for 2.
Yeah, because you see most things in cricket. It wasn't really in cricket, but before the game, they played the anthems, and some of the players on both teams are deaf. So they had a signing person, I don't know what they call them, but a signing person, I suppose you call them, signing the national anthem. And it was amazing to watch these guys.
Forward, inside edge onto the pad.
Sort of in sync, all signing their national anthems. It was really, well, I'd say something I'd never seen before.
Okay.
Even at my great age. So, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Tell you what, a couple of three of the bowlers, pretty rapid.
Here's Kelly again. Bowles smashed away through the covers by Hose. Bit of width from Don Kelly to end that over. Lovely play by Adam Hose, more known as a white ball player, certainly when he was at Warwickshire before he moved to Worcestershire back in 2023. That was a lovely shot there. He moves on to 40. End of that over, 129 for 2. Another email here from Jack Davies. Solent Cricket at, sorry, what am I talking about? Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, hi guys, enjoying the back and forth today. Calling it now. Fuller gets 5 wickets by the end of the day. That's signed off by Jack, who's at work in Lymington.
Oh, well done.
Well, it'd be fine if you're on the boats, working on the boats, but I should imagine if you're indoors today, not ideal.
No. Working on a Sunday. Good man.
We know what it's like.
We do know what it's like. In fact, you get to one stage of the season, you actually wake up and you're not quite sure what day it is, or even where you are. What we're doing here, there's a change in the field, which means that we now have, what do we have? A gully coming in. So the field at the moment, I'll explain a little more after this delivery. Fuller to Libby. Libby pulls away. There's a shout of catch. Didn't really get all of that. And there was a leap from Tom Prest at mid-wicket. Didn't get a hand on it. But that field, there is fine leg, deep square leg. See where he's going. He is going square, I think. A mid-wicket, close in, a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, gully, and a slip. There must be a third man. Yes, there is down there. Oh, he's fairly wide for a third man. Fuller to Libby, who's forward, pushing out on the offside, pushing with enough power to bring him a single. Varner from gully position goes round to his right to do the fielding. Sunlight reflecting off some windows away in the stand over to our left. The Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. All the Hampshire former players up there today and
They are.
enjoying their lunch.
I can go through one or two that are there, actually. I know they were introduced to the crowd at lunch.
Barry Richards is there.
Mm.
I noticed he when I went up the steps. Fuller is in bowls. Hose forward cautiously, but pushing away on the offside. Got plenty of bat on it. He was bang in line, but sort of almost a late reaction to it. 132 for 2 Worcestershire. Hose 40. Libby 43.
There looked a few there, didn't they? They had their photos taken at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Before me and Carbs could get over there.
Yeah. Oh, do you think that was planned?
Yeah, it was, obviously.
No, nice to see. I think it's nice that the clubs recognise past players as well. Next ball sees Hose once again coming forward, propping forward really, pushing the ball away on the offside. Nick Gubbins fields. Gubbins who got runs here last year in this game, didn't he? Got 100.
He got a double 100.
He got a double 100, yeah. Yeah.
201 not out in Hampshire's 4-6-2 all out in the first innings. Amar Verdi, who was on trial with you guys, when he got 9 in the match.
Yeah, he was on loan. I believe he's not playing cricket anymore.
Is he not?
So I was told by one of the Surrey camp last week, because he was on loan from Surrey, but he didn't get a contract for county cricket. I'm told he's not playing any sort of cricket at all. Here's the next ball, which is driven by Hose, but again straight to Gubbins, who is in the covers. Yeah, got a 5 and a 4 for, so yeah. If anybody knows if he is playing cricket, let us know.
Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or
if you want to go on X or Twitter, it's Bradders at BBC, BRADDERSAT BBC. So it's kind of Bradder Sat BBC. Always good to hear from you. Fuller into Hose again. Hose clips this one away off his pads. Only got a single out to deep square leg, mid-wicket area. One more to the total. That completes James Fuller's over. 2 for 39 off 10 so far. Hose has 41. Libby has 43. And Worcestershire 133 for 2. On a steamy afternoon.
yeah, which will get steamier. Terry Lowe has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's permanently on this boat in Malaysia.
Oh, right.
Rome 2, it's called. He's emailed several times during the summer from the said boat. He says, you're asking for some feedback. You're strangely quiet at the moment, he says. Your Worcestershire colleague is now loud and clear.
Oh, right.
So I have to turn myself up, so I think I'm all right now. He says, hope to hear you full volume soon. You probably don't, but that's what kind of. I know Bradders doesn't.
No.
Bradders has had enough.
No. Don't deprecate yourself, mate.
No.
I'll do that.
Thank you, Terry. Here's Dominic Kelly again in, and that's turned down to fine leg. Again, it's a little bit leg side-ish. There's Alior Fields on that right-hand side of the ground as we look the short boundary side. 134 for 2. So just name to some of the names that are here from the Hampshire past. Kevin Emery, who you mentioned earlier.
Kev lives just south Worcestershire area.
Yeah. Trevor Jesty is here.
Ah, umpire, of course, for many years.
Yes, Raj Maru, former left-arm spinner, was with me at Middlesex as well. Bob Stevenson's name was mentioned this morning.
It was, yeah, wicket keeper.
Yeah, here's Kelly again. That's straighter, played out into the covers. Libby took his bottom hand off the bat as he did so. Jimmy Boville, former seam bowler. John Holder, who was an umpire for many years. I think he did the umpires thing on the TMS.
Did a couple of
recently.
Quiz books, didn't he, umpires?
Yeah. Keith Stevenson, former wicket keeper. Norman Cowans is here, apparently. Former teammate of me and Yoz's at Middlesex. That's played on the up to deep backward a point, just a single, 135 for 2. Darren Flint, former left-arm spinner, who's doing a lot of spin bowling coaching with the Hampshire women. PJ Backer, the Dutch seam bowler. Tim Tremlett, and a certain Barry Richards. Is
Oh,
it Barry Richards? Is that his
I
name?
think I've heard of him. Yeah.
Apparently he used to play.
Yeah. He did
A
used
bit.
to play.
Just a little bit every now and
He
then.
was one of
Not
mine.
during Wimbledon though. He didn't play. Here comes Don Kelly. That's driven out into extra cover. He's beaten the diving fielder, and that could, or might, go all the way. Not quite, just holding up with about a yard to go as Fuller slides into that one. Worcestershire will pick up 3, and they will move on to 138 for 2, and Hose moves on to 45.
Remember Barry Richards, Sunday afternoon, Sunday League 40 overs. Used to come out with his collar turned up, curly hair over the top of his collar. I always thought, you've got to be good if you go out like that, and you know.
Yeah. Or these days, if you wear a number 1 on your back.
Yeah.
It gets a bit of bounce this end, I think. Again, Libby's taken the bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it out into the covers.
I remember when footballers first wore white boots. I think Alan Hinton at Derby was the first one. And I thought, you've got to be good. Alan Ball used to wear them. You've got to be good to wear white boots, haven't you? You can't go out there with your collar turned up and your curly hair or your white boots and not be any good. It makes a statement, I think.
It makes you stand out as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you have to be good, yeah. You don't want to stand out for all the wrong reasons, as that's pushed out towards mid-off, and that will be the end of Kelly's over. 138 for 2. Email here from Pete Fincham. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. A hot day for the under-12s versus Surrey today. Although James Newman, the South Sea Flintoff apparently he's called, has had a decent stint with the ball, claiming 2 wickets and getting a run out. One to watch for the future, despite his dad Tom being a Somerset fan. And he sent me the link to that game, so we'll have a look at that later on. Hampshire under-12s versus Surrey under-12s. There we go.
Great to see. I mean, junior cricket now is so well organised, isn't it? You know, when I played, there was no junior cricket. You played at school, that was it. But now, see the pathway that the kids are on and the coaching they get. Great to see. There's James Fuller bowling from the pavilion end to to Adam Hose, who pushes the ball out on the offside, picks up a single. One more to the Worcestershire total. One more to Adam Hose, goes to 46. Jake Libby 44. So Adam Hose didn't actually play on this ground, did he?
He played on the nursery.
Played on the nursery for Hampshire. I say Isle of Wight boys. A few come from the Isle of Wight. Good players from the Isle of Wight.
Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs.
Mark Garraway, if you remember him.
Yeah.
Keeper. Quick bowler as well, whose name's just escaped me for the moment.
Here's Fuller. Bowls. Just pushed away gently by Libby. Had 2 extra cover. Squarish extra cover on the boundary. More like cover point, I suppose. For a single. One more to the total.
Actually, I've got an update on that under-12s game.
Oh, it's getting very exciting.
Surrey got 255 for 8 off 40 overs.
Oh, well done.
A young man by the name of Das had to retire because he got 100.
All right. Fuller bowls. Forward comes Hose, plays the ball back down the pitch.
And our man Newman, 5 overs, 2 for 35.
He's the 12-year-old Flintoff, is
James Newman, the South Sea Flintoff. Wow. So, have they got any pedlos off the coast there?
I did watch the Flintoff documentary.
It's good, isn't it? I'll watch some of it, yeah.
Yeah, which was very good. Fuller in bowls, Hose drives, but straight to Abbott, who is at mid-on, all along the ground.
It's a nice little trip, isn't it, for some to India? Good, isn't it?
Yeah. See, the what was it called? His cricket school, Flintoffs. What was it called? Field of Dreams. The one lad that he found, an Afghan lad, as Fuller is in, and bowls and Hose plays defensively back down the pitch. Well, just out on the offside actually. Been playing for Lancashire seconds. There's that, and the Afghan, I can't remember his name.
No, I think I saw a feature about that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is good to see.
Yeah. Just shows, isn't it? Really, you know, it's like the South African. It's like the South Asian Cricket Academy, isn't it? You know, and Kashrif Ali.
Yeah.
You know, things like that.
I think I read something. There's 8 lads who've played first-class cricket who've come through that academy. Fuller in, bowls, Hose, cracks that away through the offside, and there's a good tumbling stop. Who's out of there? Ali or Fletcher Middleton out there. Good stop. Sliding along on his knees. Keeps it down to 2. Worcestershire are 142 for 2. Hose has 48. Libby has 45.
Still, it's hard work out there with the Kookaburra Boars. If we expected anything else, I don't think we're going to see a 3-day finish here anytime soon.
Unless somebody bats badly or somebody bowls very well.
Yeah, but it's not turning, it's not really seaming, it's not really swinging, and you've got to rely at the moment on a lot of accuracy.
Well, I think Liam Dawson's coming on. He might be the man to make something happen. Because not much is happening in terms of taking wickets at the moment.
Certainly not. So he's going to have a short leg in, a slip. See Keith Barker walking around the field. He's done a lap there. He's not far away from coming back playing for Hampshire. I think it's early next month that he's back in play, as that's turned square on the leg side by Libby. Should run 2. Comfortable 2. Moves on to 47. And the Worcestershire total on to 144 for 2 now. Nice lunch.
Yes, very good. Yeah. Always free lunch is always a good lunch, right?
Had some nice salmon salad, which was gorgeous.
Very healthy.
Well, after the rubbish I ate last week, I have to. There's a quick single up to mid-on. Throw comes in. This is the stumps at the bowler's end. It was always going to be tight. That's young Don Kelly there. That's good running from Libby, that really is. He moves on to 48, same score as Adam Hose. Now, these two came together when the score was on 60. So they put on 85 together so far. Looks like Don Kelly has been told to go to deep mid-on now. Not because of the last bit of fielding, but because he's just decided that that's what the field that they want. Hose 48, 2 away from a half century, as is Libby. It's a good partnership between these two, establishing a hopefully potentially a good lead. That's a good cut, and Hose wins that battle to be the first man to a half century for Worcestershire. He moves on to 52 from 74 balls with 9 fours.
His second 50 in first-class cricket this season. If I was clever, I could tell you when his first one was. But I'm not.
Well, all those super-duper figures that you've got on that lovely little...
82 down at Taunton as Worcestershire battled for a draw.
Ah, there you are. I knew that folder would come in handy.
The big red book.
I'm more worried about your folder dazzling me than the sun when it starts to shine in here. I might get it from 2 angles. Dawson's in then, bowls. Hose pushes forward. There's a deep mid-off as well, so that's a job through single as Hose moves on to 43 now, and that's the Worcestershire 150 up for the loss of those 2 wickets this morning. Henry Nichols for no score and Kashrif Ali for 44. 38th over that total has come up in, that milestone. Dawson in again, and forward is Libby. Well, I have to say, after watching 4 days of cricket, probably like you really, watching 4 days of cricket at Chelmsford last week and already watching this, you could count the number of balls that beat the outside edge on
Well, I was at
2 hands.
I was at New Road last week.
Oh, well, that was different. Yeah, of course. The 1 wicket where there was a bit going on. Forward is Libby. End of the over. 150 for 2 on Worcestershire. You've got to change. You're off, Brad.
Oh yeah, where am I?
Yeah.
Who's me?
It's Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hughes?
The analyst.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll whistle him up from deep square leg.
Yes. He's on. So I need to take your headphones out. Put the analyst's headphones in. Thanks, brothers. I don't know where Michael Carberry's gone. He's just disappeared. Oh, is he still having lunch? Wow. So, Adam Hose is 53, Jake Libby is 48. Fuller's completed 11 overs, 2 for 43, and Liam Dawson now 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. There's a bit of conference going on up the top there. There's another helmet that's brought on, I think. Welcome back, Yoz.
Oh, yes, lovely, thank you. You mentioned all the guests here today. I'm sorry you weren't in that team photo, actually, old players. They took it before you could get over there. It was very unfair. I chatted to Barry Richards for a bit.
Yes.
Blimey, what a player he was. Blimey, we were talking earlier about Wayne Larkins' ability to time the ball. And Barry Richards was another one, wasn't he? Amazing. He said I said, you're looking well, Barry. And he said, I'm 80 in a month's time. God.
Wow, is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's looking good.
Is he?
He played golf yesterday with Brian Lara. What a pair that would make, eh? Barry Richards and Brian Lara playing golf.
How much would that have fetched?
Maybe it was against it. I think actually they were against each other, but they were playing on the same course anyway.
How much would that have fetched in the days of benefit years, and you put that up for auction?
Yes, I know. To play with Barry Richards or Brian Lara or both,
yeah.
Blimey, would certainly go for a few thousand.
It would. In those days, it would have done, yeah. So, Fuller, after all this, I didn't quite know all the chats that have been going on. There's been various. It's going to be James Fuller to continue. Oh, no, it's Kyle Abbott, sorry. There's a bowling change. Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, looking for his first wicket still as he's driven up to mid-off by Hose. And there is no run.
Apparently Lara plays right-handed golf.
Oh, okay.
Like Jimmy Anderson plays right-handed as well.
Okay.
And apparently Jimmy's very good. I always thought he should have. I mean, his best shot as a batter, wasn't it? Was his reverse sweep. So clearly there was something went wrong somewhere when he decided to become a left-handed batter.
Yeah, Sean Irvine, you know, the former Zimbabwean and Hampshire all-rounder, he played right-handed golf. Weird, isn't it? Forward is Hose, plays it out square on the offside where there is a gap. He moves on to 54.
Well, you know all about, you know, right and left-handed and all that, don't you?
Yeah, I
so you play golf right-handed?
Badly left-handed.
Oh, you play left-handed?
Yeah,
okay.
same as bat.
Yeah.
But very bad. Yeah.
So you've never been tempted to try it the other way then? Maybe you're the reverse of Jimmy Anderson. So Jimmy Anderson, batting left-handed, plays golf right-handed.
Plenty of people, when I finished my round, said, have you ever tried playing right-handed? By the time we completed 18 holes and I'd been thrashed 9 and 8, they said to me, have you tried right-handed?
Easier to get clubs.
That's very true. Easier, cheaper.
They've got this weird field again, look.
They have, haven't they? Look at, well, it's actually even more weird. We'll go through that in a minute as Abbott comes in and bowls. That's turned to one of those 3 short infielders, Scott Curry. So what have we got? We've got a short leg, and then we've got, what, a short mid-wicket?
Yeah.
Which is Scott Curry.
A very short mid-wicket and a slightly short mid-wicket.
Yeah.
But that's not their stature, although in fact it is. In the case of Tom Prest at the slightly less short mid-wicket, but he's actually shorter than is it Curry at the closer mid-wicket?
Yeah.
In terms of their height, that is.
Very narrow line, isn't it, from the batter? As Abbott's in again, wide of the crease. It's turned along the ground again. It goes to Curry.
And what about on the offside as well? Look at that. 2 short extras as well. It's bizarre. I've never seen a field like this. The only time is sort of occasionally a McCullum influenced field for either England or New Zealand with this. Actually Stokes, I remember Stokes having sort of about 6, I think in Pakistan, get about 6 men in a little ring either side of the wicket.
Okay. I think it's the only thing the Kookaburra's done really, isn't it? Is trying to make bowlers and captains invent weird fields. He's off the back foot here, Libby. It's out into the covers. Gubbins runs back, does well actually, keeps it down to a single. 153 for 2. That's the only thing that I can really say has been of benefit the last couple of weeks, is that there's been some incredibly inventive fields.
And have they worked?
Not really.
No.
But it keeps everybody interested.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it gives the batter something else to think about, but I suppose the modern batter is fairly so focused, they're not too worried about these little changes, really. Here comes another change, another catcher. God.
I think also as this ball gets really soft, which I guess it is now, into its 39th over, that you're not going to get somebody smacking it back past the ball unless it's a real half volley. That's a length ball and it goes past Abbott, and as there's no bid on or bid off, there will be a single, comfortable single. That's the thing, isn't it, really? But the ball's so soft, the batters can't really get real power into the shot straight. And so what is the point in having a conventional bid on the mid-off? End of the over, 153 for 2. Robert Crowley has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, regards to this morning's chat about bowlers, mustn't miss out Hampshire's own Jerrick Shackleton, whom I had the privilege of watching in my teens. We were talking about, you were saying about bowlers that have got thousands of wickets, and they literally have. Desmond Eager said of him, the chairman would put the big clockwork key in his back at the beginning of the season, wind him up and then let him go. And he was good for the whole season. Richard Crowley, now of Shropshire and still umpiring at the age of 80, he says. Great stuff.
Wow, that's good, isn't it? Great. I don't know how many first class wickets Shackleton got. It must have been probably, I would imagine, over 2,000.
I'm going to have a look. Dave Allen would be able to tell me straight away, but he's with the old players.
Right. It's Dawson, who's got plenty of county wickets himself, to bowl to Adam Hose, who drives straight to short extra cover, slightly more conventional field for Dawson, a sort of guy very close to the strip at short mid on, and a short extra and a slip, and the rest spread around. Nobody back on the leg side. Oh, and that nearly sneaked through as he went back to that. It's a bit fuller than he thought. Got a little inside edge for a single.
2,857.
Yeah, that's very good, isn't it? Yeah, you'd be up there in the top 20 of all time, I should think.
I'm going to try and find a list, a definitive list, if I can.
Dawson bowls and turned into the leg side. That's a nice shot. That's going to be 2. Nobody back on the square leg boundary. Neat little, just a little push, really. And that actually gets Jake Libby to his 50. Nice little turn onto the leg side. 108 balls, 4 boundaries. He's been unflustered throughout his innings. Just picked up his runs, both sides of the wicket. Worcestershire move on to a commanding 156 for 2. Short leg now in place for Dawson, just where that ball went actually. So he pushes it away on the offside. I know W.G. Grace got 2,700 first class wickets. Amazing, isn't it? You think of him as a batter. He bowled these leg spinners round the wicket a lot of the time. So he was a sort of early version of Shane Warne, I suppose, in the way that he bowled. Dawson bowls again, driven into the offside, nicely fielded at short extra cover.
I know you mentioned Titch Freeman.
Yeah.
And he once got 304 wickets in a season.
I did say, yeah.
Oh, you think he did? Yeah.
I did say that. He did. 304 wickets in a season. It's mad, isn't it? Mad. Les Ames was his keeper, and he probably took about 50 stumpings a year off him. We actually, as he pushes one into the offside, you know, our old coach Don Bennett at Middlesex, he used to talk about Titch Freeman, because I think he must have seen him, not bowl, but he probably met him or something when he was young.
Yeah.
And he said he was tiny and he just lured people out of the crease and got them stumped, bowling these sort of loopy leg breaks.
You mentioned Les Ames at Kent in England. 418 stumpings in his career.
You've got a bit of a stats head on here, have you?
Well, no, I'm just looking it up, really, because you know when somebody.
So what are the wickets? The wickets are.
I haven't got down there yet.
You haven't got to the.
No, I don't know why I haven't. I probably haven't, but there's so many lists here that I probably.
So Shackleton 2008, 2,800 is decent, isn't it? Fred Titmus would have been probably a bit less than that. Derek Underwood tend to be spinners, don't they? Take those number of wickets. Wilfred Rhodes, Titch Freeman, all spinners.
Well, here's Kyle Abbott in to Adam Hose. Still that weird field as it's played out into the covers. Literally an umbrella field on either side of the wicket. All on the drive rather than catching. I can find Test cricket records. I'm more looking for domestic.
I'll tell you what. I'll ask the AI wizard, shall I?
Oh, please do.
Okay.
AI. Ooh, look at you. So here we go. Abbott again. Into Hose, who's playing it back to the bowler. Abbott's into his 11th over here. None for 29. Yeah, I need a definitive list. But while we do that, I've got a couple of emails here. Paul Griffiths, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He said, did you see Luandre Pretorius scored 153 yesterday? Yes, we did. Or was it Saturday? Yeah, that was yesterday. The youngest South African Test centurion. That's driven back past the bowler. But it was a genuine half volley there from Abbott. And Hose moves on to 60, and the total on to 160 for 2. And Bravis got 51. Yes, he did. In the Test against Zimbabwe. And that's the 100-run partnership between Adam Hose and Jake Libby. And that's come in 166 deliveries. Hope we can sign him again next season, says Paul. I think there might be a bit more in demand by then, but who knows? I'm sure they'll be trying. As Abbott's played into the ground and fielded by one of those two fielders in on the drive.
So the leading 3 wicket takers of all time, I've only got the top 3 here. Wilfred Rhodes, 4,204. C.W.L. Parker, 3,000. It says 278, so that's wrong. A.P. Freeman, 3,776 is number 2. But I haven't got the top 10. I'm trying to get the top 10. Bowling average is around about 16 or 17, those guys.
Abbott bowl, slightly slower ball, driven out into the covers by Hose. Won't quite go all the way to the short boundary side. And that's Tilak Varma, who's running after that one. 2 more to the Worcestershire total.
Right, this is the official list. Wilfred Rhodes, 4,200. Titch Freeman, second, 3,776. Charlie Parker, 3,278. Jack Hearn played for Middlesex. Tom Goddard played for Surrey, 2,900. Alec Kennedy, don't know, 2,800. Derek Shackleton, number 7, 2,857.
Abbott's in short. Bouncer as it loops almost towards Ben Brown.
So Derek Shackleton, 7th of all time, 7th most first-class wickets of all time. Tony Locke, number 8. 2,800. Fred Titmus, as I mentioned, 2,830. And number 10, W.G. Grace.
There we go.
2,809.
Thanks, yours. Simon Hughes is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Amelia Clark.
It just beggars belief, actually, that these guys took this number of wickets. I mean, of course, they played in those days probably 24 games a year, 3-day games, that is, and they bowled a lot of overs, and they probably played. Well, Fred Titmus actually played, I think he played in 5 decades. Started in the 1940s, finished in the 1980s. He actually displaced me from a Middlesex match when he turned up just to watch the game and was called up at the last minute. Here's Dawson, who bowls, and Jake Libby hits it back to the bowler. It was a match in 1982, I think, and Mike Brearley decided that it was a dry pitch. Fred Titmus was there as a visitor, and he said, "Oh, Fred, have you got your boots? You're playing." He borrowed some boots, and I was made 12th man. And he got about 3 wickets.
Wow.
Aged 52. Cut into the offside that time, but straight to the man at backward point. That's Tilak Varma, who looks, I must admit, very, very athletic. Moves really well in the field. Well, you'd expect that from a young player like him, with the reputation he's got. Dawson again bowls, tossed up and driven to mid-off, but can't get it past the fielder at mid-off. What do you think? 2,900 first-class wickets. It's mad, isn't it?
It's bonkers, yeah. That is phenomenal.
Derek Shackleton, 2,800. I don't know how many Dawson's got, but he's going to do well to get that many in his career. This time it's pushed up to mid-on by Jake Libby, who's on 51. Adam Hose 62. 162 for 2 is the Worcester score. Having decided to bat first. Dawson just deciding on a small field change, so he's dispensing with the short leg and he's got the man at mid-on instead, short mid-on on the catch, and a short extra as well. Trying to find a way through here, Hampshire. That's a quick single, actually well judged in the end, just wide of the mid-on fielder. Yeah, so...
Yeah, Worcestershire have come out the gates firing after lunch. They've come out with intent and it's been all very positive. Hampshire really need to find a way to break up this partnership.
It's not looking that good for them, is it, at the moment? There's no obvious way through.
No.
They're trying these funky fields. Long on goes back for Adam Hose, who's probably the more aggressive of the two players. He forces it into the offside but can't get it past short extra cover, end of the over. 163 for 2. Yeah, I mean, it's it doesn't look, wicket looks flat. Bowling looks a bit flat at the moment, actually, as well. I mean, not that they're not trying, but
no, it's just there's sort of not a lot to give, really. There's the pitch. We've had 42 overs here. Got a minimum of 54 left in the day. It looks like Carl Abbott's going to come back in to bowl from the pavilion end. Worcestershire on 163 for 2. Current partnership between Libby and Hose is 103.
just on that, I mean, we can carry on this conversation a little bit between balls if nothing else happens. Just what ChatGPT tells me here is that Wilfred Rhodes tops the all-time wicket-taking list with a staggering 4,204 wickets over a 32-year first-class career. He did play until he was about 55.
Yeah.
Titch Freeman is the only other bowler to cross 3,700 wickets.
Abbott comes in, right arm over the wicket, and bowls good length, and that's played out to the leg side. That'll go for, they'll come back for 2.
The era from the late 19th to the mid-20th century dominates these records. Bowling workloads were immense compared to today.
Wow. That does sound immense. 4,000.
For contrast, modern legends like Jimmy Anderson stand at around 1,126 first-class wickets.
Gosh. Yeah, that's unbelievable. A quarter.
Yeah.
Still amazing, though.
He was a spinner.
Yeah.
Wilfred Rhodes, left-arm spinner.
So Libby waiting on strike. Abbott trying something a little bit different. He's going to come round the wicket and bowls good length, and that's carried through to Ben Brown. There was a half shout there. They thought there might have been a clip, but no interest. I think Abbott knew.
What often surprised me about these situations, actually, is that these bowlers all have good variations, like, you know, slower balls, knuckle balls. They never seem to use them in first-class cricket. You know, with these sort of field settings, with men on the drive and so on, I never quite understand why they wouldn't try a slower ball, or even a slow ball bouncer, if they've got a field position for it.
Abbott tried again over the wicket. Well blocked, and Prest will collect that for no run. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I suppose it's...
So he's almost going round the wicket one ball and over the wicket another ball here.
Keep Libby very much on his toes. Doesn't know what's coming at him next. And you're right, he's coming round the wicket now. Quick conversation with Liam Dawson.
Yeah, he's just playing around with the angle a bit.
Well, the previous ball that he went round the wicket was quite positive. That was a half shout.
Yeah.
We've got this little leg slip sort of position in place. As Abbott comes in and bowls, and this is swept round to deep square. And fielder on the back, so they'll go just for the 1 they got there.
Yeah, they got 1.
165 for 2.
The other thing about round the wicket, some bowlers, I'm not sure about Abbott, but some bowlers, when they bowl round the wicket, actually run up behind the umpire. So you don't necessarily see them when they're bowling round the wicket until they suddenly arrive at the crease, and that can be quite disconcerting.
Yeah.
He does start almost behind the umpire, but it just gives a batter something else to
think about.
Concentrate on. No, I think he's running behind the umpire there. Now he comes out.
Yeah, he's
wide.
going round the wicket this time, and that's been driven through cover, and that's been well stopped, just about 2 metres in from the boundary. Yeah, Ali Orr out there, and that deep square, sort of deep mid-wicket boundary. Libby moves to 55. Worcestershire move to 167 for 2. More conversations with Dawson as Abbott wanders back to the top of his mark.
Getting another man. They're sort of semi-ball following here. They've
Yes.
got another man just where that shot went now. 3 men in catching positions on the leg side.
He's remained around the wicket, so he's obviously seeing that he enjoys that side this time. And there's a half chance as that's gone down to deep backward square, and they're going to run through for 2 as that's just clipped round the edge.
It's just each time he's just played it a tiny bit later.
Yes.
And avoided those one of those catches.
So end of the over, 169 for 2. We've had 43 overs. Hose is on 63 off 88 deliveries, and Libby's on 57 of 121. So,
Certainly a lovely day for batting, isn't it?
well, that it is indeed.
You know, if you think we won this, it was a bit cloudy this morning, and I suppose you'd hope for the bowling side you'd make a few inroads, and then once it's come this afternoon, the pitch is flattened out, the ball is a bit soft now, Kookaburra ball, and it's a lovely day for batting. These guys, you know, there's nothing in the pitch really at the moment, so you know these guys should be thinking in terms of 100 each, really.
Absolutely. Hampshire need to find a way through with these two.
They do. Dawson with nobody back on the square leg boundary, defended by Hose. So I'm going to have to try and just change the bowling round Hampshire, I suppose.
Well, as you say that, Scott Curry is in the slip cord, and he was just doing a few warm-up motions.
Yeah. Now that was short from Dawson, hammered away off the back foot, 4 runs to Adam Hose. It was a bit short that from Dawson, and he made room and picked his spot. Rare bad ball from Dawson.
Yeah, as you say, because there's not a lot in the pitch, any small sort of error in length or width is just being punished here today.
You can see, actually, we'll probably see the replay here, and you might just see...
I think we've
oh
just
no, we just missed it.
yeah.
Yeah, I just looked at the screen and it had just gone through. So he had a lot of time there, the batter, to put that away. So Dawson now just pushed his mid-off fielder deeper. 173 for 2 Worcester. Dawson bowls, driven. Now that's good cricket. Driven up long off, and easy single for Hose. So he made that field change with the back foot shot, and then just eased it away for a single.
Worcestershire moved to 174 for 2.
This is Jake Libby on strike, and they've decided to move the mid-on fielder a little wider, the catcher. Dawson bowls again, side off. Didn't miss by much, he left it alone, expecting it to turn. It just probably skidded on with the arm a little bit.
I'm not sure if we'll see a replay on that one.
Well, it's not easy getting replays in actually when Dawson's bowling, is it? Unless it's gone to the boundary. Dawson again bowls, only a short run up and defended into the offside. Dawson now into his 9th over, so he's got through quite a lot of work already, and we're only halfway into the afternoon session. Nothing really in the pitch for the quicker bowlers. Dawson bowls again, and that one's actually nicely bowled and didn't push at it too much that time. Libby just let it come to him, defended it.
You can see the Dawson frustration there as the end of the over comes through. He just
kick the ground.
Kick the ground, yeah. As if just to say, gosh, can't find a way through at the moment. And it does feel like that from a Hampshire point of view. Worcestershire have bedded in, and they don't feel like either batsman here are going anywhere. They seem comfortable, and they found a really nice rhythm between the two of them. And Hampshire just can't quite find a way through.
I wonder if Dawson might try just bowling a little bit slower, because they're mostly playing him off the back foot. Maybe just try and tease them into a big shot down the ground or something. Bit of a delay while the batters have a quick chat and probably change gloves. And now we've got even more extreme field from Abbott. No, they've got nobody on the offside at all.
No,
They're literally everybody's on the leg side.
Oh, wow, that's quite a...
I've never seen that
no,
before.
that's
4 men catching on the leg side, no one on the offside at all. A leg gully and sort of 3 men out. That's really unusual.
Wow, we'll see what Kyle Abbott has planned here. As he's planning on coming around the wicket. There's still just a little bit of movement in the field.
So this is a 9-0 leg side field.
Yep. Hampshire trying something very different here as Abbott comes in and bowls, and it does go into the offside and it's stopped. Mid square of the wicket. No run.
It must be tempting. I mean, I suppose what he's trying to do is make the batter stand outside leg and hit him through the offside. He will be taking a slight risk because he'll be hitting across the line, yeah. But there's wide open spaces. I mean, if it was Ben Duckett, he'd probably turn round and do a reverse or something.
Yeah.
Although, of course, these batters are right-handed.
Abbott in once more around the wicket. He stays. Again, that's just played forward into the offside. There's no one there, so someone to scamper around. I think, Tom Prest had a quick run round to hold that one for a dot.
You know what they could do is another little game here, is the keeper could go and stand at short extra cover. And as long as he bowls straight, you don't need a keeper, do you?
No.
You could tempt him to shoulder arms and get 4 byes.
Absolutely. That is an even bigger risk.
That's an even bigger risk.
Doesn't look like Ben Brown's decided to do that quite yet. Kyle Abbott still comes in past the umpire and bowls round the wicket. This is played offside and straight to Ali Orr.
Actually, it was Tillet Bowman. He was thinking about shying at the stumps from short mid wicket, but he realised there was no one backing up. There's no one on the other side of the field at all. So he wisely kept hold of it.
Yes, that would not have been great to watch that ball run away.
Brown, the keeper, is also standing down the leg side here. Instead of the usual position of the keeper, he's standing slightly down there. So now Abbott's going over the wicket. Oh, now he's moving at least one fielder onto the offside. A slip, I think. No, he's not.
No,
just a short, fine leg. Well,
so
a leg
still
slip.
A completely open offside.
Yeah.
Abbott comes in over the wicket and bowls, and this is again played down to the covers.
What's quite interesting is that the batter is not attempting to hit it on the offside, is he? So he's not really... Well,
he's not buying into the trick.
No, he's not buying into the trick at all. He's decided, no, I'm not going to fall for that.
Well, you join us at a very, if you're just tuning in now, join us at myself, Amelia Clark.
Isn't it funny, because you'd have, if you read about this or sort of was listening to it and not here, you'd have no idea about this at all, really, would you?
Abbott in again, and this one's Bouncer that's left. Yeah, you join us at a Utilita Bowl. You might be listening on BBC Sport website or app. You can ask your smart speaker to play Hampshire versus Worcestershire. Where Worcestershire are 174 for 2. They won the toss and chose to bat. And you currently join us 44 overs in. They've lost 2 wickets, and Kyle Abbott has the field set totally on the leg side with not a single player on the offside. So quite a bizarre moment. A few of the commentators have already taken photos of this as Abbott comes in once more, and this is defended down to a short mid on. And that's the end of the over. A bizarre over. It was a maiden over from Abbott, so in some ways it did work. Worcestershire are 174 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was a maiden over, and of course it goes down in the book as a maiden over. So if you're not here to witness that, you'd have no idea about how bizarre it was.
Indeed.
Am I off? I'm off.
I'm going to be swapping over there. But yes, so 174 for 2. We're going to have Kevin James joining us in the commentary position.
Thank you very much. So, bizarre fields. Bizarre fields, interesting fields. It's all because of the Kookaburra ball. Here's Liam Dawson. That's turned away on the leg side by Libby. And there is no run.
Oh, good. Oh, hello. What's happened here? Something is...
We might have to get some other earphones. There's some over there. Amelia, try those. I think those earphones were playing up earlier, actually. So we will use some others. It's all good here. All sorts of different things have been plugged in for today's game for various reasons, which I won't go into, but it seems to be causing a few technical problems right on the onside, and there is no run. Hopefully you're all good.
I am back. Well,
what was that all about?
I don't know. That's happened to me once before, and it is horrible because it just sort of deafens you.
Yeah, we had that straight after lunch as well, but I think it's those headphones that have gone funny. Anyway, there's Dawson comes in, and forward is Jake Libby. So we've got a couple more emails.
Yes.
I know you've been rattling through them. A new email address, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, as Dawson comes in and Libby just pushes forward out into the covers. Stephen Clark, our old friend from far up in the Shane-Warne stand at the far end, is back on the emails. Talk about the past players today. There was quite a few on the... I read out a few names, but there was quite a few more that I didn't. As Libby turns out on the onside end of the over, 174 for 2. Delighted to hear that Trevor Jesty is here today, says Steve. My auntie was married to his brother, both of whom now sadly lost. I remember playing cricket in their garden with Trevor when we were kids. I saw him a few times in his early days with Hampshire, but I haven't seen him since. I would love the opportunity for a chat with him sometime. You know where I'll be after the close of play if he is listening, or you can get a message to him, says Steve. Well, gosh. I mean, they are up in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at the end, and without wishing to cause a stampede, I don't think anybody would mind if you just sort of wandered up there. To be honest, he says not really knowing the ground rules and the...
I'm sure someone from the club might be darting up here in a minute going, no, get
But I'll be honest with you, I don't see there'd be a problem.
Yeah.
If I'm honest. And also, you can always go to the back of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand where the spectators are. Go to the back row. Some of the players are sitting in the front seats and just sort of say, is Trevor there? I would say that's the best idea, wouldn't you? I would say if you leave it too long, some of them will leave. I think they did the photo at lunchtime because they were a bit worried that some of them would leave by tea.
And Curry's coming in from the pavilion here. He's bowling over the wicket, and it's just been played into the offside. No run. And I think that's who's that that's just come forward? I think it's Fletcher Middleton. Had to do a little dart in to collect that. So a little bit more of a traditional field set, unlike Kyle Abbott's 9 for 0 earlier. We do have 3 on the offside. As Curry comes in again. Bowls better length, good line this time. It's played down leg side and well stopped, just in the covers. Does look like, I'm not quite sure who that is laying down. Who is that? I think it might be James Fuller.
Yeah.
To a diving to his left, stop, but seems to have maybe just hurt his arm a little bit. He seems fine though. He'll shake it off. Curry once more, wastes no time. In again. Good line. This is just tapped forward by Hose into the covers.
Well, these two look very difficult to part.
Don't they just? I was saying this earlier. They seem settled. They seem like they've bedded in well.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bat first. I heard sort of little sort of snippets that Hampshire were considering bowling first anyway.
Curry in again. Bowls, and this is square of the wicket and tapped past a diving. That is Fletcher Middleton, who's about a silly mid-off, pointer. Just the one. Libby on strike now.
Yes, it seems a long time ago, isn't it, since those 2 wickets in the first 55 minutes of play. Henry Nichols caught behind for no score. Kashaf Ali, LBW for 44. Both those wickets to James Fuller.
Yeah, it does feel quite a long time ago. And Curry in again. Bowles is a very quick delivery straight at the stumps, but well defended there by Libby. Yeah, it feels like almost yesterday that happened.
does, doesn't it? Really? It's definitely a batting day.
Mm.
Quite whether it would be the same if we would be using a Duke's ball, I don't know, but I would suggest that we might be a little further on in the game if we were using them.
And Curry comes in once more and bowls, and this is a good line again, straight to Fletcher Middleton, who's under the lid, and silly point. No run.
So you're off to Wimbledon soon, aren't you?
I am, yes. Yeah, we'll be working for the BBC at Wimbledon.
Yeah, how lucky are you?
I'm very lucky, incredibly lucky indeed. Yeah.
So that's on today, starts today, but you're not there today.
Not today, tomorrow. It starts.
Oh, so it's Sunday today, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yes, of course it is.
Yes, but I'm not there until Wednesday.
Right.
Because, you know, I can't part from this.
No, you can't.
I can't leave you alone, Kev.
No.
Other than tomorrow. As Curry comes in and then goes straight to Fletcher Middleton. That was a little bit close. And you can hear audibly Kevin James.
Well, did that carry? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. If you're watching the live picture feed, here we go. Here's the replay. And
I think that did. I think it hit the floor just as Fletcher Middleton's fingers were on it.
difficult one. It's going quickish. It was low. Just watching it again. If we can slow it down. I don't know if we can slow it down.
They're listening to us.
And
It hit his feet, I think, as he was sort of in like a crouched frog position.
it doesn't really give you much time to react, does it?
No.
The pace of the shot. So it's a quarter of a chance at best. So there's a drinks break here with Worcestershire on 177 for 2. Jake Libby 57 not out from 133. Adam Hose 69 not out from 101. And these two have been together since the score was 60. So doing some quick maths.
That is 111.
117. There we go.
Yes.
Partnerships. 3 for the first partnership between Nichols and Libby. 57 between Libby and Kashif. And 117 unbroken.
So they've put on about, what, 57 to get
117.
107 together,
It's
sorry.
Partnership, yeah.
I thought that was the total. I'm not with it.
No, that's the partnership. 206 balls for that 117. Tigger Miles emailed just a little while ago, and Tigger's a very good stat person of especially Hampshire cricket. Emails from time to time. Hampshire Cricket at Gmail. Sorry, Hampshire. I've got to remember because I'm still getting used to this new email. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We were talking about the list of most first-class wickets, and Alec Kennedy was mentioned in 6th place. He played for Hampshire. That's right, Tigger. I know when Simon Hughes was reading it out, I was thinking, oh, hang on a minute, Alec Kennedy. That rings a bell. I didn't want to shout out in case I got either the wrong Alec Kennedy or just for some reason his name sounded familiar and I don't know why. But thanks for pointing it out. So he was 6th on the list, and Derek Shackleton 7th on the all-time wickets list. Those were the days, uncovered wickets, and when bowlers had it all their own way. Here, the batters have got it all their own way.
That they have, yes, indeed. If you're watching on the live pitch feed, I do think it just said lunch. It's not lunch here, it's just a drinks break. Just in case you're thinking, God, they've had 2 lunch breaks today. Or it's a very late lunch. No, it's not.
Wishful thinking from somebody who maybe missed lunch.
Yeah, someone's a bit hungry still. Dawson again from the pavilion end here. He's in and bowls. And that's just played into the covers. Is it my over or your over?
I can't remember. Is it me?
Yeah, I think so.
Apologies. All right, I'll do apologies.
That's all right.
Must concentrate.
Okay, I was happy to do it.
Well, you did very good first ball. I'll do the rest. So Dawson into his 11th over. Flighted and driven down the ground by Hose. There is a deep mid on, and that's Dominic Kelly. And the total moves on to 178 for 2. We're into the 48th over of the Worcestershire innings. That means there are just over 48 overs left in the day as Dawson comes in and bowls, and that's worked by Libby. Going to take a quick single to Dominic Kelly again, who throws the ball at the bowler's end. They're targeting poor old Dom Kelly at mid-on. Almost every time they hit it to him, they take off. And that was a little difficult because it was to his right. He did try. But it does seem as though every time the ball goes to him there, that they seem to say, right, we're going to go. Dominic Kelly's pushed back to deep mid-on this time. On 79 for 2. Dawson bowls, and it's on the back foot there is Hose. Steers that out into the covers, fielded by Ali Orr. So what are you going to be doing at Wimbledon then?
I don't really know yet. I think it would be a case of finding out what I'm seeing, but very much sort of the production side of it, but it might be just being a runner. It might be.
That's a great shot off the back foot. Hose, that's cracked through extra cover for 4. Moves on to 74, 183 for 2.
I was lucky enough. I've worked there for the club for the last 2. Before I started at the BBC, I worked there for 2 championships, so I know the place quite well. So I feel like they might utilise that, sort of, moving people here, there, and everywhere, or fetching things. I'm not sure, but I'm looking forward to it. Just happy to be there and just get some experience from the BBC side of it.
It'll be great, won't it? That really will be
indeed.
Awesome, especially with this weather that's forecast.
Yes, well, they're almost wondering it's a bit too hot.
I think it will be. Yeah, I wouldn't go if I was used to.
A couple of people, Simon included, have said about. We were talking off air about how, will they consider closing the roof because it's so hot? But
that's true, yeah, because they use the air conditioning, don't they? Forward is Hose, and he's going to take a quick single out to forward a point where Varma can't get around us quickly enough, although it was too far away from him. 184 for 2.
Indeed. So we've had 48 overs so far. We've got 48 to go. We're sort of at the halfway point, hence the drinks. Hose is out there on 75 off 106 deliveries, and Libby on 58 on 134. So definitely moving not quite as quickly as Hose, but still at a good clip.
Yeah, Hose more of the aggressor, isn't he? More known as a white ball player than a red ball, but yes, this is a good partnership. It's hard work. I can't remember the last time the ball beat the outside edge of the bat.
No, I think it was in about the second over.
Yeah.
As Curry comes in again and bowls, this is over the wicket, and this is well defended. It pops back straight to him, and he'll do his own fielding. Coming in from the pavilion end. Pavilion at the top is packed out with at the top of the Brandsgrove Pavilion.
It is, isn't it?
Packed out, especially on that right-hand side.
Yeah. Behind the wicket.
Yes.
So they want to get a view.
Got the best view there.
Yeah, the spectators want the view of the line. They want to spot the ball that actually moves off the straight.
Yes.
They want to say, I was the one that saw the ball move off his straight.
Curry in and over the wicket, and this is bowled, and this is driven nicely through leg side, and well stopped down at the boundary by Fletcher Middleton, who lays there for a minute. Oh, did he stop it?
No, it's gone through.
Oh, I thought he stopped it, but he laid there. As soon as he sort of thrashed his hands down, I thought, oh no, he hasn't stopped that. So that's another boundary there for Hose. He moves on to 79. The Worcestershire. Oh, I really struggle. The Worcestershire. Can you say it for me again, please, Kevin?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Thank you. It's one of those things that once I get tongue-tied, I can't get out of it. Move on to 188 for 2.
Just say Worce.
No. As Curry comes in, and this is again just defended very nicely down. Dribbles down to deep fine. They go for 1. Moves to 189 for 2. Just start calling them the away team.
Yes.
Worcestershire.
The people from West Midlands.
Yeah. I'm getting that. It's good for me because I have to keep saying it.
Are you not West Midlands?
Curry comes in again.
Right.
I'll carry on commentating on the cricket as you two argue about where Worcestershire is. Bradders is just, well, he's arguing that point.
We can just say, or that lot to the right of Wales.
That one I'll give you. Curry once more, only 5 off the over so far. Livy waiting on strike, he's over the wicket and bowls, and this is this is swept onto the leg side, and Fletcher Middleton at silly point actually just ducked out of the way. He thought, no, I'm not even going to try and get involved in that. It was moving at quite a clip, and I personally don't blame him if I was in that position, but it was quite entertaining to see just the sheer, no, I'm not getting involved. Mind my head.
I don't know if it glanced him. It didn't hit him on the helmet, obviously, otherwise they would have stopped play. But yeah, that's when it's a horrible position.
Yeah. 190 for 2. Curry wastes no time, and again. This time again, just sort of dribbled down to third man. They'll go for 1. Bowes moves off strike on 81. And that's the end of the over. Are we having a change in the commentary? It is. It'd be myself. I'm making way for Bradders.
Thanks, Amelia. Yeah, Dave Bradley back. So this partnership is 130 now, 131. Welcome back, brothers.
Thank you so much.
Yes. You must be enjoying your boys batting here this afternoon.
Well, yeah, after the season they've had. And it's so much a game of confidence, isn't it? The old cricket. And they've just not had much of late. Playing on pitches at New Road. No disrespect to the groundsman, because he's had an impossible task to try and get decent pitches.
So Liam Dawson about to start his 12th over. He's wicketless, none for 28. As that's cut away to backward a point by Hose, fielded by Varman, no run. But yeah, they've. I imagine they're both taking great confidence from this, because it's one of those innings where I think they feel like unless they make a mistake, they're really not going to get out.
Or somebody bowls a wonder ball.
Yeah, but is that ball out there?
Well, yeah.
Off the back foot up to deep mid off.
I mean, it's impossible to tell from here. The wicket has, of course, changed colour from this morning because the sun's beating down on it. But does it look as if there's a few footmarks already?
It looks a little bit, doesn't it? It looks a little dusty in places, but it's got. I think the thing is with this as well, Brothers, is that it probably will in this sun, get more dusty as we go along. But the wicket here doesn't break up. It never turns big. You never think, if it turns a bit on first day or by day 4, it's going to go all over the place. It never really does that. It's turned to mid wicket. It very rarely gets so much worse here. Like some wickets can
deteriorate.
This never does really.
Yeah.
If it turns a bit on day 1, it will turn a little bit more by day 4, and that's about it. Well, this is not even turning at all. So it might turn a bit out the rough of the bowler's footmarks, but we'll have to wait a couple more days for that. Dawson bowls a length ball, and that's pushed up to mid-on. James Fuller's at mid-on now, and Tom Kelly's been moved over to mid-off. Dawson's in again, and bowls. So that is a slower ball there. And Libby waits. Dawson just...
I'm not picking that up.
I wonder if he's enjoying it out there, Liam Dawson.
Body language suggests that possibly not.
Bowled a lot of overs last week at Chelmsford. As he comes in again, and Libby just whips that away, but there is a fielder at deep, well no, not deep, but just backward of square leg, end of the over. His over count last week, 28 in the first innings, 41 in the second. So yeah. Now, Albie Somerset has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk under the heading of Barry Richards. He says, hearing you guys talk about the great Barry Richards being 80 has scared me, says Albie. I grew up watching Hampshire at Burnaby Road, that's in Portsmouth. From the early 60s onwards, after my teacher said the best way to learn was to watch the professionals. So grew up watching some greats on that vicious strip, especially Barry and Gordon Greenwich with the bat and Andy Roberts and Malcolm Marshall with the ball. Hearing Barry is 80 means he was only 6 years older than me when I was idolising him. Scary stuff. Portsmouth Cricket Week was always the highlight of my school holidays, says Albert.
Was that the United Services ground?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I remember doing a couple of games there.
Yeah, in that box up by the railway line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up those steep stairs.
Yeah. Last game there was in 1993, my bit of research tells me.
Ooh. In your nice colourful folder.
No, it's written down on my notepad. It's the start of a new over, and Adam Hose drives the ball back down the ground as Curry takes it on his follow through. Yeah, I remember doing a Sunday League game there, I think. When the Sunday League game used to be in between the 3-day game, didn't it? Got rained off. I seem to remember we were outside and got very wet. But it's a long time ago. It's 32 years ago, so I struggle to remember what I did this morning. Next ball, short. Pinged away to the boundary. Too short, too wide. Hose has been in a long time. He's not going to miss out on that. Cracks it to the extra cover boundary off the back foot. And 4 more to the Worcestershire total. What were we talking about a few minutes ago? Before we talked about Portsmouth.
Barry Richards.
Barry Richards.
We were talking about how well you guys are batting and how much you're enjoying it.
There was something that I was going to bring to the conversation, which was obviously going to enhance the day's proceedings.
You always do, Brandon.
but I can't remember what it is now. It'll come back to me eventually. Hose drives on the offside. He's going to get a single because the ball bobbles, bounces out towards wide-ish mid-off, I'm going to call that. And Worcestershire pick up 1 more. 197 for 2. Change in the field as, where's he going? Sweeper fielder on the cover boundary comes in at that shortish mid-wicket position. Curry to Libby, who just probably possibly off a pad. Is it off the bat? Whatever it's come off, it's gone for 4. Let's wait for the signal. No. In Blackwell says it's off the bat, so 4 runs it is. So Jake Libby picks up 4. Worcestershire go to 200. 200 for 2.
This is great stuff, isn't it? Whatever the ball, whatever the conditions, whatever you want to put in the way, this is still
You still got to
good
get him.
batting. Yeah.
Libby's 63 with that boundary. And to the next ball, flicks this one away. Off his pads again. Middleton at short leg is having an exciting time.
Oh, poor bloke.
Yeah.
It's not much fun.
He's had a couple of heading for the trenches in recent deliveries.
I missed this a little early. We were talking about cricketers from the Isle of Wight. It was David Griffiths was the fast bowler I was thinking of. Thank you very much, Joe.
There was a lad played for Worcestershire not so long ago. My mind is gone. Could somebody send me a text or something and tell me who this was? Here's the next ball, which is wide of the off stump. And in fact, called a wide. By Jove, you've got to do well to bowl a wide in county cricket. He was nicknamed Goober, and I was in touch with him on social media not so long ago, but I can't remember his flaming name. Big lad. Played first class for Worcestershire. It'll come back to me. I'll get up to clean my teeth at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll remember who it was. Here's the next ball, which is driven into the offside. I'll get it past Nick Gubbins, who's at cover. No.
That's right. Well, they can get in touch with you on X.
On X, yeah. Brad is at BBC. Somebody put me out of, well, don't put me out of my misery, because that would be a long term. But you know, if somebody can tell me who this player was, I would be most grateful.
Or if it's easier on emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. And we've got to change of bowling. Now we've got Nick Gubbins is on with his leg spin.
I forgot to give the score right. 200 and, oh, it's gone off the screen there. 203 for 2. Yep. Apologies.
Nick Gubbins got a couple of overs in against Essex in the second innings last week. And we're going to see if the wrist spinner can get something out of this pitch that nobody has to date. So what are the odds? Probably nothing, but it's worth a try. And this partnership has been together since just before midday today. That's Gubbins. He loves his bowling, doesn't it, Gubbins? And he's in, and it's full outside the off stump, driven to backward a point by Libby. So a tall person from the Isle of Wight that played for Worcestershire.
Yeah, not so long back. I can't remember his name.
Bowler, batter?
Bowler.
Bowler, right.
Yeah.
That's pushed out on the outside. I'll tell you what, I will ask you about a bowler who bowled very well against us in the 50 over competition last year. Is it Jack Home?
Yeah.
Where's he?
He's still, yeah, he's had an injury. He's playing England under 19s this summer.
Oh, okay. Not taken cleanly outside the off stump by Ben Brown, but it didn't bounce much.
Yeah, he and a lad called Isaac Mohammed, who Worcestershire have stolen from Warwickshire, who looks very promising.
Okay.
He's in the England under 19s as well. playing a couple of games at Worcester.
It's a nice drive out into the covers by Libby. As Aliora is doing the sweeping out away to our left, 204 for 2. Yes, Jack Home, I remember, bowled very well against us in the 50 over game at your place last year. Sort of came from nowhere.
Yeah. I think he had off the top of my head, I think he had a back injury mid-season. Yeah, it's pretty promising.
Still thinking of this tall man for Worcester.
Oh,
I thought I knew every cricketer out of the Isle of Wight. As that's driven out into the covers, fielded by Middleton, who's got a welcome respite from under the lid. Fairly recently as well. That's got me going as well. That's a cut away by Hose, fairly close to the off stump, but nevertheless hit well enough out into the deep. End of Gubbins' first over that cost just the 2 runs. And Worcestershire are 205 for 2 after winning the toss, selecting to bat first.
Live cricket from Hedge End, I always call it, from the Utilita Bowl. Utilita Bowl. I like calling it that.
Do you always call it that?
The Utilita Bowl, yeah. Where we are kind of meandering through the day's cricket. Skipper and wicketkeeper Brown stood at the non-striker's end, spreading his arms around as fielders are kind of wandering about. We're looking for something. We're all looking towards the pavilion as if somebody is going to emerge from there to a fanfare of trumpets. So, not for the first time. I don't know what's going on. In fact, I know what's going on now. Dom Kelly's going to bowl from the pavilion end. I think we're looking for a 12th man to come on. And indeed, here comes the aforementioned 12th man. So we're going to get some cricket again in a while. It's not a day. It's not a day for rushing round. I will give them that.
I'm just trying to find this Worcestershire player that...
Oh, mate, somebody will tell me, or it... Please, somebody, send me a...
Was he around in about 2019?
Yeah. I'm sure. What's that, 6 years ago? Yeah.
Is it me?
No, me. Kelly's the bowler pushed into the offside. I'm still trying to find out who...
I don't know.
No, we're looking this up. Chris Russell. Thanks, Sue. Sue's the scorer on the ground here. Chris Russell. Thanks, Sue. I'll buy you a soda and lime later. Here's the next ball, which is pushed back down the pitch, and the bowler on his follow through does the fielding. You found him?
Well, no, it's not, I must admit, it's not a name immediately
No, he played first class.
comes to mind, if I'm honest. I don't think I ever would have got that. Oh yes, he was, yeah. 36 years old now.
Yeah, he was still playing until, I think he's been playing this summer. I'm occasionally in touch with him on social media. Anyway, back to the present day, and this is Adam Hose driving straight back to the bowler, who cradles it in his upper abdomen.
Well, according to this, his last games in 2016 were for Worcestershire second team.
Oh, okay. So,
but he played... His last game was against Hampshire here in 2014. His last first-class game.
There you go. Saved on the taxi fare. Here's the next ball, flicked away through the leg side by Adam Hose, and they will pick up 2.
And by amazing coincidence, he got Michael Carberry LBW for no score.
There you go.
Now, I'm sure Carbs will remember that. He's coming on shortly. Carbs, back in 2014, I know you'll know this, you were LBW to Chris Russell for naught. It's given him time to think.
Just ask a question, Carbs. No, just throw the cups around. Was that his reaction when he got back in the pavilion after getting a duck through?
That's the only bit of that innings he remembers.
Threw a few cups around.
Chris Russell, 14 overs, 2 for 73.
There you go.
in that Hampshire first innings, and what happened here? Oh, it was a drawn game.
Next ball, back to the cricket, is driven, 4 runs. Nice shot by Adam Hose. Overpitched, nice half volley, boomed it away through extra cover. And Hose goes to, well, it's a 151 run partnership between Adam Hose, who's got 94, and Jake Libby, who's got 51 of those.
Well, I tell you what, you can ask Michael Carby about it now,
I will.
because he is on with you.
Excellent. Just a hint of breeze blowing across the ground, but not much. Do you remember it?
It was missing 2 sets of slants. Couldn't possibly be out. Nothing to see here. Obviously. Nothing to see here.
It's Liam Dawson starting a new over just outside the off stump. A large goal decides to field its fine leg. Dawson in again, rolls his wrists over this one and pushed away on the offside for a single. Sorry, it is Gubbins, of course it is. What am I on about? Completely different action. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's too hot to concentrate. That's my excuse.
I think the goal's giving Hampshire all the help they can muster at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. That single takes it to 212 for 2. Just waiting on the batsman readjusts his equipment. I've got a question for you anyway.
Yeah.
Talking about remembering something. Gubbins is ready to go, although the batsman Hose isn't right now. We're off. And this is short. Oh, that's smashed away. That's probably 6 penn'orth? No, 4, says Jack Chantry. Must admit, I lost the flight of it till it hit the flag on the boundary.
Should have gone for 6.
Should have gone for 6. 2007.
Yep.
Hampshire, Worcestershire here. Now, things I remember about this game. You got 100. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Hampshire going well. Second day, morning session, 400 odd. As Hose, and he's got a bit of a streaky one this time, a bit edgish down towards third man. And Adam Hose has got 100. You can probably hear the cheers from the Worcestershire balcony in the background, and he celebrates, putting his bat up and taking his helmet off to his teammates. Gets a good hand around the ground as well. There's some Worcestershire supporters who travel down to our right, and his 100 has come off 126 balls, 16 fours in that. And considering the season he's had so far, Adam Hose would be more than happy to get 100. A big celebration as well.
Yeah, get a sense there's a lot of emotion getting that 100. He's played very, very well. He's really one of a few batters that looked at home on this wicket. He really had a nice tempo and flow to his knock. He's been busy but aggressive at the same time.
Got 82 down at Somerset, which is about his only score over 50 this season, so well batted. Back to that game. 2007, as Gubbins is in, and this is driven into the offside, but won't get a run there. So just before lunch on the second day, I'm sure about 430 in front, 20 minutes to lunch, and I always remember this. We were all thinking, they'll declare at lunch. 20 minutes before lunch, Shane Warne captain, and he declared with 20 minutes to go to lunch, and left Worcestershire 10 minutes batting. Stephen Moore and Phil Jakes were both out before lunch, and I always remember that. I thought, that was smart, wasn't it? That was clever.
He was the best cricket brain, fair to say, I've ever had the privilege of being on the park with. Just knew the when, when to apply that pressure to do things that oppositions wouldn't necessarily expect. Think outside the box. Yeah, very. One of the best captains, I suppose, Australia never really had, I suppose.
Best captain you played for?
Arguably, yeah. Had that rare quality, able to get the best out of, say, lesser mortals, if you like. As Kelly starts a new over, dinked into the offside.
I remember Alan Mullally saying, he did a bit of commentary at one time, you'd be bowling and you get hit through the covers, consecutive balls smashed away for 4, and you get back to the end of the mark, you put 3 short legs in. You know, it was just totally off the wall.
Yeah, it was never dull playing under the king.
Yeah. Slightly edgish down into the gully area. Good stop in the end, getting down to his left. Scott Curry down there.
So it'd be interesting now that Hose has got to his 100s. Is one of the things I've seen young players now is that desire to make up for that bad start to the season. You know, go on and make it. You know, make that good day a great day.
Yeah. Hose drives straight to mid off. Yeah. So you're batting. You've got 100, and you're talking to yourself, aren't you? You know, don't get it. What are you saying? Don't get out. Don't get out.
No, not necessarily. I used to work to a very sort of mechanical system, which was just to try and score in 10s. So as Kelly comes into bowl again and just getting his line rung and tickled to fine leg, which is met by a tumbling stop by Fuller. Fine leg, good throw in. Yeah, I very much worked in something I worked out over time, just to work the sort of mechanical system of working in 10. So, you know, as you start your innings on 0, first targets to get to 10, you get to 100, well, 110, 120, and that latter part of my career, I started scoring a lot more bigger hundreds. You know, the 150s, the 200s, the triple I got here, and just trying to stay in that mindset, because you realise as Kelly comes into bowl again to Hose, who punishes that one off the back foot again, out to deep point for a single. Yeah, you realise, you know, with experience that low scores will come if you bat in the top order, especially early season. It can happen to anyone. So I think you sort of look at the great players that you've come up against over time and look at what they did, and they were always big advocates of, you know, making that good day a great day. Cash in when things are going for you. You know, be greedy, be hungry. And you just start to get in that mindset, natural mindset, and you start to make peace with lower scores as well, knowing that it's part of the journey, it's part of your education, your development, all that kind of stuff. You understand the job a bit better. So, you know, you're looking now at an Adam Hose, you know, very talented player. He's been around the traps a little bit now. You know, his mindset now focusing on that bigger picture. I think now his only opponent now is boredom.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. This is actually his 50th first-class game today, Adam Hose. Did you ever feel, when you went out there and you'd been out there, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes, did you ever, as Gubbins is in and bowls, and this is driven out on the offside, half stopped, which means they're only going to get a single, so one more to the total, goes to 223 for 2. You've been out there half an hour, 45 minutes. Did you think, this is my day? Or did you always think this was your day?
No, I mean, you have those days. Again, you know, I think it varies. You know, some days you're in great touch, you know, from the start of the season right the way through. But again, what you learn with experience is to not get complacent in those times as well. You know, capitalise, because that bad spell is only round the corner, isn't it?
Nice cut shot there from Hose. Picks up a single. Worcestershire, no, picks up 2, sorry. Worcestershire go to 225 for 2.
Yeah, I think my mindset was always, even in those spells, to work even harder at my game, because you want to keep that run going as long as you can, knowing that a low score is only round the corner.
This one's worked down to long on again for a single, fairly comfortable again from Adam Hose. Yeah, I remember listening, I read it actually, Mike Braley, who was a great thinker about cricket, of course. And did you come across him at all?
I've watched him as a kid,
Yeah.
you know, YouTube and that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
or video clips. My dad talked about him a lot as a cricket. He was one of England's best captains.
Yeah.
Not necessarily one of their best players, but, you know, had that rare quality to be able to know people very well. I believe he was a psychologist or something.
Yeah.
Like that. So he was able to understand people very, very well.
Last ball of the over pushed to mid-wicket. At the end of the over, Worcestershire, 227 for 2. I remember him saying that every now and then you go out there and you called in the bubble.
Yeah.
And you knew that it was your day, you knew you were going to get runs, but you'd prepared exactly the same.
Yep.
You'd done everything exactly the same, you practiced the same, you got yourself in the same mindset, but just some days it was your day.
Yeah, I think you just feel like nothing can ever break your concentration. They call it staying in the moment or the zone. It's sort of the buzzwords used now, but yeah, you're just going through the natural ebb and flow of an innings. Everything comes together. You're planning your process. It's tough to do. I think some of us are lucky to get there once. I think.
Yeah.
So to get there a few, you probably look back across your career and I think, well, there's probably been a handful of times where I felt really in the zone. Other times it's been more of a dogfight, and then you come at the other end again through experience and working things out, adding things to your game. But the one thing I believe changed as a batsman when you start to really command your game is that desire, isn't it? That's the one thing that I don't think many people can teach you, is that you've got to have that inbuilt desire. And I said, I'm looking at Hose, he's played beautifully now. What I'm looking for is, has he got that desire now to really put his name up in lights as Kelly comes into bowl. It's a good ball on a stump, just worked away for one. Does he have that, that ambition for his career? Does he want to go on to the next level? And and in his like this, you're looking, if you stick another 100 runs on there, you're a selector or some sort. You're looking at that going, cool, he must have played well, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do as a young player.
Yeah. You can have all the talent in the world, but unless you want to do it, it don't happen.
Kelly begins his running again into the crease and bowls. Midland leg ball just worked to that shorter of the mid wickets on the catch. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great opportunity for both these lads. Really look at it, Libby. Again, someone who's been around the traps a long time. He's had a good second half to his career at Worcester. Scored decent runs, but this is where, again, as an opening bat, this is where you dip your bread, as they say. So Kelly into again, just getting his line wrong, bowling a bit too straight, getting worked off the hit for another single. I mean, just say getting back to the game. Say look at the Hampshire's tactics at the moment. It does feel a little bit of waiting for a mistake. I would like a little bit more kind of proactiveness. Where are you going to get that wicket from? Create something. I just feel at the moment it's you're kind of waiting for Worcester to do something rash. As Kelly comes in again, and just edged away, and it's gone down to third man for yet another boundary. It doesn't seem to be a field set for rewarding the good ball at the moment. It's almost
it's meandering, isn't it?
Yeah. Just drifting, a little bit drifting along. I think Ben Brown's got to try and get hold of things here.
So the sort of game, that a captain like Shane Warne or maybe Mike Brady would try and make something happen, do something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got, it goes without saying. I mean, the pitch is a pretty good one. As Kelly makes his way in again to close, and this one now at sort of stump, thrashed away through point, humbling save, and a good piece of fielding there, limited them to just the one run. Yeah, I think absolutely. That's where the one thing that hasn't changed in the game. You've got to be a good thinker. I don't care what format you play, if you can understand fundamentally the game you're playing, and that's where I think Shane Warne, Mike Brearley's, were Stephen Fleming's, another good captain in there as well. They were regarded as some of the best captains because I think they were able to create things that on the field that others couldn't. As Kelly comes in again, and it's nicely played by Libby. Up to mid on. That's the end of another over. 234 for 2. Yeah, and I think you have to be brave as well. You have to have bowlers that are, skillful enough to be able to execute. But I think you've also got to be brave at times. You've got to roll the dice at certain times, and it's not always going to work. But I think you've got to keep your team thinking about. I said it at the top of the show this morning. Thinking wickets, not just sort of sitting back. You know, very early on we saw, you know, deep square leg go out after not a particularly great ball, didn't we? I was sitting there going, oh, I think that's a little bit soon to be going to that ploy. I would have liked to have the captain to be a little bit more forceful with his bowler there and say, look, hey, that's probably not the line I want you to bowl. I need you to bowl more attack off stump. I think we can't be setting fields for bad bowling.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And be a little bit more creative. If you don't feel the ball's going to carry to a gully necessarily because of the slowness of the pitch, let's try some catches in front of square. I like what they were building there with the 2 mid wickets.
Yeah.
You know, the catcher offside. I like that sort of thing.
And the 9-0 field, it was different.
Yeah, different outside the box.
Makes the batsman think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, Abbott trying around and over the wicket. Fair play. I think you just got to, you've got to build on that. I think just try and build some pressure, but equally you've got to try and reward your bowlers for bowling that good ball. Look at Fuller about to come on now and seeing deep point back. I think does Hose really have to play a good shot to get a one? Can we put some pressure? I know he's on 113, but how can we put some pressure on him? I think that's the key really for Hampshire.
Fuller from the hotel end, right arm over bowling to Hose, who is driving the ball down the ground, but straight to Dawson, who is at mid-on. I just remembered when we started off, I was talking to Kevin, there was something I was going to say. Half an hour later, I've just remembered it. And it wasn't in importance. There you go. The memory. It doesn't get better as you get older, trust me. 2, 3, 4 for 2. Because scorers get very excited as this is pushed back down the pitch once you get Dawson Fields. If the score is 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, the scorer get very excited about that. Yeah. It doesn't take a lot to get scorers excited. I know they're probably listening, but it doesn't take a lot to get them excited.
Seeing all those numbers every day.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm playing club cricket, village cricket. I never mind umpiring. Never minded doing that. Scoring.
Yeah,
couldn't concentrate.
Avoid that one.
Yeah, I get to about 3 balls and the umpire calls over and I missed 3 balls in the end. Next ball is driven back down the ground. Playing these in the V, as it were, bowling Fullish.
Yeah, I think that's where Fuller's got to live really for the next, for this spell really. Try and try and grab back some of the initiative, and I think he's really got to just try and back himself if he can stay in that kind of zone. Is that guy at deep point really necessary? Is there a case in point to try and force? Play on Adam Hose's ego a little bit to try and say, can you hit me through there off a good length? I think you just, that's we talk about creating.
Fuller bowls down the leg side. Good stop in the end by umpire Brown because it was going away from him. The ball had died a bit in the surface, and a good rolling, tumbling stop. It must be a bit. It's not too bad up here because we're in the shade. It must be blooming hot down there now.
Yeah, it's just weather's just picked up nicely. He was expecting temperatures to be in the sort of 30s, I believe, in the next few days. Yeah. So it's going to be, these are the days it's nice to be retired, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I've got to say, it gets a bit too hot for me. Here's the next ball, which is driven down the ground, and the bowler himself half stops. Yeah, I was very thankful for aircon in the car.
Yeah.
I almost got in the car and drove around for an hour or so the other day because it was so hot. Just put the aircon on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say, I do like the heat. It's when you've got 8 months of winter and dark days and dark nights to look forward to. I'm trying to lap it up as long as I can. Puts you in a good mood first thing in the morning when you see the sun as well.
Yeah. Fuller in bowls short, and Hose does pick up that very comfortable single down to deep cover, end of the over, and at the end of it Worcestershire are 235 for 2. I think I'm off, and I think Simon Hughes is going to come in and join you.
Nice work. Yeah, it looks like Liam Dawson's going to have a go from the other end. I think again another good move from Ben Brown. think you've got to try and switch and mix and match your bowlers. Again, try and find an answer to this Worcestershire batting response, which has been a good one so far. These two look pretty settled in. Jose going well on 114 not out off 144 balls. And Libby giving good support, 69 off 156 balls. Simon joins us. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Did you realise about 10 minutes ago there was a Richie Benno moment? 2-2-2.
2 for 2.
2 for 2.
Had feet off the floor, had 1 foot off the ground.
Oh, did you? Good. Well, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be hoping that Hampshire get a wicket, so you're going to both feet on the ground. So who's bowling? Oh, Dawson.
Liam Dawson coming on.
Yeah. Other end. He doesn't normally bowl that end, I don't think.
Yeah, I think at this stage, mate, you've got to try
everything. Absolutely.
It's been, pretty flat out there at the moment. Dawson comes into bowl, starts nicely with the ball on good length, and Hole's playing forward.
When you're in a situation like this as a batter, and you're 100 or 80 or something, it must feel nice. I've never been there.
Yeah, it was. Dawson starts his approach into the crease. So again, lovely ball for the Hose, driven to extra cover. Yeah, obviously it's a lovely position to be in.
Is it like floating? I mean, what's it? Can you kind of equate it to anything when everything's hitting the middle of the bat and it's a lovely sunny day, the ball's doing nothing?
Oh yeah, it's the best feeling ever. But when you've had a sticky start to the season, I was saying before. I mean, this is also the danger moment in an innings where it's so easy to hit one to cover and walk off thinking your job's done as Dawson comes in. Again to Adam Hose, who pushes it to extra covers, a quick single, and they get through safely. Yeah, it's very easy. We see so many innings, don't we, where batters get out between sort of 100 and 120, and you always feel like, have I just left a bit of money on the table there? You were saying you got ambitions like an Adam Hose. You can really put your name in lights to the selectors, can't you? Go and get that big double. After a sticky season, sticky start. It can almost launch your season, really. Nothing better than confidence, as we both know. Dawson comes in again to Libby, drives nicely. That's an excellent shot on the up. A bit of a chase. He's pushed hard for 2.
How do you avoid getting bored? The field is spread, as we can see now. The field all spread out there. Some quite interesting field settings that Hampshire are employing. A couple of men on the drive, either side of the wicket there. But, how do you stop as a batter getting bored?
Well, I think at this stage when it is, it's your biggest opponent, boredom. And for me, I just try to work to a mechanical system of trying to score in 10s.
In 10s?
Yeah, so being on 115, my next target would be 120, get to that, and get to 130, 140, and I started seeing some good results from doing that rather than just batting, because I think that's a bit too vague, having a target of some sorts. And when I was out of touch, I would have in my head a partnership kind of target, so myself and Jimmy Adams would walk out there, and if he was going great guns, I'm not going so great, I would think about the partnership, less about my own batting. So again, my contribute, if Jimmy's going great and he's on 19 and we're 30 for or 29 for no wicket, my target is to try and get that single to get us to 30, and eventually in the natural course and flow of an innings, as longer you're out there, you'll start to get your feet moving, seeing the ball better, you start getting the ball out in the middle of the bat.
I suppose also, is it about that if you've had a few low scores, you might have done, thinking, well, if I get 180 here, it makes up for those 20s and 10s and 15s, and when it's the new ball's been doing a bit, you're going to get, as an opener, you're especially going to get the old one, which you just can't do anything about, I suppose, and getting 180 sort of makes up. There's a lot of seagulls suddenly appeared on the field here.
Another Hampshire ploy, mate.
It's not a bad ploy, actually.
Much help as you can, just back with a point.
Yeah. James Fuller is about to bowl, and all the seagulls floating around. That's gone for 4, down to sort of third man-ish. I think he was probably trying to hit that square. In fact, he was aiming at the seagulls at backward point, but it went finer than that, and it went for 4.
Yeah, probably was a great delivery for this for this field from James Fuller. Being honest, I think I like where he was at, just trying to attack full of a length line. And Simon, I'll put down to environment as well. I think playing for two clubs and not getting, not having that exponential career to begin with. I think having to fight a little bit tooth and nail for an opportunity.
You're talking about yourself here?
Yeah. I think that also, when you're out there in these situations, you remember, you think back to those times where maybe I did give it away at times.
Really?
And you try and learn from that. That's the key, isn't it? You're trying to learn from those mistakes.
These seagulls here, I mean, all over the place, aren't they? They're having a lovely time.
Absolutely.
Just come in from the coast, I suppose. A bit hot over there. Another shortish ball from Fuller. Easy single that time. Pushed into the offside by Adam Hose. Just rotating the strike effectively. And he doesn't look like he's in any mood to give it away. He's on to 120 now. He looks... I haven't seen too much kind of extravagant stuff. I just don't know. I know why I wasn't a batter, because I got to 20. I thought I was Viv Richards and tried to play every shot in the book, and obviously with fatal consequences.
Yeah, and I think preparation comes into it as well. You've got to practice that way. It's very easy in the nets to.
Here comes Fuller bowl, short, pulled away for 4, I think. Oh, no, actually, it won't make it to the boundary. There's 2 men out there, so just a single in the end. Short boundary, paddled it away for a single, Jake Libby.
Yeah, really having that discipline in the nets to practice, putting that value on your wicket in the nets and being happy coming out, not out, as opposed to playing shots in the nets that you wouldn't necessarily play in the middle. So I think there's a lot of that has to go into developing the mindset to be a consistent batter, as Graham Gooch always used to say, someone I looked up to greatly, being that run scorer.
Make the daddy hundreds.
Absolutely.
Here comes Fuller again, driven backward a point, and that might make it to the boundary as well, and it does. In fact, a sliced shot that time from Jake Libby. In fact, Adam Hose. It was Adam Hose who played that wide of the sort of shortish third man fielder, and the distraction of the seagulls right behind the bowler's arm didn't work, because that went for 4, and now they've given up, a lot of them. And I sound like Henry Blofeld talking about seagulls. No, it was pigeons he used to like talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So the score moves on to Worcester, 248 for 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'd say that run rate would be concerning for the Hampshire bowling staff, wouldn't it? I mean, you're going at 4.6 through the day. It's not ideal. I think it's just not sitting in on a plan for long enough, isn't it, really? I think Fuller, he started nicely that first over, and he seems to just
gone a bit short. He bowls again. That's a better length, driven on the up, but straight to extra cover.
What's your thoughts as a bowler, Simon, to this field with the cover point back? Were you a fan of that?
No.
Yeah, I've never liked it, and even as a batter on the field for a bowler, I've never liked that field.
I don't want to give a batsman an easy single, as you were saying earlier today. It's so easy just to steer it for a single, and you don't ever build up any pressure. I always wanted a slip, and I wasn't the greatest bowler, but I never liked men back on the boundary, driven for to mid-off this time, but doesn't time it, in fact, and straight to the fielder. No, I thought it's just giving away almost, and actually the pressure of having men round the bat, I feel kind of it's almost oppressive to the batter potentially. I mean, look, if you're bowling a Viv Richards, you do need to have a few men back, if you're me. But the average county player, even on 100, I'd be trying to put them under pressure, and I always believed in having a slip fielder, even because you never know, one does something, and then you go, and it goes through between keeper and gully, and you think, oh God,
your chance is gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always been and I remember at times being that guy out there at point for a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I'll be waving to whoever was captain, going, I can't see how this is building any pressure, guys.
So we've got at least we've got one slip to Dawson anyway.
Yeah. But Dawson begins another over into Libby, who rocks back, cuts that one away, well stopped at backward point.
I mean, can you explain why they have a slip to Dawson and not to the seamer? I suppose I mean, maybe there's more chance of it carrying to a slip off the spinner than perhaps they think it won't carry to a slip. That's what that was the problem in the World Test Championship final at Lords, actually, where the field was slip fielders were 10 yards from the bat and wearing helmets because the ball just wasn't carrying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer that one in a minute as Dawson comes in. So Hose, who rocks back and again just rolls it off to deep cover. That's fine by me if you don't feel it's going to, but at least then I would like to see that cover man up in the ring, just like you say, to create that.
Not necessarily to the spinner, but perhaps, I suppose, you're saying. I mean, we're looking at the field here. Yeah. You know, maybe, but to the seamer you'd want. We'll have a look at the field to the spinner, to the seamer in the next over, perhaps. And so now, in fact, he's bringing up the cover point now.
Yeah. Whether they're trying to work to a plan to Libby, they feel that Libby's their best chance of getting an opening as Dawson runs in again.
See, that would have been an easy single, wouldn't it, if the man had been back, but he'd been brought in, so that gives Dawson another chance to bowl at him again, and the batter might just start getting agitated.
Yeah, my thinking is I would do the same to Hose on 125. I'm almost going to now play on his ego a little bit, you know, and force him to say, you can't hit me through here. If I'm trying to bowl, as Liam Dawson's trying to bowl to off stump, you know.
Fourth batting point. Worcester's fourth batting point, 250 up. Yeah, sorry, we missed that. With 2. And Adam Hose's high score for... Oh, right. Adam Hose's high score. Thank you very much, David. Bradders?
Yeah, so, you know, if Liam Dawson is trying to hold that line on and around off stump, if you think about simple geometry, for him to get hit to deep point, he's obviously bowling too wide. You know, so this is another reason why I would try and play on Adam Hose's ego a little bit and say, you can't hit me through here. Force him to have to do something, you know, against what he wants to do, where he wants to sit back. And if you're getting hit through there off the back foot, for me, you've got the wrong length and you've got the wrong line. And you're not building that pressure, as you rightly said. And I think the seam bowl, you've got to get that message through to the seam bowlers as well. You can see Liam Dawson.
Did you see that? Kicked up a whole load of dust.
Good puff of dust, that. Amelia coming.
God, just Liam Dawson kicked in fury. It was top. He scored into the top corner there when he had a big hoof at the footholds just to the left of the pitch. In frustration at the fact that he's bowled 14 overs, number 34. I mean, actually, he hasn't conceded a lot of runs, but he certainly found it hard going. Now this is interesting. I think this is Tilak Varma who's about to bowl. I'm not sure he's had a bowl. Maybe he's had a couple of overs, but obviously he's more of a batter. Well, he is a batter. Anyway, he's loosening up. I think he probably bowls off breaks, looking at the field. What we'll see in a second. Good to have him involved, actually. And he's going to be bowling to Hose on 125. He's bowling round the wicket to the Worcestershire batters. He's just setting his field at the moment. Deep square leg's gone back, and long on just retreating slightly. So let's see what he bowls here. It looks like off spin, slightly round arm off spin, pushed into the offside for an easy single out to deep point. So Gubbins has tried his leggies. Now it's Tilak Varma to try his offies. He's decided to bring the long on up to Jake Libby, who's on 73. We just said that Adam Hose, his 125 is his highest first-class score. So Varma bowls and it's just pushed quietly up to mid-off. The score 251 for 2. Seagulls have now retreated to deep square leg for Tilak Varma. Bowls round the wicket, tossed up, nicely flighted actually, and the batter just looking at, having a little look here. I've probably never seen him bowl before, so just having a little look at what he delivers. Quietly pushing it up to mid-on. Tilak tossed up again, nicely flighted, straight back to the bowler. Got a good bit of air on those so far with the men up, trying to tease them into a shot over the top perhaps. Tilak Varma bowls again, tossed up again, this time clipped into the leg side, not far short actually of the mid-wicket fielder Gubbins, who dived and stopped it, but it bounced a couple of times before he intercepted it. So Tilak Varma again, the Indian player, bowls, nicely flighted actually, and not entirely convincing defensive shot, but a safe one. End of the over,
Yeah,
251
that
for
was
2.
an impressive over from
Nice
him,
over,
wasn't it?
yeah.
First one today.
Not much spin, but
No.
quite nice flight actually.
Just giving the batsman here just
Yeah.
a little bit something
Yeah,
else to think
absolutely.
about.
Yeah. Players sort of drifting along a bit here now. It's not kind of riveting stuff at the moment, I suppose. But the batter's trying to build a really impregnable position for Worcestershire, as you can see with that scorecard. Hose on 126, Libby 73. Those 2 early wickets. Actually, Kashif Ali played pretty well for his 44. Showed it was a good pitch.
We're going to have a double spin. Dawson's coming in from the pavilion. He's coming in to bowl his 15th over, and he comes in right over around the wicket. Sorry. Play through the covers, and that won't be scored.
So there's a couple of men on the drive there. There's a short extra. And that man, we've said, try to keep him in the cover point right in front of screen. We're trying to keep him in there to keep them from getting easy singles.
Dawson in again. This is played into almost the identical position. They'll run through for 1. Just goes to point.
Yeah, that was quite nicely played. He just waited for that and steered it wide of the man, saving the single. So Ho's clearly not tempted at the moment by the sort of the close-ish field with men not back on the boundary, apart from one.
Worcestershire 252 for 2. Dawson standing at the top of his mark. Libby waits on strike. He's in, and this is very defensive. Played forward to a very short mid-wicket. We think about an over and a half left before tea, so Hampshire will be very much looking to break through before then, take one in with them. Dawson in once more. This is again well defended. Dawson will do his own fielding. Libby just stands, bat aloft at the striker's end, assessing the field, taps his bat, waits for Dawson to be ready. Hose currently has his helmet off at the other end, so he's not anticipating to be moving anytime soon. But he will have to on that one, as there's a chance of a run out, but there was not a direct strike as Libby runs to the non-striker's end, and yeah, Hose is going to have to put his helmet on.
That's quite funny actually, because you're right. He was sort of thinking, "Oh yeah, tea," and then, "Oh God, I've got to run." Now at the striker's end, we're facing Dawson. He's on 127. Helmet is on now. Dawson waits. He's just looks like he's just bringing in extra cover, a little bit shorter. Comes in, and this is drifted right past the extra cover that had been brought in, and that will beat the roving fielder at the boundary. That gives Hove 131. Good shot, actually. I mean, it was a bit short from Dawson, but it was also the width in a way, as much as the length that encouraged him. And he just played that really well. It's a very short boundary actually down there, and he placed that well, just wide of the short fielders and beyond the running dive of the deep man. So end of the over. Worcestershire are on 257 for 2. Libby on 74, Hose on 131. So maybe this one, well, what time's tea? It's up to 32 overs to go, isn't it? Yeah, one more to go. Tilak Varma to bowl round the wicket. Bowls. That's very short, but just quietly pushed away by Jake Libby for an easy single out to deep square leg. Milking the bowling at the moment, these two batters. 258 for 2. You'd never know that Worcestershire were bottom of the table, would you? Not at all. And at lunch they were 101 for 2, so yeah, they've put on a 150 odd donking amount. They have. Does look a very flat pitch, which is probably why Dawson was kicking the ground earlier. Tilak Varma bowls again, this time easily steered into the offside by Adam Hose. Steered, sort of glided through backward point. As you can see from that shot, the field is very defensive. Just one slip in place, a couple of men on the drive. Varma bowls, tossed up, flighted, clipped again into the leg side, another single. This is
That brings up the 200 partnership between Libby and Hose.
And they've never looked in trouble, really, have they? I mean,
No.
maybe that one spell from Kyle Abbott, a few kind of couple of maiden overs, and I can't remember the ball beating the bat, actually.
No, not at all, neither can I.
Over the wicket now from Tilak Varma. A little bit flatter, that one. Doesn't look as if he's a really threatening spinner. He looks like he can certainly land it okay, but it doesn't look like there's a lot on the ball. But of course he's a dashing left-hand bat, so this is very much his second string. He bowls again. That's flatter and quicker. The batter, Hose, just again give himself a little bit of room, just steered it quietly away on the offside.
Libby on strike, waiting for Tilak to come in. We've only got one more ball, I think, left.
This is Tilak Varma bowls, really flighted that one, and the batter wasn't going to be tempted. Pushed it straight back to the bowler. Tilak tosses himself a catch and takes his cap from the umpire, and the players all retreat for tea.
Yes,
with
well,
Worcester on 261 for 2.
absolutely. They won the toss and chose to bat today. And after losing 2 early wickets, they went into lunch on 101 for 2. The pair of Hose and Libby have put on 162 in this inning, so very much on top. Hampshire unable to take a wicket in this spell, and they will go into tea feeling, I imagine, fairly deflated, but they need to work out what they're going to do and join us for the evening session after a short break.
I wish I could think what they should do, really, but it's not easy. They've tried everything. As you can see, their 4 bowlers, well, actually 6 bowlers tried, and so far only James Fuller has made a breakthrough. So Worcester go into tea very happy, and Hampshire go into tea quite footsore.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back after the break.
Back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are getting ready for the evening session on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. So far it's been Worcestershire's day. They won the toss and elected to bat first. Remember, we are playing with Kookaburra balls for the second round of 4, and Worcestershire have made hay because they are 261 for 2. And Adam Hose will resume his innings on 133 not out, his highest first-class score. He's playing his 50th first-class match. And Jake Libby is 76 not out, which means that in the session between lunch and tea, Worcestershire added 160 without losing a wicket in 34 overs that were bowled. So the only wickets that fell were in the first 55 minutes of play. Henry Nichols, the New Zealander, was caught behind off James Fuller after just 13 minutes of play. He went without scoring. The score then was 3 for 1. And Kashaf Ali, who hit a flurry of boundaries in his 44, was then LBW to James Fuller with the score on 60 for 2. James Fuller has picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen. He has 2 for 54. And all the bowlers have worked hard, but there really is absolutely nothing in this pitch for them. And the batters have enjoyed their day in the sun and promise of more runs to come. As I say, this ball has done very little indeed. 64 overs have been bowled with it, which means we are 16 overs away from the second new ball. Dominic Kelly is making his championship debut for Hampshire, having played just one first-class match for them before that, back in May 22 against the Sri Lankan Development 11 here. Scott Curry is also into this side, and he's playing his first championship match for Hampshire since April 2021. They've replaced Felix Organ and Eddie Jack, and also Worcestershire have made a couple of changes as well. No Jacob Duffy and no Fateh Singh, the spin bowler. Adam Finch and Callum Parkinson is on loan. I'm Kevin James. Your commentary team is pretty much as it been all day. Amelia Clark will join me shortly, and then Michael Carberry will be with me shortly. Dave Bradley is still here, and so is Simon Hughes, the analyst. So hopefully you'll enjoy commentary for the last session. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you.
There we
Thank
go.
you very much.
And it looks like it's going to be Kyle Abbott to get things underway. A couple of emails which came in just before tea time, and we'll get through one or two of those. As it's Scott Curry coming in round the wicket. That's way down the leg side to Adam Hose. Now we've got another sort of fancy field on the leg side here. We had at one stage, didn't we, today?
Yes.
9 fielders on the leg side.
And none on the off.
With absolutely none on the off. You're right, that's right. And that was with Kyle Abbott coming round the wicket, so you can't even say he was straight on the offside. And this one is 7-2 as Curry comes in, short delivery, and that's pulled away out into the deep where Ali Orr fields. Poor Fletcher Middleton at short leg. There's been a few short deliveries bowled, and because of the lack of pace really and the ball's soft, the batters generally have been pulling quite solidly just in front of square, and how Fletcher Middleton hasn't been hit yet, I don't quite know. But he's
got some good reactions.
Yes, and just probably a bit lucky as well, really. So 262 for 2. As Curry's around the wicket, that's pulled away down to Varma, who's fielding at a leg gully position. So Ralph Brooker emailed just before tea, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, if you want to keep us all entertained for this last session, because the cricket is, whilst it's been very good from a Worcestershire point of view, I'm not sure it's been a great spectacle, if I'm honest. Not much has beaten the bat, not much has moved for the bowlers, so whilst it's been great from the batting side point of view, it's a slower ball down the leg side which bounces 2 or 3 times. Ralph says, on Hampshire, I feel our season is falling away sharply. There are obvious reasons, the loss of Abbas and James Vince. But whilst bowlers like Wheel and Fuller have really stood up, batters like Preston Middleton haven't pushed on. Sad as a Hampshire fan, he says, but well played to Worcestershire. Well, of course, the challenge is to fill those gaps left by Abbas and Vince. It's always going to be tough. That's edged down quickly to third man. Well, I suppose if there'd been a third slip, that might have been interesting, but I suppose at this stage not much has even caught the edge, let alone beaten the edge. That just raced away.
Yeah, you can sense that could have been an opportunity if that third slip had been in place.
Yeah. But there's not even one slip, so I suppose to have a third slip would be difficult.
Yeah,
but
true.
you're right. Yeah. But nevertheless, it's I suppose in the way things are going at the moment, it's a moral victory to the bowler. Curry's in again and bowls. That's a short delivery. And Libby initially thought about pulling that one and in the end had to duck pretty quick to get out of the way of that one. Good bouncer from Scott Curry to end that over. 266 for 2. Jack Davies back on the emails, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says he takes back his early prediction. I think he had Fuller down for 5 wickets. I think that's the email I was thinking of. He might still. He says Hampshire couldn't buy a wicket in that session. That's right. Jack is in Leamington.
If you want to get in touch, don't forget it's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. We have changed email addresses, so please do get in touch. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
And Amelia's in the process of getting that.
I am, yes.
We thought she had it.
And I don't.
But you will.
I will. Yep, I've sent the email off, so hopefully. We've got Dawson coming in from the hotel end. He's taking top of his mark behind the umpire. Very short run up that he does. As his left arm around the wicket. And this is just pushed off through the covers. They'll take a very, very leisurely one. As Hose, I think, is the only word I can say is ambles down the track as that goes out. Dawson just making a new footmark, so I imagine the groundsmen are even happier with him. He's got matching from either side now.
Yes, they hate bowlers with their studs doing that sort of thing there. They like the paint spray.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love all that.
Or the mark that's just behind him.
Yeah, all that as well, yeah. It's probably so far away from me, probably couldn't see it.
Yeah, he's probably forgotten it's there. So Dawson just seemingly adjusting the field slightly. Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, stood up. And he's really moving. Oh, we've got a similar to we did earlier, a 7-2 sort of position. Got a very short, sort of short mid-wicket. Short mid-on. As Dawson comes in, left arm over the wicket. This is just pushed to mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's coming over the wicket now, really trying to find a bit of rough. He's trying to find something.
Yeah.
Something. A crumb.
Dawson once more doesn't waste any time. Fletcher Middleton crouching in that silly mid-off position. And that's just play straight to Nick Gubbins, who didn't actually have to move. As Dawson stands at the top of his mark and waits. Libby standing bat aloft, waiting for him. Dawson in, and Libby works down the track, uses his feet, and that's gone a very nice shot all the way down past. Well, there wasn't a mid-off, but if they'd been there, they probably might have stopped it and gone for 4.
That's a really good shot, yeah. Using his feet, lovely. There's no turn, so I mean, coming down the wicket here is a pretty safe bet, really.
Worcestershire moved to 271 for 2. Ball's just being fetched by Don Kelly. Dawson in his sunglasses waits, has now got the ball. So in he comes, left arm still over the wicket. At a length this time, and that was just sort of hit on the pad and gone off. Too fine leg, but well out of line.
Oh yeah, he's kicking it away because those balls are pitching outside leg stump. We saw a bit of this last week at Chelmsford. Dawson over the wicket to the Essex batters did the same.
And he comes again. Will it be the same? Yes, he'll sort of just knock that away. Dawson retrieves his cap. You can see the deflation in his face. I don't blame him. I would feel the same. So we've had 66 overs. It's 271 for 2. Hose is on 135 and Libby's on 84.
Now, Tigger Miles, also in one just before tea. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think Dave Bradley might have mentioned this, but maybe not this one. He said that this pair have already broken Worcestershire's 3rd wicket partnership against Hampshire here on this ground. Yeah, he's nodding. Hopefully they don't beat the overall record, which is 438, which I think Brad has mentioned, between Hick and Moody. So, well, 438 will be a great effort, but I have to say, from what we've seen this afternoon, I'm not sure I'd rule it out, to be honest. Yes, there's a long way to go, but they have put on. What have they put on, Amelia?
They've put on 10 in this.
Yeah, so they came together at 60, so they put on 211. Yeah.
But 10 from T.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. See, Scott Curry then, and bowls around the wicket. Hose gives himself some room, smashes that away off the bottom part of the bat as the ball makes its way down to 3rd man. Hose moves on to 136. Curry is into his 10th over, a little bit expensive. Already conceded 63 runs. Email here from Dormston Cook, who is a Worcester fan. Oh, it's way down the leg side, slower ball. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good afternoon. He says, before sepsis put pay to me playing the game we loved. Oh, put pay into the game we loved. I was fortunate enough to play senior cricket for the Worcestershire over 50s.
Wow.
A question to Michael. He'll be on in a minute actually. So maybe I should leave
that one. Yeah.
We'll leave it until Michael comes on. He's on at the end of this over, I think, or somewhere around there. Short delivery. Libby ducks under it. Yes, it's asking. Well, we've had a couple of conversations with Carbs off air. Clearly, he's happy that he did what he did, and that's it. But we never know. You never know. He has talked about coming out of retirement if more games are played with a Kookaburra ball.
Yeah. Well, I think he said the pitch today. He was quite looking
Oh,
come out of retirement after lunch.
I'd back him to get at least a half century here. That's a length ball to Libby. That's played up the pitch and fielded at mid-off. So the crowd has stuck around, and it's quite warm out there, isn't it? When we went for lunch.
They've definitely thinned from the Shane Warne stand. There was a lot of people more at the top.
It's the breezy a bit. There'll be a nice
Yes.
breeze up there. We used to commentate up there for a little while, COVID year,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very pleasant on days like this. A bit cold when it wasn't.
Yeah,
Maybe
I can
just
imagine.
helped set away on the leg side, fielded by, I think we got a sub fielder on there.
Yes.
Just wondering if that is Toby Albert. Fielding a very deep leg gully, and he's now being pushed deeper for Adam Hose. They're probably expecting him to take the bowling on here if he gets another short delivery. 273 for 2.
Yes, I can see James Fuller is just wandering back on, so I think we did.
Yes.
May have just needed a rest break.
Yeah. And he was running in there with Scott Curry, but the fielder moving across to the offside was still moving into position at deep cover. There he is. If you're watching the live picture feed, he's still moving into his position on the left-hand side of the screen as you look. So there are two fielders out there at a deep point and a deep squarish third, and there are three fielders out on the leg side. I think this will be a short ball. Curry bowls. There is a short ball, and he's not timed that at all as he's cross-batted that away on the leg side, end of the over, 273 for 2. Amelia, thank you. That was short and
Thank you.
brief. We've got Michael Carberry coming in. Amelia will be back a bit later. So I'll read the rest of Dormston's email in a moment. And Carbs is all mic'd up and ready. How are we, Carbs?
All good, mate.
Good. Now this is an email to you. Dormston Cook, who's a Worcester player who used to play cricket for the Worcestershire over 50s. And he's saying, a question to Michael. Were you ever tempted to play senior cricket, i.e. Hampshire over whatever? Just looking.
Next. Next question.
Is that you sitting on the fence? No. I could see you in a few years' time playing for the Hampshire over 50s or the over 60s.
Not my ankle doesn't see me doing it. Some things I better stayed retired, I think.
Oh, mate, you are a sad loss to the game, unfortunately. You really are. I would back you to get a 50 in this situation at least. Here's Dawson. He's over the wicket to Libby, who works it away on the onside. He says that he knew when he played against some ex-pros that they said it was a way of giving something back to the game. Ooh. I know we used to love playing against them and then having a beer after the game. Yeah, but Carbs' body's a temple, as it's turned away on the leg side.
Cake will do.
I ruined.
I don't mind a bit of cake. Beer, not so keen on a beer, but cake was good.
Single there as it ricocheted off Fletcher's body. 274 for 2. And he said it was great chatting about certain games and certain players. Great days, which I sadly miss, says Dawson. Yeah, I can see the value of that. But Carbs isn't your man for that. Yeah. Dawson bowls and forward his hose. So. Oh, now Steve Clark has an idea why there were so many goals earlier. He reckons that the ants are starting to fly around, so the goals go after them. Here's Dawson again. Hose pushes forward, gets a thick outside half of the bat there as it goes out to backward of point. So there's Steve Clark's theory on all those goals. But they've gone. Where have they gone? They've suddenly disappeared.
They're on a day rate, mate. That was Hampshire's ploy, get the goals out.
There was loads here. Now the guy's tried to sweep. He's got wrapped on the pad. They've literally, I'm looking around, I can't see one, whereas there were dozens and dozens, weren't they?
The goals are on a metre. Don't get a wicket. See you later. We're off.
Wicket goals. Yeah. They've gone to ground where they think there's going to be a few. There's no point in going to any grounds where there's a kookaburra. That's played off the back foot by Hose. It's gone out to Dawson, who's at wide mid off end of the over. Sorry, it isn't Dawson, is it? What am I saying? Because Dawson's bowling. It was Dom Kelly. Dawson's completed 17 overs, none for 46.
Yeah, he's obviously trying what he can around the wicket, over the wicket, trying to throw the ball into the rough, or the small bits of rough, but nothing's really responded that much at the moment. These two looking still very comfortable. I think maybe one area Hampshire have missed, he's coming back after a break is always difficult, and that's the time where I think you've got to jump on these two, try and create a bit of pressure. And I think this, they've gone to this funkified field a bit too soon. I would have liked to see maybe something conventional, try and induce an edge, or just trying to make something happen just through a period of good tight bowling. Which Curry comes in again round the wicket to Libby, and it's chipped to mid-wicket for no run. I would have just liked to see maybe 2 or 3 overs of just conventional bowling, top of off, try and make something happen, try and get a wicket, because I think those are the crucial moments in a day, isn't it? You're looking for, batters have had 40 minutes off at lunch, 15 minutes off at tea. You got, breaking concentration. Can we try and snare a wicket from somewhere? But yeah, not to beat, as Curry comes in again to bowl to Libby, and he's nicely behind it.
But this funky field on the leg side, when we're seeing sort of 3 men on the drive, effectively, I mean, is that something? I mean, there's been a couple of balls that have gone in that area, and maybe on another day one would have been caught, but I don't know. Is that a good idea? Do you think? Is it worth trying?
I mean, look, personally, I think I would like to see more attacking of the off stump. Personally, JMO, I think for me, I think that's where you're going to create the most pressure as Curry comes in again round the wicket, bouncer, and almost a sort of tennis shot from Libby, who's knocked it into the cover ring. And the pursuit's on. This could be an easy 3. Yeah, for me, it just feels a little bit all eggs in one basket. I think what Hampshire haven't done across the day, if they're being ultra critical and they're bowling Abbott sort of aside, Dawson the same. They haven't really put 10 overs in the right area. If you look at that run rate, 4.0, that really is the telling. That's for me the real barometer, isn't it? That we just haven't put enough balls in an area for a session just to stem the flow. As Curry comes in again round the wicket to hose. He's gently dabbed it into the offside. I think also these scenarios here where they've adopted cover back for long periods of time, you haven't given those bowlers an opportunity to really build any pressure either. Their bad ball's getting spanked for 4. Their good ball is also getting taken for 1. And I think that's it's a tough position to put your bowlers into, isn't it? Curry comes in again to bowl round the wicket to Libby, who gently nudges that round the corner off his hip for another 1 to Tilak Varma, who does the fielding.
Yeah, I'm looking at the economy rates for the bowlers. So you've got Fuller going at over 4s, Curry going at almost 6.5, Kelly going for almost 4 3/4. Yeah, I mean, you've got Kyle Abbott, who's a fraction over 3.
Yep.
Dawson's less than 3.
Yeah. So hose off the mark for another single in the offside. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, isn't it? You need another one in that bowling lineup to really stand up and try and have stick to a plan. As I said, it's easier to defend one side of the wicket. I think they just haven't stuck in Hampshire enough for at least a session where they've gone at maybe 2 and over. Really try and claw back. We know it's not an easy. It's not an easy conditions. The ball isn't doing very much, which is why I think they've got to almost simplify the plan a little bit, and then yes, then go to the functified fields. But you've got to use those opportunities like drinks breaks and tea breaks certainly to try and go back to conventional. I think so. Look, where can we get a wicket from? Is it a case of putting in a slip and just trying to go channel, try and get the edge? I think they can utilise, especially with some of those medium pacers. I think Ben Brown can get up to the stumps a bit more, pin these guys in the crease a little bit, hope one stays down. You've got to try little things. I think just go to the conventional for a bit longer. That's what 4-day cricket's about, is letting things play out over time.
Dawson it is to start his 18th over. Down the wicket, and that's a lovely shot over the top by Hose. And that's 6 runs. That's a lovely strike. That's difficult when players are playing like that, that's for sure. That's a proper shot, isn't it? That
is, beautiful use of the feet. So he's a tall man, Adam Hose, big levers, and he collected all of that. So when there's not much turn on offer, I mean, that's a decent shot. I'm not sure Liam Dawson can be too disgruntled with a shot like that.
144 now to Hose. So the first session, where we had 30 overs, Worcestershire scored 101, but for the loss of 2 wickets. The afternoon session, where we had 34 overs, they scored 160. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Even with 2 batters that are in. Yep. He's gone for the sweep shot there, Hose. Hasn't really got hold of that. It's probably come off the toe of the bat. It is. He's looking at it. That's a lot in a session, isn't it? Either way.
Yeah, and that's been the area, isn't it? It's just going away from the plan. Accepting that, yes, it is tough. It's not doing a lot.
Hose is on the back foot. We'll get a single out on the offside. 287 for 2.
Yeah, but what you can't do is try and defend both sides. I think you've got to try and slice the pitch in half and say, right, we're going to attack off stump and just be very boring, ultra boring. I think just giving your bowlers a bit more reward, as I said, not being able to just tick over to deep point.
Dawson bowls again. Libby works it on the onside. You're right. I mean, if they keep scoring at 4 and over, we've got 26 overs. I mean, even if it's 25 overs, that's another 100. Probably looking at about 110, 115. You are looking at a score of 400 in a day, which is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's psychologically that's tough. You turn up tomorrow 400 for 2.
Gosh. I'm going to be sleeping too well tonight, as the batters might be.
Makes the toes hurt as a bowler, doesn't it? Wake up in the morning.
But that's a big day in anybody's books, whether it's flat, as you say, what ball you're using, whatever. That's hard to come back from that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to get your bowlers up again. You know, look forward to another at least 30, 40 overs of bowling again. Get the spikes on.
Dawson bowls, Libby just works that to short mid-wicket. So that's what Worcestershire are facing, that's what Hampshire are facing if things continue the way they are here at the Utilita Bowl. 287 for 2 Worcestershire. Yeah, we've got 26 overs left in the day, but there are 10 overs until the second new ball.
And you get the feeling that this plan with Dawson coming sort of round, sort of over the wicket, it's just trying to get them to the second new rock. Curry trying a bit of short ball and down the leg side stuff from around the wicket. Yeah, it's just trying to make something happen. But yeah, it all looks comfortable. But these two have played well. In fairness, they've picked off the bad ball. They haven't been suckered into too much yet.
It's kind of been the perfect partnership, isn't it? Host, obviously the more attacking player.
So Kelly runs in again for another over. It's around the wicket and short of a length ball on the hip, which Hose gently plays to the 2 mid wickets. Yeah, it's been a good tempo, isn't it? I think that's the. It's nice to see young players, as I say, batting time and having that hunger, that desire to go on and make a big score. Really be the man, as they say. Put your name in lights, win the game. Shut the door on Hampshire from a runs perspective. As Kelly comes in again to bowl. That's a great shot, and that could be 4 more up the ground. So Hose is giving himself a bit of room, but it's been chased down. He's just picked up 2, another 2 to the total, and he closes in on that 150.
Yes, already in uncharted territory for Adam Hose. His highest first-class score by quite a few. Was it 111 before? I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, do wonders for the confidence. A score like this, wouldn't it?
Certainly.
So Kelly comes in again, past the umpire, short ball, good effort. Just miscued a bit from Hose. Almost carrying to, I suppose what you call it, a square fine leg and a very fine leg. We're at that point now.
What's that come off? Glove and mixture of glove and bat, or glove and handle?
I would say luckily the glove, it took sort of the pace off the ball being able to carry. So at this point now, if you're Jake Libby, I think just a quiet word just between overs and say to your mate, look, come on, keep going here. Don't give it away. Kelly comes back in to bowl, past the umpire into Libby down the leg side. Bit of an appeal, not sure why. Comfortably missed the leg stump, but Brown just getting a glove on that one.
I'm off at the end of the over, so I'm going to quickly read through this email. Ralph Brooker, who's back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says, I'm not biased, but this is the Kookaburra problem. So suddenly Curry can't bowl. James Fuller has manned up to a difficult role for him. That said, well played Worcestershire, but Kookaburra is ruining county cricket.
So he doesn't like the Kookaburra ball then?
No, I don't think so. Reading between the lines. Saying Duke's ball would have different numbers, ball's harder and seems more proud. It is, but as Carbs has pointed out many times, that if he'd been around with a Kookaburra ball, his average would have doubled over his career.
Wrong era. Kelly comes in again to bowl, and Hose slams him down the ground. That's a terrific shot, and that's the 150. Very, very well played, young man. Well deserved. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, I think it would be an understatement to say he hasn't really looked in trouble, but he hasn't. 178 balls with 21 fours and 1 6. There's an air of inevitability about that 150, and as I've said a few minutes ago, wouldn't rule out more runs.
Absolutely, he's played the field beautifully there. He's just given himself a little bit of room. Seeing the ball, obviously like a football now, just slammed the half volley down the ground. That's a brilliant knock. So just getting started now, isn't he? You can see getting into his work. He's feeling confident, seeing the ball well.
Might be his most vulnerable then. Michael Carberry staying on, and he's going to be joined by Dave Bradley.
Yeah, 295 for 2. Hampshire have problems, I believe. Got to try and find an answer to this onslaught from these two. They've played very, very well, though. As we welcome Brothers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's Dawson bowling, it's Libby batting, and he's flicked it off his pads down towards fine leg for a single. More backward square than fine. There is a fine leg or leg slippish saving one, if you want to call it that. 152 to Hose, who's facing. Jake Libby has 92, Worcestershire's highest stand of the season. And as we just said, Worcestershire's highest 3rd wicket stand on this ground. Dawson, multiple field changes, although I think whoever's jogging back in towards, where's he going? I think he's just had a drink on the boundary actually, so it's a slow day's cricket this. Not slow day's cricket in terms of the fact that Worcestershire are batting one, they're scoring at 4 and over, but the game seems to be meandering is my favourite word, I think. Dawson, left arm round to the right-handed Hose, who just pushes the ball into the offside. Very comfortable single. Puff of dust there, but I think it was off Hose's feet when he moved across the crease. I would assume it's not from where the ball pitched, not this early in the game.
Yeah, he's been very good on that length, Hose. I think Liam Dawson could maybe just, for a couple of overs, maybe just think about changing up the pace a little bit. I think he's bowled nicely, he's bowled tight, but I think he's just bowled that comfortable length on this pitch. I think, you know, he can afford to maybe, let's say, throw the gauntlet down again, throw one up,
yeah.
You know, take a bit of pace off, force these guys to get forward.
Yeah, try and buy one, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's in again, and this time full length. Push back down the ground.
We'd just like to see that pace from around the wicket. You know, try and see if we can hit a little bit of rough there, get one to turn.
No slips as such. Well, no slips, never mind as such. Actually, the guy fielding the ball, you could call him a close catcher, but he's at square leg. Everybody else, there's a very straight mid-off. Adam Hose would have to run round him if he was taking a run. Dawson walks the first couple, jogs in, pushed away. No run.
So don't be surprised if you see a slog sweep come out here at some point from Libby, trying to push a couple of these leg side fielders back on the fence.
And it's a very inviting boundary, isn't it, on that side?
Yeah.
Dawson trots away again, and this time Libby just eases it, guides it down to fine leg. Picks up a single, he'll keep the strike. Umpire Jack Chantry hands Dawson his cap back, and it was an exchange of words with a friendly exchange, I think, with Jake Libby. And the score goes to 290. Couldn't think they're getting too excited. And Jake Libby goes to 93. Adam Hose 153. And for Worcestershire supporters, 298 for 2 is absolute heaven after this.
Say the Worcestershire faithful will be very happy with this day so far.
Yeah, well, somebody won't, because they're never all happy. Never all happy all the time.
So these are the days you gotta enjoy.
Tom Prest.
Tom Prest comes into the attack. Interesting.
I don't think he's bowled much in his career, has he?
Yeah. Oh.
See if I can find him on the stats.
And interestingly coming round the wicket as well. Let's see what he bowls. To Jake Libby, who pushes forward. Again, an easy one out to the deep cover. Picks up another single. What's Adam Hose going to do here? Is he going to be happy just to push it back, or is he going to try and take Press down? Runs into bowl again, and he tries a reverse sweep, and it's well fielded behind point there. Not sure what the field was. Looks like Curry. Diving, tumbling stop. That's nevertheless saved the boundary.
Has taken 4 first-class wickets, Tom Prest.
Comes in again past the umpire. Goes down the track and thought better of trying to launch that one. Is happy to pad it back to the bowler for no run. Shot backs away and slaps that next one through cover ring for another one. Get a sense that something is brewing here from Adam Hose, and you feel as that kettle is starting to boil.
Yeah, well, the new ball is due, 7 overs after this one?
So this is where I think, Jake Libby, you'd say the senior man of the partnership, is it worth just coming down quietly saying, hey, look, we're going well here, let's not chuck away a good day.
Yeah.
There's plenty more work to do. As Press comes in again to Libby, who plays that one off the back foot to mid-on. It's the end of the over. It's 300 for 2. This is where things can really unravel as a team, isn't it? If you lose one, you can very quickly lose 2 or 3, and suddenly you go from seemingly a good day, 300 for 2, where you can really, as I say, you can almost really put Hampshire out of this game from a winning perspective.
Yeah.
To suddenly being in trouble yourself at 300 for 5 and scrambling to a...
It's the old adage, and add 2 wickets to any score.
Absolutely.
It makes a lot of difference.
Absolutely.
There's also, and I've seen teams do this before, play for the new ball, just fill in for the new ball instead of still trying to get wickets and still trying to keep the runs down. It's a great temptation.
Yeah, I think so. We were talking about the great Shane Warne and his impact that he had on Hampshire cricket, his time here as captain. I can tell you firsthand, he was never someone that let the game drift, meander. He was always thinking about the next move.
Yeah. Dawson's the bowler, and it's gone
Shot.
Big down the ground.
Big
That's
six.
going for 6 penn'orth. A big 6 as well. Just smashing the ball back over the bowler's head.
So it wasn't a bad delivery from Dawson, but what I do like with Adam Hose, one thing I've seen with his batting today, when he's gone down the track, he's looked to hit straight. He's got these incredibly long arms. That one, he just almost just eased it over, wasn't it? It wasn't a huge swing of the bat, just a nice sort of lofted drive for 6.
I think we lost the ball. Jack Shantry's waving to the pavilion for something. The ball hasn't come back. I'm not sure where it went. Has it bounced? Has it bounced on the concrete? Oh no, here we go.
Oh, we got it
the
back.
ball. It is back. So whoever found it, well done. 306 for 2, Worcestershire. They've almost doubled their batting points for the season. They had 3 before today. They got 5 now. Celebrations throughout the city tonight. Open top buzz.
Open top buzz.
Yeah. Bank holiday tomorrow. Here's the next ball, which plays cautiously back down the pitch. You were ever in the situation, because you opened, didn't you?
Yeah.
So you were never in the situation where you were coming in. It's 306 for 2, and you've been sat padded up there since 12 o'clock this morning.
The old pad rash.
Yeah, you were never in that situation.
Only a very few occasions when I had to bat middle order, being in a strong team. Sometimes you had to, a young player coming in, you had to sort of come in and do the number 5 role. I remember at Kent once having to come in after a big partnership. But you're on a loser, aren't you, really? Because if you get runs, everywhere you're supposed to get runs. Luckily I did that day, but I've got to be honest, mentally I didn't like it. It was, I was so used, you get so accustomed and used to going out first.
Yeah. Dawson in. This is eased on the leg side. They're coming back for 2.
Good running.
Yeah, just good
Very
running.
good running.
Very good placement. It was Dom Kelly coming in from where there? Might be Middleton, but yeah, he had a long way to go. So yeah, keen enough to run 2s at this time of day on a very hot day.
Absolutely.
Dawson in again, and this time pushed into the offside.
Yeah, that's the sort of delivery I haven't seen enough from Liam Dawson today. I think just to try and entice Hose. I know he's taken him downtown a few times, but I think you've got to back yourself that, you know, you might get one wrong as well. Just that length, isn't it? That's easy, too easy to sit back.
Yeah.
Roll it off to cover.
Just pushes it away for a single, which completes the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire 309 for 2. Hose has 163. Jake Libby on 94, 6 away from his second century of the season. I was saying earlier that he has an amazing record against Sussex. I think he averages something like 75 against Sussex. He's got a double 100 and 160 odd against him. But I think before today, his average against Hampshire was about 17. Bizarre, isn't it? I asked Kev this question. Were the teams that you played against that you always did well against?
Yeah, I was. There were a few teams. I think sort of Durham, Yorkshire. I generally used to target.
Oh, bless you.
Bless me. Sorry about that. Yeah, I would always. So you try and do well against everybody, but you know, yeah, generally had a good record against the likes of Durham and I think Warwickshire scored a few. Yorkshire have had some good days there as well.
Yeah.
I think styles as well with certain teams. You know, I think teams with some decent fast bowlers. I think generally I'd played quite well. Durham in that era, you know, had the likes of Onions and Liam Plunkett and guys of that ilk. So good to play against as Press starts another over.
250 partnership came up with that last single.
Press comes in again. Nice delivery outside off stump, which is played back by Libby.
He's bowling all right.
Yes, he's done a nice job so far, hasn't he? He's kept it tight to the stumps. He's been prepared to give it a bit of air, a bit of flight, which is impressive as well for someone who doesn't bowl very often. Oh, there we go. Same thing we talked about, isn't it? Just induced a bit of a false stroke, one that ran on with the arm. Miscued drive to third man. But I think, you know, that's on these kind of pitches is where you've got to be brave with your lengths as a spinner. You know, if you get too flat, it's too easy. I think you've got to accept that from time to time batters will use their feet and try and take you downtown, but you bowl too flat, you become fodder, unfortunately. We see another field change. Bren Brown waving his arms, moving that fine leg fielder a little bit squarer. Farmer comes into a slip. I like this now. I like this, but need more of this really. Keep thinking wickets. How are you going to break this partnership? As Press comes in again, nicely flighted delivery, and Libby plays that to extra cover. They're looking for 2, but they're going to settle for 1. And that's the end of the over. 313 for 2.
Yeah, well, just chugging, aren't they? Chugging along Worcestershire. No great danger. New ball due 5 overs, but as we've always said, new ball often goes quicker off the bat, so doesn't necessarily aid the bowlers.
Yeah, I think from a Worcester point of view, I think again, you're just recognising key passages in play. You know, hopefully these two batters talking to each other, saying, "Look, we've still got a big job to do here. We don't want to give Hampshire that sniff with the new rock.
Yeah,
you know, really close the door on them. You know, make it our day."
Still be here at the close.
Absolutely.
Dawson in and just played very calmly off the back foot by Libby to mid-wicket. No run. The wail of a siren in the background. Sirens always wail. They never do anything else. They just wail. Dawson chugs in. And this has gone off something down towards fine leg. Jack Chantry says it's come off the bat. He doesn't actually say that, but he doesn't indicate a bye or a leg bye, so the assumption is that it has come off the bat.
98 for Libby.
Yeah.
Ticking ever closer to that 100. Jose's on a 164. Closing in on a well-deserved double, potentially.
A slip back in here for Adam Hose. couple of short extra covers in. That's a ball on leg stump, which he sweeps away. That was an absolute gimme. Dawson sweeps that away to the just backward a square on the leg side.
Yeah, that was another great shot again. Just Liam Dawson, not a great line, wasn't it? It was just drifting down that leg stump line. It almost gave Adam Hose a bit of a free hit there with no square leg.
Dawson in again, full toss, and Hose drives down the ground for a single. Keeps the strike at the end. Oh, it's not the end of the over. What am I about?
2 more balls.
2 to come.
2 more balls of pain.
Wishing my life away. But Liam Dawson wishes it was over. Adam Hose, well past his previous best of 111, goes on to 169. Dawson just waiting for his field to change. The fine leg who was out on the boundary comes. If there was a circle, he would be in the circle. In fact, he's going to be next to the square leg umpire. Slip comes back in. No, leg slip comes in. Dawson to Libby, who plays to the aforementioned square leg and doesn't get a run. This is definitely, I can confirm, the last ball of the over. Well, unless it's a wide or a no ball. Dawson bowls and Libby flicks this one away. Can't beat the man inside the circle at fine leg. Does well to get down there for a big fella. And at the end of the over, the total is 319 for 2. Changing our commentary team as Michael Carberry goes for a long lie down in a dark room, and Simon Hughes is going to join us after he's unknitted the wires around the microphone. Tom Preston's the bowler from the pavilion end, bowling around the wicket. This is a reverse sweep attempted by Adam Hose. Say attempted, he gets it, but doesn't beat the fielder. It was at a backward point, but becomes almost a fine leg after he's played the shot. Prest ready to go again. This time Hose drives through the offside and 4 runs. Given a bit of width, and there's a lot of gaps on that side, and it's a short boundary, and Adam Hose has been in for a long time.
Yeah, he's played a lot of good offside shots, giving himself a bit of room there, clearing the front leg to smear that, carve that through extra. Good shot.
He's a big lad.
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he?
Next ball is played back past the bowler for a single. Brings Jake Livy on strike. Livy on 98. Hose goes to 174. Worcestershire 324 for 2. Could be a bit warm out there.
Yeah, actually it's all right. There's a breeze.
Yeah,
it's pleasant. You know, it's sort of, it's not baking sun like we've had a couple of days before.
It's Libby turns this one away. He'll get a single. They'll have to be quick, and they are quick. And he goes to 99, just easing that one to mid-wicket. Yeah,
it's good commitment by the fielder there, actually. Mid-wicket fielder. I think that was Nick Gubbins.
It was.
Dived and hurled at the stumps. That's good by Hampshire. Noticed Tilak Varma having a few shies as well at various times.
He was just trying to hurry the batsman up, wasn't he, a couple of times?
Yeah.
Pressed in, bowls, and Hose sweeps out to deep mid-wicket, where Ali Orr is the fielder. And that's... I keep thinking it's the end of the over, and it's not. There's another ball to go.
They're all coming in, aren't they, now? So...
yeah, Livy on 99. Put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
A little nurdle into the leg side.
Pressed in, Livy off the back foot.
Yeah.
Powers
Nice.
this through the offside and goes to a century. Big roar from the Worcestershire supporters and from the players upon the balcony. Jake Livy has his 2nd century of the season. As I said before, he didn't have a great record against Hampshire. Waves his bat to the crowd, gets a hug from his partner, but that was a bit sweaty. And Worcestershire are 330 for 2. Hose 175, Libby 104.
It was a nice ball to get, actually, wasn't it? Slow, outside off. He just thrust it through extra cover. All the fielders were up, and he celebrated to the crowd and to his dressing room. That's his 19th first-class 100, Jake Libby. His average of late 30s, about 36.7, I think his first-class average is. Probably should be a bit higher than that. But he's played well today. 175, 219 balls, sorry, for his 103. So slightly slower than Adam Hose, but equally effective. So this is Gubbins now bowling his leg spin. So Hampshire trying everything, and an easy single out to deep square leg. Field well spread. Hampshire just desperate for a breakthrough of some kind. 331 for 2.
It's got to be a mistake by a batsman now, isn't it?
Yeah, also fatigue in a way, I suppose.
Yeah.
Gubbins bowls to Libby, but Libby just turns it easily into the leg side. So many gaps. If you're a decent player against, well, second string bowling, should be easy, really. I suppose, what is Worcester's plan here? 500 minimum.
Yeah.
And hope to only bat once. Hope the pitch deteriorates. Gubbins bowls again. Driven straight to mid-wicket this time.
Yeah. Hope to be,
I mean, it's
lunchtime tomorrow.
Hampshire are pretty good at batting time, of course. They've played a lot of games here. Now that's lifted over extra cover by Hose, and that's a good shot. He found the gap there between the deep cover and the deep mid-off. Deliberately opened the face, lifted it over that short extra cover field. He did that short extra cover field on the drive there. He tried his best to get up underneath it, but it was elevated too much. Good shot. 336 for 2. Hose on to 180. Gubbins keeps his man at long off. A little bit short this time and steered into the offside. No, says Jake Libby. Doesn't want a single that time. But this is sort of almost like having a net now, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
These two.
Yeah, I suppose it is, yeah. Yeah.
Gubbins bowls and it's just blocked almost without moving his feet that time by Hose, and he pushes it up to mid-wicket. I was hoping to, watch some of these fast bowlers bowling and have a look at their actions and things today, but the fast bowlers have long since hung up their boots in this game. They just thought it was not worth it.
2 overs to the new ball, so
yeah, saving themselves for them.
They'll probably have a little bit of a trundle at
Yeah,
that.
dart. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but these two, as we were saying earlier, they'll set their minds on still being here.
Well, yeah. I mean, why not? It's sort of, you think, well, I don't want other people scoring my runs.
No. They've played enough on bowler-friendly wickets at New Road. Get on a good one, you don't want to get out. Libby goes back and drives it through to the offside. They'll come back. They'll come back for 2. Nice bit of fielding out there. I think it's Fletcher Middleton way out there on the cover boundary.
Somebody told me at tea that a few of the Hampshire fans have gone home because they were finding the balance between bat and ball non-existent.
Oh, right. Off the back foot played into the covers. There was a lot of people watching the disability game on the pitch.
Yes,
next door,
yes. Actually, I watched a bit of that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I noticed, by the way. One odd thing
Is Hose, down he goes,
Ooh.
and that is halfway up the side screen.
That's majestic.
That's a big hit.
Yeah. Yeah, because the sight screen, the boundaries are quite a way in from the fence, and then the sight sheet, I suppose you'd say, rather than the sight screen. There's a big sheet at the far end there, covering the seats, and the cameraman did well to follow it. Nobody there to catch it. Yeah, I was noticing actually in that disability game there was a left-hander batting. He was a good player. He was hitting some good shots.
Pressed in, this is down the leg side and just tickled away. by Hose. It might not make it. No, it's not going to make it to the boundary. And they will come back for 3. Good work by Dom Kelly, running a long way around the rope to cut that one off.
But the left-hander was batting to a left-arm seamer, and the keeper was stood up to the stumps, but the batter was standing out of his crease.
Oh,
which I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah. Here's Libby just pushing this one to extra cover. I was saying earlier they had the disability test match against India at New Road on Friday.
Oh yes,
really impressed.
They had one at Lord's the other day as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, India won that one. Here's Libby just coming forward, playing the ball back down the pitch. End of the over, Worcestershire 346 for 2. Hose 189, Libby 105. Yeah, I was saying to Kevin, what was impressive was the national anthems, because there are no deaf players, because it's mixed ability. There's no deaf players in both teams. And somebody was signing the national anthems, and all these lads were signing the national anthem. It was really
lovely.
Something I've never seen before.
But what was odd about that guy standing out of his crease was I was wondering whether he knew. He could have been a partially sighted person, but I mean, I'm assuming he wasn't. But maybe he was just deliberately standing out of his crease. But I thought it was a bit of a risk with the keeper stood up to the stumps, that he was standing probably a foot out of his crease. Anyway, he was hitting every ball, so I guess it didn't matter. Gubbins bowl, short, hammered into the extra cover region, well stopped by Tom Prest. So the field, as you can see this, if you're watching on the stream, well spread now. Prest in that short extra position. And a good diving stop there. This time it evades him as Hose just lets the ball come a little bit later and hits it slightly squarer. So some retrieval required there by the fielder on the boundary. That's Ali Orr, I think, on the cover boundary. Gubbins again. Down the wicket goes Hose, and he's planted that over long on and into the seats. He absolutely laid back and gave that everything. And he's whacked that into about the 8th row. Look at the way he swung himself almost off his feet there. Slog sweep straight down the ground. Gubbins is hoping to buy a wicket here. 3 balls to go to the new ball.
350 up for Worcestershire. They now have 3 batting bonus points.
The run rate's good, isn't it? 4.45.
Yeah.
Gubbins again tossed up a bit shorter this time. Hammered off the back foot. That might be 4. No, I think Ali will pull that in. Oh, good stop. Good commitment. And he keeps it to 2. So one's really coming quite fast now for both batters, particularly Hose, who I suppose recognises his chance with a couple of balls left to the second new ball. But mind you, it might go off the bat as well.
Oh yeah, it often does, doesn't it?
Men are coming up now. Long off is coming up, and he steers this one backward of square for a double 100. Fantastic. Really has been an exhibition of stroke play and application and a real repertoire of shots actually as well. Easily surpassing his career best score. His first double 100.
Hasn't given a chance, is it? Not that I recall.
Oh, day to be proud of.
And well, we think his dad's here.
Ah,
because he's an Isle of Wight boy.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Gubbins bowled again and flicked into the leg side by Jake Libby. So that's an easy single to keep the strike. And I think the players will probably have drinks now. They're all heading off towards the men bringing on the drinks. And it's nice timing actually. Hose getting to his double 100 there. This partnership, what's it worth? It must be worth close to 300, is it? Actually, I noticed, by the way, a lot of runs scored elsewhere today in the other matches. Essex at the moment, it's been hard work for bowlers all around the place. Essex 210 for 1 against Yorkshire. Surrey 273 for 2 against Durham. I don't know how. I think these are up to date. Somerset 245 for 5 against Notts. Warwickshire 294 for 4 against Sussex. Kent 283 for 4 against Northants. Lancashire lost a few wickets, 261 for 7. Gloucestershire also lost a few wickets. Middlesex 272 for 4 against Leicester, so that's a better performance for Middlesex than in previous the game against Leicester, which they played at Lord's when they got rolled. Sam Robson 133. Josh De Carey's good to see him in the team. Mike Atherton's son, 78, opening the batting. So a bit of a resurgence for Middlesex perhaps, although they did get beaten by Northants the other day, but at least they put up a few scores. And Worcester 358 for 2. The partnership is, just trying to see here.
Well, they came together at 60.
Yeah, so it's almost 300, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just short. 2 short of the 300 partnership. And it's actually on the screen there, isn't it? Yeah, 298.
Yeah. Wow.
So fantastic. Hose has been the dominant partner, but Jake Libby's played his part as well. He opened the batting, so he's been out there for the whole match. Adam Hose came in at number 4. Very good performance. And Hampshire bowlers, I mean, what are the bowling figures? So 3.15 economy rate. Kyle Abbott, very good. James Fuller's gone at 4s. Scott Curry started poorly, he's gone at 6. Liam Dawson only 3.3. Dom Kelly in his first class game, first county game for Hampshire, 4.7 economy rate. And then Nick Gubbins and Tillich Varma and Tom Press. So they've tried 8 bowlers, Hampshire, and only one of them, James Fuller's taken a wicket. Been hard yakka, I'd call that. Kev, hard yakka, isn't it?
Reminds me of the name of a book.
Reminds me of a book. Yeah. Actually, people always used to ask me, what does hard yakka mean? It's an Aboriginal word for hard work. Yeah. And there's actually a clothing brand which all the miners and the sort of labourers use in Australia, called hard yakka as well. So that delay was for the second new ball as well as the drinks. Taken the second new ball, I think, and it looks like James Fuller, the only wicket taker so far. Well, no, actually, sorry, it's Kyle Abbott, isn't it? Kyle Abbott is going to bowl.
Yes, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's just warming up a little there. We've got Libby on strike, Libby on 106. As Kyle Abbott comes in, he's going to come over the wicket. Bowls, and this is defended up and straight to cover.
This will be the guys in the dressing room will be thinking now, don't get out now, guys. We've been watching you play and you've had a lovely time. Now stick it out against the second new ball. Don't just throw it away.
Absolutely. You've got, what, about an hour left of the day. I'd be quite happy to just watch them and enjoy the rest of the day. Kyle Abbott just walking to the top of his mark, turns and comes in. Gaining speed, comes past the umpire, 2 slips in place over the wicket and bowls again defended. This time leg side and quickly picked up by Tom Prest.
It does look like a road, doesn't it?
It really does.
I mean, you've got to admire Kyle Abbott. He's putting in, he's trying to put as much effort in as he can. Might just look at his run up actually, this next ball after he's delivered. Just sort of see what kind of momentum he gets at the crease and see how he looks.
These are 3 stripes back in the green as he comes back in and bowls and
good delivery.
Again defended. Yeah, it was a good delivery. Yes,
Do we get the replay of that maybe, just to see him from side on running in? Yeah. So he gets good momentum, good speed up, and he's got a good braced front leg at the release point there as well. Bit of a follow through, good follow through. He's just warming into his work now.
Worcestershire on 358 for 2. This partnership came together at 60 for 2, so done quite amazing work. Kyle Abbott comes in again and bowls, and it's defended out to cover. It hung in the air just a little bit longer, and there was a chance of a run out there at striker's end, but I think he's safe. Ben Brown was the only one that had a bit of a shout. I think a direct strike would have made it interesting.
It would actually. I think that would have been quite close. I wonder if we can see that again maybe. Would have been, it was worth a shot actually, because there are fielders. No, let's see.
No, I think he would have been safe.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So Hose on strike, Hose on exactly 200 off 208 deliveries, so his strike rate's gone a lot higher up than it was earlier. And Abbott comes in and bowls, and this, there was a chance of an edge, but caught behind, but no interest there.
I think it's the first time the ball's beaten the bat, you know. I don't
it
remember
has.
another time. Let's see.
No, we're watching
I
the
think it
replay
went in
now.
between bat and pad, actually, as well.
It did. Oh, the stumps were so close there.
I mean, that's almost Kyle Abbott's perfect delivery, isn't it? Except it just didn't quite trim the bails.
Positive from Abbott. It's a good sign of...
Well, beating the bat when a guy's on 200, that's it's a good effort.
Absolutely. Abbott's going to come in again. He's got one more ball after this over. Can he make something happen? Bowls, and this is just defended up and back down the track towards him. End of the over, just one off of that that over from Kyle Abbott.
I think we can see Adam Hosier possibly batting. Is he trying to take a little step down the pitch then? No, that's the ball that beat the bat. And I think the next ball, he actually took guard outside the crease to try and deny it. Let's see this one again. Yes, look at that.
Gosh.
I still can't quite tell whether it beat the outside or the inside edge, but it was a good delivery.
It was that indeed. Worcestershire are on 359 for 2. Hose on 200. Livy on 107.
So who's going to take it the other end? James Fuller, who took the 2 wickets this morning. He must have thought when he got that second wicket, oh, this could be my day.
Yeah.
Could get 5 for here. And 2 for 20 has become 2 for probably about 50.
Unfortunately so.
So somehow Hampshire need to, if they can get 3 or 4 wickets with this, they'll feel at least their 6 hours in the field has been worth it. They need to find something here. Only one slip. This is Fuller bowling, and that's swung a little bit. And actually, I think Libby tried to pull his bat away from that, and then in the end, the ball just ricocheted off it, went down to third man for a single. 59 for 2 is the Worcester score. Fantastic performance by these two. 300 stand, that is, as well. 300 partnership comes up between Libby and Hose. 300 partnership of 411 balls. Tremendous effort. And forlorn work for the bowlers. Fuller into his 14th over, 2 for 55. Bowls full outside the leg stump, clipped into the leg side, might be at least one, could come back for the second. He'll have to hurry, but he's made it, Jake Libby. 362 for 2. Tired legs out there for Hampshire.
Yes, you could see, I think it's Nick Gubbins, sort of mid-wicket.
Yes,
as that ball went past him, you could just see him sort of, the heat suddenly hit him, as if like, oh God, no, I really can't move right now.
Yeah. Does make you feel sort of quite lethargic, really.
Yeah.
Maybe after this ball, we'll have a look at James Fuller's approach to the crease. Nicely driven that time. Good shot. Powerful straight drive from Hose on the up slightly. The bowler perhaps thought about getting his foot in the way, but then thought better of it. Look how powerfully this one was hit. Well, no, he wasn't anywhere near it in the end, the bowler. Anyway, he followed through quite wisely off to the left. So let's have a look at Fuller's approach to the crease here. While we've got the camera on him, it probably isn't running in with quite the energy that he sometimes has. But trouble with the second new ball is it often goes off the bat quicker than the old one does.
Yeah.
The ball has been retrieved from the gutter down there underneath the sight screen. So Fuller, right, what can he do here? Slower ball. Why don't we try a slower ball? Bowls, and that's down the leg side, so really Hose missed out there. Probably just didn't follow through. We can have a look at that ball again, maybe from that angle, just to see. Yes, nice rhythm and short delivery stride actually. But you see, he stopped in his follow through there because he wasn't quite at full ball, full momentum. Sometimes when you're not quite in rhythm, your follow through stops early, and that one he definitely did. He sort of got his stride pattern wrong. Here he is again, bowls. That's a better delivery, and Hose defends carefully back up the pitch. 366 for 2.
Yeah, Worcestershire have made quite the afternoon of it, really. Well, and morning after those first two deliveries. It's been amazing from them, as they're currently 10th in the league. So
Yeah, they're bottom, aren't they? I mean, they've played unlike a bottom team for sure. Perhaps inspired by the flatness of this pitch. Here comes Fuller again. Bowl short this time, forced off the back foot for at least a single out to Ali or deep point. He keeps the strike. Adam Hose, end of the second over with the second new ball, 367 for 2. Let's have a look. We're just going to look at that ball again, I think, from a wider angle. See how he gets back on his stumps here. Oh, actually, that was an early delivery, in fact. Yes, this was the ball. That was the one he just
held up halfway through. He didn't increase his speed.
No. He just stopped in his follow through there, and it went down the leg side. It's a tiring job being a fast bowler, though, especially on a day like this.
It's hot out there. It is hot here.
It's been tough.
27, 28 degrees at the moment. Bright blue sunshine. It's a tad hazy, which just makes it kind of squinty. The Shane Warne stand lights are just starting to create a shadow. As Kyle Abbott comes in from the pavilion. Hose waits on strike and he bowls, and this is defended nicely. Leg side down to Fuller. Kyle Abbott starts the very long walk back to top of his mark. A little bit of a breeze picks up in the air. It's quite nice.
Just seeing if there's any of the ex-Hampshire players, the sort of the past players still here.
I think there's a few.
I'm just looking actually through my binoculars. I can see. I think I can see Kevin Emery and Adrian Ames on the right at the back of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
Have it in, and this is driven back to him.
Right at the back of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Yeah, there's a couple there. That's Adrian Ames, I think, with the blue jacket on.
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side.
Yeah.
I think that might be Kevin Emery at the back. If he's talking, it'll bound to be Kevin Emery. He loves a chat. Now there we had Barry Richards. That might be Barry Richards. No, that's not Barry Richards on the left. Barry Richards has probably gone off to the golf course. But it was quite a nice gathering earlier of various players from Hampshire's past.
Abbott comes in, past the umpire and bowls. This is swept up in the air. There's a chance of a catch, but it's carried and landed safely and gone for 4.
6.
It's
carried for 6.
Goodness, I thought it landed, but no, it's carried down at deep fine.
Yeah, I think it was a top edge. I think Adrian Ames enjoyed that anyway, even though it's against his old team. Yeah, the top edge. Flew just fine of the keeper. Big levers Adam Hose got actually, and when he hits it, it stays hit, doesn't it?
It does indeed. So that moves Worcestershire on to 373 for 2 as Kyle Abbott comes in again from the pavilion. Hose waits on strike. Bowls, good delivery there, and this is just worked. Lovely, very nice shot down to deep third man. They're on through for 1. Move to 374 for 2. If you do want to get in touch, it's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Please do send us your emails.
I wonder what Tilak Rama thinks of it all. Number 72 on his back. He can't wait to get out there and bat, I should imagine. Just watching these batters and how they're frolicking in the middle, I bet he can't wait to have a go himself.
Abbott in once more. And this is getting defended down the track, just slightly off to the offside. It's 7 off this over so far. One stray 6 that managed to go. Hose has moved to 214. He's had an excellent day. This is every run that he scores, it's his highest first class score, so he just keeps going.
I noticed Libby's quite meticulous about his pre-ball routine there. And look, he's got the bat between his legs, which is the modern trend as well, rather than on the back toe.
Have it in. This is bowled nicely. Yes, he's almost Rafa Nadal-esque in his preparation.
Yes, he is actually.
Maybe not quite as well.
No, you're right though. Yeah, that's quite a good comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. Look, batters are very superstitious, and look at the difference in size of them as well. Actually, there, that's a great shot because on the stream, because you can see Hose is a sort of mini Man Mountain.
Do you know
and
what
Libby's
my
more of a
favourite one was is
diminutive.
when England were playing the other day and Crawley and Duckett were in the middle.
Crawley
It
and
was
Duckett.
brilliant.
And actually, I think it's an advantage actually that is perhaps could be made more of, because they're not only left-handed, right-handed, but one very tall, one very short. So it does mean bowlers have to bowl completely different lengths as well as lines to them.
Absolutely.
And this pair may be the same in a way. Adam Hose is a big driver of the ball, and Libby perhaps more of a worker of the ball and a bit more wristy maybe.
I think we're going to have a change in commentary, Adrian. Kev's going to...
Okay. Oh, right, I'll see you in a bit then.
No.
I'm going. Oh, I'm off. Right.
That's played away on the leg side. Yes, Kevin James with Amelia Clark. Thanks a lot, yours. Top stuff. You're around tomorrow as well, aren't you? Which is great stuff. Simon Hughes back tomorrow with us, which would be nice. He said he might come back if there's a few more wickets. And hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, there might be one or two more, but I don't know. I can't really see too many wickets falling for either side. You'd hope not anyway, because I don't want to see Hampshire totally under the cosh, but Worcestershire can definitely bat Hampshire at the game here, as that's worked down to third by Jake Libby. Moves on to 109, 376 for 2.
Yes, with a minimum of 12 and a half left in the day. What score at the moment do you think they'll finish on?
Well, they're scoring at 4.5 and over. Here's a guide. 12 overs. So 12 times 4.5.
I can't do that in my head.
Can you not?
Well, it's well over 40, because 40 times 10 is... Hang on, leave it with me. I'll come back to you.
Right. I mean, that would be a guide if they carried on scoring at 4.5 in their innings. I must admit, I was asking you because, you're using my calculator now.
Shh, they didn't need to know that.
That's pulled away. That's going to be 6. Adam Hose is on fire here, and that's gone bouncing down the bow away to our right. Just saw a couple of spectators standing well back from the seated area, and that ball bounced over them. That's hammered away off the middle of the bat, and Hose moves on to 221.
So
super shot, that.
54.
Right.
So we're looking at about 430 mark.
And to be honest, if Hose is batting at the end, I might even add a few more
450,
on.
yeah.
I would. 8 runs off this over so far. A couple of emails. I know you've read a couple out, haven't you? But we've got a couple more. You're going to get a ball change here, because I think that might have bounced out of the ground. I think that's bounced over the fence.
Good God.
And it's running down Marshall Way, down the hill, out towards the main road behind us. So we may get that back, we may not. This is from Richard Gubbins a little while earlier. BBC... Sorry, I've got to get this right. Hampshire
Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
That's right, yeah. We are. I'm still trying to get used to it. So much enjoyed listening to you and Simon Hughes this morning. Great stories amidst the commentary. So sorry to hear about Wayne Larkins. Yes, he was a great cricketer. He was reminiscent about him. Simon, of course, played alongside him for Durham in the early days when Durham were being admitted into the Championship. We are going to get a ball change here. This is from David Sansom. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm not sure I had this same problem at Essex last week. I don't know, maybe it's the sun. David's in Chandler's Ford. He says, do you know what has happened to Mark Stoneman? Is he still with us and just not been picked? Well, he was left out of the game at Essex. I get the feeling, because it hadn't quite worked, that we might not see him again. Don't take me that at face value, but I just think that it probably hadn't really worked bringing him in. And I think they wanted to give Alior a go. And in fact, they are giving Alior a go. And I don't think they would do that over just a game or 2 or even 3. I think you'll find, unless Alior actually has a nightmare or for whatever reason, that he will get a run in the side. So that, of course, would mean Mark Stoneman struggling to get back. Just have a look at Stoneman's stats for the season. He averaged 21. With his top score of 57. So yeah, as I say, I get the feeling that it's a move that hadn't quite worked, and they are going with Alior. So hopefully that answers that question. Have we chosen the ball, Amelia?
I think we have.
Good.
Yep. It took some time.
It did, yes. Well, of course, you know, at the end of the day, they're looking at a box of Kookaburra balls. Now, just how many of those are in a box? And then, of course, not only that, but you've got to get Kookaburras that are in there at the same
sort of state.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
But without having it to compare either.
Exactly. So you try and choose one that looks like it's 12 overs old, which I should imagine is already pretty soft.
Yeah.
Here's Fuller then. Runs away from us and bowls to Hose. Length ball. Hose drives down the ground. That'll be 4 more. Length ball there. I'm not sure it was completely timed, but Hose is going great guns here. Moves on to 225.
And his strike rate has now gone over 100. He's now 225 off 222 balls, which is quite amazing for the amount of time he's been out there.
It is, yeah. We were saying earlier that he made his name for Warwickshire in white ball cricket, really. Was a very attacking batter. We're seeing now him really starting to enjoy himself out there. I think he's been enjoying himself out there for quite a bit.
I think he has.
12 runs off this over already, and there are 2 balls left. Joe's just emailed me to say she's lost, or there's some interference. We can't hear anything here. Hopefully it's okay. Here's Fuller. Hose is on the back foot, plays that back to the bowler. I think we're all right.
Yeah.
We sound okay in our ears, which is usually a guide. I haven't had any other. Oh no, Steve Clark has just said to me that they've lost us as well. So that's 2 people on the ground that has lost us. Now I don't know why, because we have done absolutely nothing different.
Yeah.
So apologies, and this does happen. This has happened, hasn't it, before? Fuller bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side. Hose moves on to 226, 389 for 2 at the end of the over, and we've still got 12 overs left in the day.
We have indeed. Worcestershire on 387 for 2. This partnership is on 327, so it just shows how long these batsmen have been out in the middle. They came together at 60 for 2, and they have taken Worcestershire to 387 for 2, which is quite the feat. Libby on 109, and Hose is on 226. Looks as though Kyle Abbott is going to continue his bowling from the pavilion end. Just having a quick chat with Dawson as he walks to the top of his mark. Adjusting the field slightly. A lovely sunny day that Kevin James promised, and it did deliver this morning when it was overcast. I didn't believe you, I'll be honest. But
did you not?
No, I didn't believe you. As Abbott came in, and this has been driven nicely through mid-wicket. That was a fantastic shot, and that's gone for 4. Well, I had my jumper on. It was quite cold, and I thought, no, this cloud might not burn off, but I take it back. You were bang on the money, Kevin James.
Well, I'm only going by the weather forecasts on the apps.
Oh, you didn't need to say that.
Well,
Well, you know, I'm psychic. I'd have believed you.
I'd like to have some inside information, but yeah, I think tomorrow promises to be even hotter, doesn't it?
I think it does. Yeah, we're supposed to have a good few hot days, especially into Wimbledon as well. 391 goes Worcestershire now. Abbott in again. Hose on strike. This is just played all the way down very nicely, dead straight past Abbott, and that has gone for another 4.
Oh, he's having so much fun out there, Adam Hose. He really is, isn't he?
You can see it now. This was a lovely drive. It was in between Abbott and the wickets. It was dead straight, and it just driven beautifully all the way down the ground towards the pavilion.
234 not out, eh?
He'll remember this one for a while.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, smashed his previous best. Just to repeat, 111 his previous.
Wow, as Abbott comes in, and this one is just defended nicely back. But that's what he's done so well, is that he's known when to strike. I feel like he's known when the big deliveries, and just defended, and he knows, as Michael and I were talking about a lot, you know, he knows how to just stay batting, just stay there for the long haul. And I've been very impressed, well, with both of them actually. They've known how to do that, but Hose especially. 234. Worcestershire on 395 for 2. Kyle Abbott in again. Balls, and this is ducked out the way by Hose as it bounced over his head and through to the gloves of Ben Brown. Yep, wasn't having any part of that one.
Gosh, he's worked hard today, Abbott. He worked hard in the second innings up at Essex and couldn't get a wicket. He's doing the same here.
8 off the over so far. He's currently no wickets for 57 runs. Is Kyle Abbott. He will be desperate for a wicket as he comes in again. Hose waits on strike. Balls, and this is swept. Leg side. Oh, and that's gone for 4 down. Deep backward square leg. He sort of turned and swept that one very nicely. Did lose it for a second there, but that was very nice. And it moves Worcestershire onto 399 for 2.
Well, he can do no wrong, can he? Absolutely no wrong at the moment. Every attacking shot is a boundary virtually.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't see these two getting out before the end of the day. Abbott in once more. And again, just Hose ducks out the way of that one and carries through. End of the over. Hose is on 238. Libby on 109 and Worcestershire on 399 for 2 with 11 overs remaining today.
This is an interesting email from Brian Budd, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, splendid work today, finding interesting things to say to keep us awake. Keep us awake as well. OK, in the long term, sides may develop bowlers that are lethal with the Kookaburra ball, but will county cricket survive the transition? I feel sorry for players throughout the country like Toby Albert, who battled the Duke ball and are denied the chance to fill their boots with a Kookaburra. That's very true. And teams that face good attacks with the Duke may be so far adrift that they cannot make up the deficit with the Kookaburra. It undermines the credibility of the competition. In fairness, the season should be played with one ball or the other. That's also true. Certainly in my case, the opening day of Wimbledon will be for once my priority. But is there a solution? Create as Curry comes in and bowls to Libby, who works that up to mid-on. But is there a solution? Create the blander pitches for the Dukes and some stickies for the Kookaburra. That's not a bad point, to be honest. I think there's a case for that. Certainly
Absolutely.
for the Kookaburra, there needs to be some help.
Yeah. Well, also I agree. You know, there shouldn't be a change in the ball halfway through a tournament. That's like.
It's a nice drive by
That is
Libby,
nice.
and that's gone through the gap, and that'll be 4 runs.
It's like saying, say, take Wimbledon for example. You know, you play half the tournament with a yellow, you know, adult standard ball, and then halfway through, just for the 2 rounds, or 1 round even, you just say, oh no, you're going to play with a junior soft orange ball, and let them smack it around. And it's like, well, hang on a minute, that's a totally different game. Or like, you know, it's like playing touch tennis. Well, that would make no sense.
Agreed. Agreed. So 403, the 400 up for Worcestershire. I think they've probably got as many batting points in this game as they have the whole season. Am I right in saying?
More, apparently.
They only had 3 before this, so they've got more batting points in 1 innings, and there's more runs there. Libby pulls that away on the leg side, and that will be him going to 117 and Worcestershire onto 407 for 2. Yes, can you believe that? More batting bonus points in this game than the season put together. Well, it's great from a Worcestershire point of view, of course, and we're not for anything, you know, taking that away from what they're doing out there. And it is it's a fantastic education in how to bat when conditions are in your favour. Libby pulls that away on the leg side, and it's fielded right on the boundary rope.
The only positive that we could take is that when Hampshire do get to come into bat, that hopefully the conditions are the same and they might be able to do a similar sort of thing and put a real competition together, because if it's hard to get people out, then it's going to be hard for Worcestershire to get Hampshire out as well.
Agreed. Well, that's the theory.
That's the theory anyway.
But sometimes when you go into bat and the opposition's got about 700,
You think now?
it can be, that scoreboard can weigh you down a little bit, but well, the way Worcestershire are going, you wouldn't rule out 700. That's thrashed away off the back foot, and that's going for 4 more. Adam Hose moves on to 242, and I've got another stat for you here. Actually, not quite.
Well, it's their 350 run partnership between these two.
What was that partnership between Hick and... That's in danger.
That
438.
Worcestershire highest score here is 500.
Highest score here, Worcestershire 500.
Well, that'll
They're
be
all
done.
in danger. Yeah, they're all in danger.
That will be very much done.
Third highest score for Worcestershire against Hampshire.
I'll read that in a minute as well. Hoses off the back foot, plays it back to the bowler. Right, this is supplied by Dave Bradley. Adam Hoses' total of 242 is the third highest score for Worcestershire against Hampshire, beating Don Kenyon, his 239 in 1959. Thank you very much.
1959, wow.
There we go.
Good God. That's nearly 100 years. No, it's not. It's nearly 75 years ago. I'm sorry, there's too many numbers going on in my head. At least I pulled myself up. I was like, no, that is wrong.
Well, there's another stat on the horizon, and that horizon is coming into view very quickly. I'll come to that in a minute.
Okay. Keep us on tenterhooks. I like
Yes.
when you do that. We've got 10 overs remaining today. Worcestershire are on at 412 for 2. And Libby's on strike. And Kyle Abbott is going to have yet another go from the pavilion end. You cannot say that this guy has not tried his absolute hardest today. Just waiting for a little field change. I think we're going to have 2 slips in place. As Abbott comes in. Past the umpire and bowls, and this is a very fast delivery. Played well, and no run scored there. Just pushed towards point.
Well, Jake Libby's been very much the junior partner in this partnership, but that's still a telling, isn't it? 118. He's played terrifically well.
It has. I love it when Hose does this. He's just standing with his helmet off, as if it's, I'm not going to be running for this innings. He's been caught out once, and when I was commentating, actually. He's just stands there. He's like, I need a breather. I need to take my helmet off. As Abbott comes in. Bowls, and this is defended again into cover. I think it's just, what's that, rubbing his hands on the floor just to try and pick up a little bit of dust maybe for the ball, just to try and give it something.
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, sometimes, yeah, your hands get so sweaty that the ball gets a little, just rubbing it in the dust does help, yeah, definitely.
Worcestershire's 412 for 2. It's a bright, sunny day. You're listening to myself, Amelia Clark, and Kevin James as Hampshire on day 1 against Worcestershire at the Utilita Bowl. Worcestershire won the toss and decided to bat, and they're currently 412 for 2 as Abbott comes in. Libby on strike. Bowls, and this is swept through to a deep backward point, but there is someone there, and that person is Don Kelly, and they'll run through for 1. Hose will have to do, he had to do the run with his helmet in hand again. So now replace his lid.
I should imagine he is very hot under that lid.
And he takes up the strike. 413. This Kyle Abbott is not rushing himself, just taking his time, top of his mark. Taking 1 slip out of the cordon as he comes in. And bowls, and this is gone just past the air of where a 3rd slip would be, and it's run away for 4. And Scott Curry just lays on the floor as he dove to his right, and that was a chance. That was the first chance we've seen in a while there. Just as they'd taken one out of the cordon, they'd taken the middle one, granted, but yeah, he was just a little bit too much to his left.
Right, here's the stat.
Oh yes.
This innings of 246 is the highest. I think we'll come back to that.
Abbott comes in, bowls, and this is ducked out of the way.
Is the highest first-class score by a visiting player on
Wow.
this ground. Thank you to Alex Smith, who's just sent me that actually. So the highest scores on this ground. John Crawley, 311 not out, wasn't you, Cubs? Against Nottinghamshire in 2005. Second, Michael Carberry.
Away.
300 not out against Yorkshire, 2011.
As Abbott comes in, last ball of the over. Bowls, and this is just defended nicely up the ground, mid-off. End of the over.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this score. I'm just looking at this actually. Zach Crawley got 267 for England against Pakistan here in 2020. So in terms of championship, this is the highest by a visiting player. There we go.
Wow, what a stat.
Yeah.
Thank you. That
Well, Amelia, have you done some extra time
I
here?
don't know, maybe.
5:45.
No, not. Well, yeah, probably.
Oh, you have?
I have.
Oh,
That's
it's only
all right.
by 5 minutes.
That's okay. Shall I make
Do you
some
want to
make way?
make way for Michael Carberry?
Make
Yes, I
way.
think, yeah. Thank you, Amelia. Carbs is coming in. Thank you very much. Right, Mike Priddy has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, at this rate, we could be getting close to Worcestershire's record stand by close of play. Come on, you pairs, says Mike. I wonder if he's a Worcestershire supporter. Quite probably. Welcome back, Carbs.
Oh, thanks, mate. Brought a few runs with me.
You certainly have today. You know what it feels like to score big here, as we've just pointed out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As I said, this is lick your lips time as a batter. Second new rock. And it is travelling, fair to say. Return to sender. A couple of those big pull shots over the they go over the fence, I think.
Playing amazingly, isn't he, really? 9 overs to do in the day. Hampshire are taking their time, not surprisingly. Scott Curry's left the lid at short leg. Nobody is accepting the challenge.
Funny enough.
So that lid is just there on its own, with no help. Oh, there's Fletcher Middleton coming in off the boundary to our right. I think he was just collecting something. So yes, it's a day for the batters, most certainly. Probably I don't think I've seen a day quite so one-sided for a while, I don't think.
Well, they've got to find some answers, the Hampshire bowlers, so that it's getting to that run rate for nearly 5 and over through the day. That's amazing.
It's big, isn't it? Dawson's in. And Libby drives, not timed, as it goes out towards extra cover. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can't go for that, can you? As we've spoken about. There's Dawson in, bowls, and Libby just turns it away on the leg side from fairly straight. They'll get a single. Libby moves on to 120, 418 for 2. And this is where it's really tough, isn't it? Hot weather in the field. You don't look like taking a wicket. And somehow you just got to keep going to the end, haven't you? You've got no choice.
I mean, I think the fact Liam Dawson is on, already with the new ball tells you that, even that little stint there with Abbott and Curry wasn't the best.
Off the back foot there, Hose. 247 he moves on to now.
We said it through the day, isn't it? Hampshire, one thing Hampshire has struggled with through the day is just building dot ball pressure. And yes, it's a flat wicket and all that. It hasn't done very much, but you have to try and find a way of trying to build that dot ball pressure, keep the run rate contained.
Down the wicket comes Libby and hits it towards Fletcher Middleton, who was trying to flick it back towards the stump area. I mentioned you got the second highest score here. 1, 2, 3. You've got about the 15th as well. 204 against Warwickshire, 2009.
Oh yeah.
That's another one.
That was a good weekend. I remember. I think we went on to Lords and won the final against Sussex that same weekend.
Oh right, okay.
I think if it's the same year. I think.
Yeah, 2009. It was. Yeah, July. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
end of July.
Yeah. That was a great day. The final. Oh, felt like you were playing in an amphitheatre.
Is it really?
The Hampshire crowd, we took over. We took over Lords. There was a smattering of Sussex supporters, and we drowned them out, and you just could hear Hampshire just from the morning right the way through. Yeah, great day.
Yes, I think. Just trying to think. Dominic Cork played that one. No.
Yeah.
Did he? Yes, he did.
Cork,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, who we got at the far end? I'm not sure they're going to be queuing up here.
Ben Brown.
Well,
who hasn't bowled?
Well, him, Fletcher Middleton, and Ali Orr. No. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 8 bowlers used. Those are the 3 that haven't. Yeah.
I think Kyle Abbott here just. I sense a little. He's at the attack. I sense a little frustration towards the end of his spell, which is unlike him. He's usually, let's say, very patient bowler. I think he's got to try and encourage Fuller to. So we've just got to try and build an area here for what's remaining 8 overs. Just got to try and build something. Just settling on a simple plan. Try and hit top of off stump. I think they were guilty, the new ball bowlers, of bowling both sides. You know, you saw plenty of pulls and cuts driven through the offside. You know, just haven't really settled in on that line and length for long enough. As Fuller comes into bowl to Libby, who's tucked that off the legs for one, fielded by Ali Orr. Just got to try and get that line right, Fuller, hasn't he? Yes, he's picked up some wickets, but he's been expensive also through the day.
Well, we've touched on this a little bit, Carbs, but you can probably try and expand. John Mark Carlson has emailed from America. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. How do Hampshire's bowlers slow down this dominant batting?
This fella comes in again to bowl to Hose, who punches that off the back foot, just for the one. Well, we said it before, isn't it, through the day? I think in this situation, you know, we've all played on some flat pitches and not much happening. I think you've just got to simplify your plan. I think just try and hit top of off stump. Simple as that, really. If Adam Hose or Jake Libby are good enough to hit you off your lengths, you shake him by the hand and say, today was your day, I'm coming back tomorrow. I think where things fall apart is where you get frustrated, you get too emotionally invested, and you, as Filler comes in again to Libby, who's nicely behind that ball. Yeah, we just haven't seen enough balls there, have we? You know, just top of off, making the batter having to work for their runs. You know, we haven't had that session where you put those spells together. You know, one spell backed up by another spell. You've always felt there's a 4 ball and over, which reflects in the run rate, isn't it? So that's how you do it, really, and you just got to accept that. You know, look at from time to time, and Adam Hose will, you know, on 248 not out, he's going to play. He's seeing the ball, as they say in the Caribbean, like a breadfruit at the moment. You know, pretty big. So Fuller comes in again. It's a nice drive from Libby. Good length again as well. This is the time, really, as a Hampshire fielder, captain, bowlers. You know, you've got to. You know, we all talk about seizing the moment. You know, recognising important phases of the day. This is the time where you got to try and make an inroad. You know, try and crack this open. You know, if the ball's going to do anything, it's now. But you got to give it a chance to do something. So they've got the one slip in. It's sort of more of a wide third slip, which I'm never been in favour of. But let's see what happens. The Fuller comes in again to bowl to Libby, and oh, that's a beautiful shot. This punches out on the up. That's a top shot. Absolute top shot. Not much Fuller could do with that. Very, very classy shot, that. Yeah, just lent on it really through the covers.
Carbs, you're sticking around?
I'm indeed.
And it's going to be Dave Bradley.
So a lovely boundary there from Jake Libby. He's moving his score nicely through the 120s onto 126 off 248 deliveries. We say a proper opener's knocked that through the day. We welcome Bradders back.
Hello.
Ooh. That's a nice delivery again from Fuller. That's a good finish, but still leaking that boundary and over, isn't he? But your boys have played well.
Well, they
must be pleased.
Getting close to run rate of 5 and over. Outfield's quick, short boundary the one side, but you got to get them, haven't you? And Adam Hose is getting very close to the second highest score in history for Worcestershire against Hampshire, which was 262. Maurice Nichol at Bournemouth in 1930, and before you ask, I wasn't there. I was at home, milking the cows. But yeah, I mean, records are there, aren't they, to be broken? And I don't know. Did you ever, you know, when you got 300 here, did you ever know it was a record? Were you ever aware that you were going to break a record?
I was aware John Crawley had the highest score for a Hampshire player here, which was 311, I think it was. So yeah, I mean, I was, you know, I'm a bit of a cricket tragedy like that. You know, you got to know your cricket, your history.
It's going to be Liam Dawson to bowl from the hotel end. Left arm round to Hose, who's back, and Dawson gets a bit excited for a while. Hose just plays it gently through mid-wicket for a single. Another Lufthansa flight to Zurich takes off from Bournemouth Airport. I don't know it's going to Zurich. I don't know if it's a Lufthansa. So don't. I have got that app that tells you where airplanes are going, but even I'm not boring enough to get that out. Dawson in. Bowls. Played again, gently on the onside this time by Jake Libby. We've got 6 overs after this one on a baking hot evening. Libby once again plays it to mid-wicket. I know, right? Are you thinking about tomorrow by this stage, are you? You know.
Yeah, I think you've got one eye on it. I think, again, if these two Worcester players can get through this little passage here unscathed.
Next ball is played forward defensively by Libby, just pushed away on the offside.
I think the chat between the two of them should be along the lines of, look, you know, we still obviously be positive and put the bad ball away, but if we can be here together tomorrow.
Yeah. Libby a couple of steps down, plays it to mid-on, no run there. It's and they've seen off the second new ball, haven't they?
Yeah.
So that is what trying to work that out.
It would add about 12 or
12 overs old. Yeah. Dawson bowls, shout of catch.
Close.
As it goes in the air out through the side. Misread that. I think Jake Libby, a tired shot, I would say that. But he gets a single and goes to 127, Bowes 249, Worcestershire 428 for 2.
Yeah, just played for the one skidding on, and it sort of maybe just gripped a little bit. Yeah, you're saying maybe a little bit fatigue creeping in now. These two, it's been a quite warm day, especially after this morning session. So you'd expect that, but this is where you got to find that little bit of desire, that little bit of inner fight, isn't it? Just to get you through. Recognise you've got to do that job for the team. That's where you said you can get through this little phase now, be here tomorrow. You know, another hot day expected.
Yeah.
You know, you can really bat Hampshire out the game, put them under pressure. Fuller begins another over. Lovely rhythmical run-up, he bowls to Libby, and that's nicely played. Down the ground for no run. So a lot to like about Jake Libby. Plays very, very straight, good technique.
I always think he knows his game, doesn't he? He knows, he knows what his good shots are. He knows the shots he's not going to play. Yeah, very tidy batsman. He's had a tough time, like the rest of the Worcestershire batting has this season. He's taking his opportunity today.
Absolutely, he's used that experience, hasn't he? You know, he's realised this is the time now you can erase those bad scores.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's been a very, hard-working innings. I would say good, typical openers innings. As Fuller comes in again, past the umpire bowls. It's a nice shot there, right behind it, high left elbow. You get the sense he's not done yet on this pitch.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your evening in store, Carbs? You going to
very
what's the phrase I'm looking for? Regenerate, or whatever you want to call it.
Rehydrate.
Rehydrate. That's the phrase I was looking for.
So Libby tucks that one just behind square, pushing hard for 2. Picked up by the outfielder out there. Sure it was. Can't see that far. But good throw back. Yeah, very quiet evening, mate. I'll try and catch up on. I'm a big F1 fanatic, so try and catch up on the. I've managed not to see the result, so.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully I'll go and watch that.
I can tell you, Sterling Moss didn't win. Very good friend of mine follows Formula One.
Love my Formula One,
yeah.
Shot. Another crisp drive by Libby. Just happy to tick over his Hampshire bowlers.
You've done well to avoid that then today.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to show him the result then.
No, you wouldn't be that cruel, surely.
Ah. Very good evening and welcome to Sport Extra, who are with us. I'm Dave Bradley, Michael Carberry alongside me as we bring you the closing stages of what has been an exceptional day for Worcestershire, who by their own admission have not batted well this season but are 431 for 2.
And counting.
And counting, yeah.
Fuller in again. Into bowl, into hose. That's a lovely drive again. Can't get it past extra cover. It's a dot ball, a well-welcome dot ball for Hampshire.
Yeah.
Ironic cheers from the crowd.
Adam Hose on 249, his highest personal best score before today in Championship cricket was 111. Jake Libby has got 130. These two are in danger of getting they're in danger actually of getting the Worcestershire's record highest third wicket stand, which is 438. So 431 for 2. They'll have a way to go in the morning, but
It's Fuller in again. It's a lovely shot from Hose. It's a beautiful drive again through the fielder. It's a bit of a misfield. Might not go to the rope, might have taken enough pace off it. But what it has done is brought up a brilliant 250 from Adam Hose. Very well played, young man. Beautiful knock to watch. Very, very well played. Absolutely fantastic knock.
Worcestershire lost early wickets today. Nichols was out. Caught Brown Bowl Fuller for naught. This is for our friends on 5, bringing you the details. Kashif Ali played some good shots, but he was LBW to Fuller for 44. And then since then, it's been the Hose and Libby show, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's played beautifully, Adam Hose, I have to say. Very, very impressive. As I say, just, really came in, looked the part from ball one. Can't really remember any real false shots or him not missing the middle of the bat. He's put Hampshire bowlers under immense pressure every time they've missed their spot. He's capitalised. But what I've liked once he got past 100 was that desire to go on and make a big score. Make up for all those low scores early season.
Liam Dawson is bowling from the hotel end, and off the back foot, Hose pushes it out into the deep regions, the ponderosa of the ground here today. There's a big space out there, and Ali Orr has been out there virtually all day patrolling that road. They pick up a single.
Yep.
4-3-5 for 2. As Dawson bowls again, and this is turned by Libby. In fact, turned for 4. Just flicked it off his pads. It's a shorter boundary. It's a quick outfield, and Jake Libby picks up 4 more. He goes to 134. I'm not sure if the scoreboard is beaten.
Yeah, another poor delivery from Dawson. So probably getting a little bit tired. He's into his 24th over, but it wasn't a very good delivery. I'm not sure it's case in point to get the short leg out of there, but it just wasn't a very good delivery. But he's posting his man back now on the leg side.
Libby forward, pushing defensively down the ground. Yeah, it's been hard work. The flag that has been draped over the boundary is being taken in. The flag has been taken down. Surrender. Here's Dawson. This is pushed out to extra cover. No run. Yeah, there's a bit of a flag. It's the cross of St George has been hanging over the boundary.
So I think the early train.
Yeah, yeah.
Beat the
Going to take it in and take it home. Iron it for tomorrow.
There we go.
Dawson jogs in again, and this time Libby gets it a little square and beats the man at extra cover. Ali Orr comes in from that cover point boundary to do the fielding. 1 more to the total, 440 for 2.
So it's much of the same theme with the old ball as it is with this second new rock, isn't it?
Yeah. Dawson bowls. Hose just goes across the crease, gives himself a bit of room, pushes the ball away to, guess who? Ali Orr, who comes in from the boundary. And that's the end of the over. 440 for 2. 4 overs remaining on a blistering hot day here. But although it's been a sort of a one-sided day, I mean, Worcestershire going on at 4.8 and over. It's been an interesting day's cricket, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's proper first-class cricket, isn't it? It's a hard-working day for the bowlers. This is where you earn your stripes, your respect. You've got to employ a different type of skill set. You know, it's not moving all over the place. You know, it really tests your accuracy. I think as a bowling group, I think Hampshire have fallen short in that department. But look, you have to give flowers where it's due. You know, if you appreciate good cricket and good batting, you've been royally entertained. Really impressed with these two. Just simply for the fact that, you know, how clinical they've been in anything loose. They've just put it away. They've been busy, you know, running between the wicket. They've really put Hampshire under pressure as Dom Kelly starts a new spell from the pavilion end. It's a dot ball.
For the Statos, Adam Hose needs another 8 runs. Statos, 9 runs, to become the second highest Worcestershire run scorer in history.
Yeah.
Horace Nicol got 262 at Bournemouth in 1930. Graham Hicks holds a record 303 1997. But this is the highest score. I'll interrupt myself.
As Kelly comes in again. That's a wonderful shot. Wow. Whoa. Down the track, 2 steps, and bang. I'm not even sure where that was. I lost flight of it sort of halfway through, but I think that's gone onto the front row, just in front of the front row. That's a huge hit. I mean, just the beautiful technique as well. Look at that. High hands, bang, through the line. 6 runs. He's obviously not listening to my advice and playing for the close. He's putting the foot down.
260 off 244 balls.
Oh,
which is pretty decent for a 4-day championship game.
Absolutely. As Kelly runs in again, keeper up now to the stumps. Bowls one on just the leg stump, which is worked away by Hose for another single, etching ever closer to that record highest score. Will he get there tonight? He'll try and get there, won't he? Is he aware? Is he a bit of a historian?
262, but Graham Hicks 303 is the record. But he's got the highest score by a visiting batsman on this ground, we were told earlier.
Kelly in again to Libby, who short of a length ball, punched away to Farmer, who's just placed a sort of deep backward point.
We're not going to tell you who's got the highest score on this ground by a Hampshire player, are we? Is that yourself, Mr. Carberry?
Not sure if I've got the highest score.
Didn't you get? I think
second highest. I think second highest.
Oh, was it?
I think second highest.
County Championship. It was second highest. You're right.
I think my good friend John Crawley.
Yes.
Just pipped me to the post, I think.
But you'd have got more than him if you'd have carried on batting.
I blame Jimmy Adams, mate.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to have a chat with Jimmy at the end.
Not that you're bitter about it.
Not that I'm still bitter after all these years, but come on, Jim, you're killing me here, mate. Come on. Not every day you get a chance to make a triple or make a bit of history. So Kelly runs in again to Hose. So drills it to mid off or long off, now posted in. So they've got Hampshire bowler been sick and tired being drilled down the ground. So they posted that long off in position, and that's the 450 up. Oh, that's some serious going. 450 in a day for 2.
Yeah. It's been Worcestershire's one of Worcestershire's better days of the season, shall we put it, in the season where the batsmen have struggled a lot. You off, cards?
I'm indeed, mate.
Okay, well, see you later. You're not with us tomorrow, are you? But thanks for being with us today, mate. Most enjoyable. So it's going to be Kevin James to come in for the final moments of the day. At the end of the day, just kneel and say, thank you, Lord, for our work and play. We've tried to be good because we know that we should. That's our prayer at the end of the day. There you go.
Very good.
Oh, full of nonsense like that. Don't know anything about cricket or stuff like that. Liam Dawson's going to carry on from the hotel end. He has bowled 24 overs for 83 runs and yet to take a wicket. He is adjusting the field minutely. We now have 2 short extra covers, plus a slip in. Adam Hose awaits, and there's a big appeal. Now that is rare. That is actually rare, folks.
Is that what they do when they appeal?
Well, apparently, yeah. That's probably about the 3rd appeal of the day. The first one was Kashi Valley, who was given out. But I don't remember the last time we had one.
His Cubs, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good shout. Just watching that again, the replay. It's not far away.
Hose goes back and plays gently through the offside. And now is officially Worcestershire's 2nd highest scorer in first-class cricket against Hampshire. 263, beats Maurice Nichols, 262 in 1930. A day for the Statos today.
Well, there's been some records, hasn't there?
Yeah. Dawson now has his extra cover at mid-wicket. Bowls again, Libby forward defensively. Plays the ball out on the onside. Pretty clear that he's now playing for tomorrow, although I do recall as Dawson is in, Libby plays 2 mid-off, or sort of extra cover rather than mid-off. Saying at New Road one day, well, 2 balls to lunch, Graham Hick will bat here till lunch. And he hit the next 2 balls from Jack Simmons for 6, the last 2 balls before lunch. Next ball is turned away on the onside, and there is no run. It looks like we're having a gentle end to the day.
Well, it's proper batting again, isn't it?
Yeah. Don't give it away. Probably a night watchman padded up as well. Played out 2 mid-on. I tell you what, I noticed this throughout the day. Tilak Varner, he loves to have a go at the stumps.
Oh yeah.
He must make sure that, just threatens the batsman, make sure they're back. He had a couple of throws at the non-strikers end during the day, just to hurry the batsman up.
It's good to stay enthusiastic after a day like today in the hot sun and the, well,
451 for 2.
even to get an appeal is a great effort today.
Yeah. Adam Hose actually played a full shot.
Yeah.
Which went through about 3rd slip. And an appeal, and that's about it.
So here's what a debut for him in the championship with his right arm medium paces, and Hoses off the back foot, steers it out to deep cover, and he moves on to 264, and the total on to 452 for 2. They're scoring at nearly 5 and over today, Worcestershire and Michael Carberry, and we've been making the point many times that it doesn't really matter how hard it is. As a bowling side, you have to find a way to get that scoring rate down. Doesn't matter how well somebody's playing, how well 2 people are playing. You can't have a whole day where you're going for that many, really. As Libby just works it away square on the leg side. Yes, it's been the toughest of conditions. It is a very, very flat wicket. And the ball is not, if it's deviated once off the straight, it's probably about as much as it's done. But take nothing away from the batters. They've been absolutely superb, and they are slowly but surely batting Hampshire out of the game if they haven't already.
It's a tough day in this heat, isn't it?
Certainly
Concentration.
Mentioned earlier that Adam Hose is more well known as a 2020 player as he plays that out towards extra cover. He played 67 games for Warwickshire and T20s. He averaged 32. His strike rate overall in T20 cricket is 140 per 100 balls. He was actually a very effective T20 player. Played for several teams around the globe. But he basically moved to you guys, didn't he, to get some first-class cricket? Was that right?
Yeah.
That's right. Well, certainly today he'll feel that that's been a great move. That's a great drive through extra cover. Half stopped by Gubbins. It stopped it going for 4, but won't stop the batters completing 2. And Hose moves on to 266. He is an Isle of Wight boy. I'm sure his dad is here, Jeff Hose.
If he isn't, he would have wished he was.
He would. 455 for 2. And Dominic Kelly into his 12th over, none for 60. As that's drive, there's a wicket. And that is Hose that's gone. And it's caught by Scott Curry at 3rd, 4th slip. And Dominic Kelly picks up his first championship wicket, and it's Adam Hose that's gone for 266. And we have waited since 5 to 12 for the next wicket here on day one. But he's going to get a great applause, even though a few people have disappeared in this last session. But you can't fail to admire what has been a quite tremendous innings.
Superb, well batted, Adam Hose. As I was saying earlier, like most of the Worcestershire batting, he has struggled this season. But he's getting a good hand, great ovation. Everybody in the pavilion standing. As you say, Kev, a few have gone, but by Jove, you don't see many like that too often.
31 fours and 7 sixes.
And that was the first real chance he's given. And came in early this morning when Kashi Valley was out at about 11:30, wasn't it?
Kashi Valley was out of 5 to 12.
Oh, right. It looks to me as if this is Adam Finch coming out to bat.
It is.
As night watchman.
I'll tell you what, if I was a night watchman in this game, I'd be absolutely queuing up
Mind,
to get out here.
if you look at what's happened today with the pitch and the ball, if you were a Worcestershire medium pacer who hadn't played since the second game of the season, you might think, why am I playing on this one? But there, you got the opportunity. Yeah, go out there and make a name for yourself. Not the worst night watchman. Well, that's the thing about the night watchman. He has to have an ability to bat, doesn't he? When he's only going to bat 7 balls, possibly.
Well, I'm getting over the shock. 2 slips now for Finch, and he's immediately off the mark on the leg side. And that's good play, actually, because that was the last ball of the over.
Proper night watchman. Pitches a single.
You're right.
Takes the last over.
So, well done to Dom Kelly. He will probably never ever have to work as hard as that for his next first-class wicket. Then again, if he plays in the next round of Kookaburra matches, he might. Oh dear. So that was a 395-run partnership between Hose and Libby. Wow.
So Liam Dawson's going to bowl the last over of the day. And he's got a forward short leg, a slip, short extra cover. He's surely going to have another close fielder in there for the night watchman, indeed. He's got a leg slip coming in, and nobody's rushing into position here. So we're going to have a slip and a gully. This is the slowest changing of the guard he'll ever see. And some fielders are wandering towards and then back. Okay, so what have we got? Looks as if Ali Orr's going off the field as he's wandering down towards. Not quite sure what's going on here. Is there a 12th man on?
It's like they're waiting for a clock.
Oh, yeah, there's a 12th man is now coming on.
Oh, there's another helmet coming out.
Oh, that'll be it.
There
Good
we are.
thinking. Ali Orr's had a busy day in the field, and he's not going to kill himself to go and fetch a helmet. And for one, in this heat, I don't blame him.
It's incredible, isn't it, to think that 395 isn't even the highest third wicket partnership.
No.
For Worcestershire against Hampshire.
No. 438. Graham Hick got 303 not out. On the Northlands Road, that was.
It was 97.
Yeah, nice short boundaries. Not that there's a boundary on the leg side here to the right-hander isn't a short boundary. Right, we're ready to go now. Got 4 close grabbers as Adam Finch lets the ball go by outside the off stump. 5 balls remaining in the day's play. Dawson, left arm round to the right-handed Finch, who plays down to the ground. So we've got a slip, a leg slip, forward short leg, a silly mid-off, and where's this going? He's going to second slip. 2 slips in there now. 5 crouching round the bat plus the wicket keeper. Dawson bowls. Finch solidly forward. Pushes the ball out on the offside. Of course, if Finch was to be out now, it would be close of play anyway. Some loud appeals and raucous applause for the disability game going on the nursery ground. Dawson bowls again. Finch comes forward again. He wants another man in there. So Kyle Abbott is now strolling to not a silly mid-off, but a shortish mid-on, a silly mid-off, silly mid-on. All those people round the bat, and Finch just plays the ball back down the pitch. Liam Dawson attempts to kick the ball to one of his fielders. Doesn't quite do it. Body language is to be read. I don't think he's over happy with his day's work today, Liam Dawson. Trots in again. Finch plops forward. And that is indeed the end of the day's play. And what a day it's been for Worcestershire. That superb innings by Adam Hose of 266. Great work from Jake Libby. And Worcestershire end on 456 for 3. Jake Libby on 137 not out. And let's not overlook his efforts today. Opened the batting this morning at 11 o'clock, still there at what, 6:27 in the evening on a very, very hot day. Great effort of concentration, hasn't given a chance, but this will be, I think, remembered as Adam Hose Day. And at the close, Worcestershire in a very good position.
They certainly are, yes, the 4th highest score ever on this ground, beating Phil Jakes, who made 243 for Yorkshire against Hampshire in 2004. Only Zach Crawley playing for England here against Pakistan in COVID year. Michael Carberry and John Crawley scored more. Yes, good day for Worcestershire.
Certainly is.
Yeah, and we will join you again just before 11 o'clock tomorrow for day 2. Yeah, look forward to it.